You are watching the Vodka stream.
Look over here. Suck it, 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 suck it.
Applesauce, bitch.
Don't do this to me. God!
Fucking hard fact.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? Yep, let me get that over there a little bit more. Happy Friday, everybody. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week. How's everybody doing? Everybody good, or what's going on? All right, time for a drink, or 6, 7, whatever you prefer. How's it going? Oh, got the Buffalo Trace today, baby. That's right. Feeling the whiskey tonight. Come on, come on. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus, get out of here. There it is. All right, here we go. All right. See, everybody's starting to roll in right now. Good stuff. All right. Cheers, guys. Oh, God. Love that Buffalo Trace. Almost got Bullet bourbon tonight. But then as I was looking, I was like, nah, I'm going to do the Buffalo Trace. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. We got Ryan here. What's going on, buddy? We got Tony, Chappie D9, Neil Blomkamp fan. Always good to see you. And we got Tetsi. Tet. I'm just going to call you Tet. What it do? What it do? We got Selena here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. How it be? It'd be pretty good, man. It's Friday. You know me. I love my Fridays. It's great when you get off, work Friday early because, I put in more hours during the week and got done with my work pretty early. And I was like, I hit my boss up and I was like, hey, I'm already on overtime. You want me to just, what do you want me to do? And he goes, clock out when you're done. I said, okay. It was like an hour and 10 minutes early. So that was fun. Yes. And I will be watching Jurassic World Dominion tomorrow night with all the mixed. Yeah, you know what? Nothing wrong with that. I never discourage anyone from seeing any movie that they want to see. Yes, if you watched my first reaction, you watched my my film review that I posted like an hour ago. Yeah, I had some struggles with it, and I'll have my spoiler discussion up tomorrow. So talk a little bit more about it. We'll refrain from, talking spoilers tonight. We'll refrain from saying some of the stuff. So don't worry about that, just in case you hadn't seen it. But yeah. I mean, but still, go see it. Go see it for yourself. Don't listen to anybody. It's all about what you want. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. I was just a little frustrated with the movie, but it's okay. What's going on, Eric? How you doing? What's up, Jose? Yes, that's right. Dodgers and Giants happening right meow. And the Giants are winning. Who scored the first run for the Giants? Jock Peterson. Huh? What's going on? I'm Film Junkies here. How you doing? Whoop-a-boo. Let's see. It's all going ahoy, hoy. Mr. Jason McKenzie, always good to see you, buddy. We got Lane right here. Breaking, Jose hated Top Gun Maverick. Did he really? Yeah, whatever, Mom. It's fine. I know. It's whatever. Good Lord, I know. Yeah, that's right. I know. It's fine. But hopefully they win. All right, we got Mr. Carey right here. Where are the numbers? There's never any numbers. What are you talking about? They're never going to show those numbers, Still
can't see the numbers.
Still can't see the numbers. I say hi to Mama Film Junkee. She's in there. What's up? Sorry to start. So what's going on, Phil? Good to see you. Yeah, drop some love, man. Always good to see you, buddy. All right, let's see. Thick and Wolf, of course. Everybody's saying that. Who else is here? It's too hot. I know, right? Jesus Christ. It's been humid in California. Man, it's been humid. And it just sucks because, I live on the second story. I've had the same problem last summer. It's like the heat rises. I had to wait. I woke up and I wake up at about 6 o'clock, and about 7:30, I had to put on the AC because it got too warm in here already. Luckily I didn't have the AC running at night. Sometimes I get up in the middle of the night. I'm like, fuck. And I put on the AC, but I didn't put it on last night right away. And then, about 7:30 this morning, I was like, damn, it's already warm in here. So I'd already had to put the AC on, but what can you do? Yes, I know. It's like, try to save. Hard to do that though. But yeah, definitely got the AC rolling right now. Because it gets hot on Friday night. Dave, have you ever thought about doing a scripted movie review? Yeah, of course. Yes, I'm growing a rooster stash or a goose stash, as I was saying it. Yep, that's right. It is there. You know what? Stop bothering me yet. It's been growing for about 3 weeks now. And of course, I got the little, under lip butt brush thing going on too, and then, I keep this somewhat stubbly right there too. But yeah, totally. Like I said, I'm helping Top Gun Maverick reach $1 billion by growing this mustache. And I've noticed that there's other people that have followed or whatever that are also growing mustaches too. I'm like, I think we all got inspired by Top Gun Maverick. That's what happened. I hope so. I think he might be. Like I said, it's just this past month, the month of May, was just busy for everybody. When it came to me, I only did 2 Vodka streams, and he didn't show up on that one, but he was also out of town last weekend too. So, we'll see. Hopefully Scott shows up. Maybe Steven will show up too. We'll get some people in here. You just never know. But if he's busy, he's busy. But I think he might, because he did, when I posted the tweet, he did like it, and I think he might have retweeted. I don't know. Anyways, did you hear about? Yeah, I heard something about that. Yeah. I saw somebody something happened where half his face went numb, like he almost had a stroke or something like that. I don't know, it was exactly a stroke, but it was something happened. What's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Always good to see you, buddy. All right, that's right. I love you too, man, Mr. Accuracy. Good to see you, and thank you, Mr. Kyle, right here. Happy Friday. Yes. What are they calling it? The super fun happy hour. I don't know what they were calling. I made a joke about it though. That they released that news right there, which cool. That's fine by me. I'm all about more stuff, especially all the 3 of them, the 3 Spider-Men. Oh, it's called the more fun stuff version. And I'm just kind of going, all right. interesting title, but I think they were just whatever. But hey, if it's got more of all three of them, then that's fine by me. Okay, as join the stream. All right, I'll get my guess in here. You guys know Mr. Jason here is going to be showing up, talk about some movies, we'll talk about a little bit of a movie that he did. If you guys caught it on his channel, the RapNerd JSO. Gonna be good stuff. Let's see. Let me vent real quick on stupid shit head kids. Oh, that's what fucked it. Oh, that's the movie you were talking about. I saw your tweet. I thought you were seeing Jurassic World. That sucks, man. So you were sitting. Oh, I thought you were seeing Jurassic World. Man, that does suck, man. You know, oh man, it doesn't work. That sucks, dude. That freaking sucks. Yeah, man. Oof. Yeah, you gotta have that AC. I don't know. It just sucks that it's humid right now. It's paralyzed. So like, is he like, is it fully? I'm sure they'll get it fixed, right? That was weird. I did not expect having Justin Bieber talk tonight on the Vodka stream, but hey, here we are. It's what happens. It's what happens. All right, let me make sure. Let's get everything going here. We'll bring my guest right now. Where's that at? I always change shit. All right. You know him as the RapNerd and the director for your own safety. Here we go. Mr. Jason, what is up, sir?
What's going on, Dave?
How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. It's kind of strange to be here because I've watched you so much. So being here is like a bit mind warping.
Hey, you know, it's a long time coming because, you know, I've always seen your stuff on the feed, and I'm such a terrible Twitterer, I guess you could say, because I thought I was already following you for like the longest time because I kept seeing your stuff. Then I realized, like, wait a minute, I'm not full. Oh shit! So I made sure I did that. But yeah, you know, I'm like, I think Twitter is funny that way because they'll like just keep recommending stuff and you'll just see the same stuff coming on and I'll be like, aren't I already following this person or this account or something like that? And then it turns out, yeah, happens all the time. But how's it going tonight?
It's going good, man. Yeah, you know, I told you I was going to drink whiskey, but I'm actually drinking a little something different. What is this?
You changed it up on me. What do you got?
Yeah, some martini and Rossi, some vermouth, if you will.
Oh, okay. So you got a little bit of a mixed drink going on.
Yeah, yeah. I couldn't get to the liquor store because there's nothing close to me. So I was like, you know what? I got to get some type of drink for the vodka stream. So.
Of course, you got to do that, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna pour a little bit more here. But yeah, thank you for joining, man. Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah.
All right. So if you guys aren't subscribed to his channel, it is well, it's pretty much the name right there, the RapNerd JSO. Let me know the what's how'd you come up with the name? I mean, I could kind of guess, but you know.
Okay, a little story time is crazy, and
yeah.
I think this is why it's so cool, actually, you know, being here to talk to you because you're actually one of the people that made me make this YouTube channel in the first place.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Because I remember, I think I stumbled onto you like in 2016, like in the fall, because as you know, Batman vs Superman was like given a really bad name. People were running through the mud, and I'm just sitting here in my seat like I cannot be the only person that like really loves this movie.
Exactly.
And I like I literally went to YouTube and typed in why I love Batman vs Superman, and I think your review popped up, and watched your review. And then I was like, oh, okay, finally, there's somebody else here. And through you, I stumbled onto Ping Pong Flicks. And then I stumbled onto Tyrone Magnus and then John Campion. Like, y'all four were the only people that I really saw on YouTube. Oh, J-Roar, too. Y'all five were like the only people that I saw, like, liking Batman vs Superman. So I was like, you know what? I want to be an added voice to this group. So let me start my channel. So that you're part of that. So that's why it's so good to meet you. Finally.
Well, awesome, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was like during those days, it was just like, it definitely it wasn't like how it is now. I mean, there was really not much live streaming. I don't think there was any live streaming, to be honest. And then it just seemed like, we all just kind of found each other because it was like, I mean, when Batman vs Superman got announced, I was like, all right, I'm just going to cover the shit out of this movie. I'm excited. I'm super excited. I loved Man of Steel. And I was just, any little news that came out, I was just doing it. And then all of a sudden it just kept, talking about it, backing it up, defending it. And then, of course, meeting Chris, meeting all these, people within the fandom. And I mean, it's been absolutely, it's been a crazy little journey, I swear, and I love the fact that more people started YouTube channels like yourself and just getting the word out there. And then look what happened, of course, after 2017 into now and getting the Snyder Cut. I mean, it really took all of us, and it's always great to hear that. And I always like the different voices that are out there. And you're a unique voice. Chris is a unique voice. Everybody seems to find their unique voice when it comes to this stuff, and that's what I love about all this kind of stuff. So I appreciate that, man.
And what's funny too is, from following you on YouTube, I followed you on Twitter, and I met all these other people through Twitter. And I'll never forget, Justice League came out. Justice League came out, and there were all these rumors about what was in the original cut at the time. And this was still like in 2017, like fresh. And you were tweeting a lot of stuff like, I heard this, I heard that, and you may not even remember, but I remember tweeting you, and I'm saying this in case somebody has to call me out when I'm putting it out there. I remember being like, Dave, you don't think that this is just Snyder's version? You don't think we could just, put it to rest? And I'll never forget you tweeted me back saying never, and did a horn symbol. And I was like,
did I? Okay.
Yeah. I really remember that. I was like, okay, see, he knows something that's going on here. And then not shortly after that, Zack just started dropping like bomb after bomb after bomb. And we were like, okay, all right.
Something's happening.
Yeah.
That was a interesting little it was a funny thing because obviously when Justice League came out, that was a weird day when I got to see it. I've said the story a couple of times, and it's just being on the Warner Brothers lot and watching that, and then just immediately like that opening scene and just going, oh shit, the rumors were correct. And then just walking to my car and even talking with some people and just going, what did you think about that? And just feeling, and I'm going, okay, man, so many people are just like waiting for this first reaction. What do I say? I don't want to be like a complete downer. I kind of regret, I wish I just would have just blasted the shit out of it now. But of course I was trying to be as optimistic as possible because I didn't know exactly the full story quite yet. And, that was rough. That was a rough night. I still remember driving to the premiere and watching all them come in there, not seeing Zack, saw Debbie, but no Zack, and just going, man, what the hell? Like this, I remember just driving home in silent going, man, I drove home, no music. And this is from LA to my house. And it was like over an hour. It was like an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. I don't think I had any music on. And I was just thinking like, man, because obviously when the movie was about to come out, we were trying to promote it because obviously we were defending the shit out of BVS and Man of Steel. So we just wanted this movie to be like, yes, it's going to be something grand and something special. And then, and trying to defend all that and hearing all the rumors and then finding out that some of them are right, like the whole mustache thing, speaking of, the fact that I'm growing a mustache right now. So yeah, it was just like, that was rough. But I remember after it all settled, I remember like a few days later, I just unleashed on it on my channel. I was like, this was not Zack Snyder's movie. And then of course I got hit up by somebody from Zack's camp, I guess the circle, I guess you could say. And I didn't believe it at first, vetted the shit out of that person. And then it was like, oh wait, you are legit. And then it was just like, all of a sudden I was getting fed just stuff. So that's why, I can understand like when you said about the tweet and I just said, because
I remember your reaction. I remember watching your review right at the theaters, and it was this weird moment. Like you were like in the car, just like, so I just saw Justice League, and you kind of paused. You were like,
Jesus.
And I was kind
Yeah.
of like, oh, what does that mean? Because this guy likes Man of Steel and BVS, and he's not over the moon by this thing. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
I remember people hitting me up going, wait, did you actually like it? And like they were like confused. They were confused on my first reaction. And then I did a follow-up video when I was at the premiere, and I was up. It was after everybody, I think it was before everybody like showed up. I don't know, before or after. And I was up like above, there's like this little plaza of like, you know, restaurants and everything. And I just sat at this table, and then I recorded like another little vlog. And I think I said in that vlog, I was like, hey, I think I even said like I liked it, but I have things to say about it. And I even think I said that on my review for it too. I was like, I have some things about it that I wasn't sure. And then I even saw it a second time also because my friends wanted to see it that following weekend. And I just kind of approached it as, well, this is an animated DC movie that is wrapped in flesh. That's the way I'm approaching it, and that's the way I kind of like sold it. But yeah, but it just definitely was not. You could just tell it just wasn't what the man wanted.
Yeah.
But hey, here we are. We have that.
Watching it now, it's just like what I even did a review, and I was like praising it, saying it's the best thing ever. I'm like, oh, this is. But in the back of my head, I'm like, that opening sucks.
That's the thing, though. It's like. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like when people and there's always that fun little section of the fandom that will like to bring it up and you like Justice. I'm like, well, there was a lot of things like again we were trying to be as optimistic as possible. We wanted, that's what's going to happen if you're going into like a movie that you really want to enjoy. You will ignore like some things sometimes, and it's just what happens. We just do that. We do have like a little bit of a bias, and I think it was just defending the shit out of everything. And, we wanted this movie to be something special, and it wasn't, obviously. So we wanted to be positive. And then, now it's like, damn, what the hell were we thinking? We should have just blasted it. I know. I mean, we all just think that. I mean, a lot of us think that. I mean, even some of the people that, try to throw that against me even said that shit too. And it's like, hey, no big deal. The fact that we said something different back then. I mean, that was in 2017. We're in a different spot now, 5 years ago.
Because I was like you, I was in defense mode. I wanted to just fight for Zack. I'm like, no, Zack wanted this. This is what he wanted. He wanted this. Don't talk bad about the movie. This is Zack.
He hired Joss. Remember, he hired him.
He handpicked him out of everyone. So
I remember even defending that. I was like, hey, it's Joss Whedon, guys. He did Avengers. It's fine. What started one of the things where I started slipping a little bit when I went, was when they brought in Danny Elfman, obviously. And then they released some of the soundtrack, some of the score, and it sounded like the Avengers. It like transitioned from like the Batman theme to the Avengers. I made a video and I made fun of that and I made fun of it. But when I heard that, I went, oh God, what the fuck is happening with this thing right now? It was like one of those like, oh man, yeah, there's something not going right here. And then it was funny too, because I don't know if I've mentioned this, I probably have, but I actually got invited to a test screening before the premiere. This was like probably like a month or so before that. But the person that invited me they didn't know if it was going to be Justice League or not. They were just like, hey, this might be something else, but it could be Justice League. Do you want to come? And I was like, it was during the week, which is hard because, I have a day job. And then it ended up being Justice League. I mean, he literally like sent a picture and he goes, look, Joss Whedon's right there. And oh,
wow.
Yeah, like he sent me a picture of it, and I was like, "Shit!" I was so like disappointed. But then he goes, "Man," he's all, "This is. I don't think this is what Zack wanted." And I went, "Oh shit!"
Oh man,
it just was like building up where I was just kind of going like, "Oh my god," and that was probably about a month, maybe it was a couple weeks before, because I know it was obviously the reshoots and everything was like very last minute. They were trying to reshoot an entire movie for 6 goddamn months. But man, yeah, it was that was an interesting time. Very interesting time.
Very, very. Also sometimes I'll go back and just listen to the old conversations, as we people are bouncing ideas of like, what's in Zack's version? Was this there? Was this there? And it's just crazy that a lot of stuff ended up being true, which is what makes his Justice League so well. My first watch, I was literally just watching it like, okay, I remember the rumors, what was in it, what was cut, how was it differently, and I just was baffled. Honestly, I was just like, I don't even understand how this happened.
I know. How does that? I know. And we did have like I remember before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out last year, we had like a nice little live watch of Justice to send it off. Nice little drinking game, and a few of us were in here and we just fucking ripped that movie to shreds, which was so great. And then of course doing the live watch for charity a couple months ago, and it's just, man, it is amazing. Like, and I still remember that day too of like getting the screener and everything, and just kind of going like, oh my god, it's actually I'm gonna be able to sit down and watch this. I mean, obviously preferably we want to see it in the theaters, and some people have seen it in the movie theaters, and we are jealous of those individuals. God, you're in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're East Coast and Atlanta. So I know they had the screening in Michigan, I think they did, or something like that. I know. Would have loved to make that. I know, right? It's like, and it sucks too, because I think Zack fought to try to get it, released out in theaters, because of course he would want to have that out in movie theaters. I mean, it's meant to be seen on the big screen. And I mean, hopefully we can get the whole SnyderCon 2 thing that could happen. But I know there's complications with that too. I mean, let's face it. I mean, the relationship between him and Warner Brothers isn't exactly friendly, So I think there's the logistics of like, hey, you can't just hold an event and play 3 movies that we own. I think that's when people are wondering like why the SnyderCon 2 didn't happen. It's the logistics of that. And then of course he's really busy. Obviously he's doing shit over at Netflix, but hopefully we get to see it in the movie theater, man, one of these days. Hopefully. I mean, that. Oh, dude. I mean, I whatever, if he decides to do that, I mean, I hope like everybody who shows up, Scott, Steve, and all these, we just all just show up and just have a fucking great weekend and be able to watch that thing. That'd be something pretty magical right there. But yeah, we're jealous of the people who got to see it on that big, huge IMAX screen. Oh man. Can you imagine?
Like, I'm telling you, when I watch it now, I'm like, I just think back to like, if even a fraction of this would have been seen in November, like even if you take Joss Whedon's version and just use Zack's footage, it still would have been like mind blowing. Just the fact that having Darkseid in the history lesson would have just made it. I mean, that alone would have just had people's minds melting. Seeing that on the big screen, I'm just like, I don't know.
And and who's the idiot that thought that was a bad idea? I mean, that's what's so baffling. And I remember talking to Brian Hirota and DJ, the VFX supervisors, and I think we kind of brushed about the fact that DJ was he was in the room with Joss and the editor, and when they were starting to just remove things, just remove, and I'm like, that had to be one of the. I mean, and it was, because according to DJ, he said, I mean, he was done with superhero movies. Like after that whole situation, he was like, I'm fucking done with this. This is bullshit, But then, of course, something about this Flash script brought those two VFX supervisors back, which that's what keeps me kind of going, fingers crossed. Yeah, it gives me hope. It gives me hope about the Flash. It does. But just imagine being, you're working on this big, huge movie, and it's your buddy that went through a tragedy and did all that, and you're sitting in an editing bay with some other director who Zack did not appoint to help with the movie, and just go, let's remove that, let's remove this, can you imagine that?
I would be like, having directed a short film, I would be livid, like, honestly. I don't know how Zack is able to even keep. I mean, he's just a great guy, but he's better than me. Like, I would definitely have a lot more to say than what he has said, because it's night and day when you watch both cuts. It's like just stupid decisions that just make things terrible. Like, small example, like in the tunnel fight, when Batman's getting thrown around by the parademon in Justice League, it just looks like, what? Like, why is Batman getting beat up like this? But in Zack Snyder's Justice League, you see he's telling Flash to, like, hey, get these people out of here, and he gets, like, you know, he pretty much gets snuck and gets hit by a parademon unknowingly. And it's like, oh, okay, so that added layer to the story. It makes sense as to why the parademon got such a drop on him, when in the scene prior he was fighting the parademon one-on-one. And it's just small little editing choices like that that I'm like, you know, as hell, I learned from, like, damn, you know, context and editing makes that much of a difference, because they're
really does. And it's just, you know, when you watch that version, you go like, wow, somebody approved. I mean, obviously the whole mustache gate thing was like, somebody approved that. Somebody said, okay, that's fine. Or it almost seems like they were just going, you know what, we got to put something out there. And I mean, obviously we heard that, yeah, they were trying to get it out there so they can get their bonuses that year, which is ridiculous. But it's just sad. Like, how do you just go approve what is all in there? And man, you just kind of just go like, yep, there's our Justice League movie, the very first Justice League movie. It's a 2 hour and some change, 1 minute maybe movie that that has weird jokes and weird editing and weird lighting, weird color palette, and inconsistencies. And there you go. That's it right there. I mean, I think that's what just kind of, you know, it really is what helped, you know, get the Snyder Cut out there too. I mean, not to mention Zack just going rogue and being like, fuck it, I'm going to post this, I'm going to post that, you know. And you know, it's funny too. I mean, even though, like, you know, we were talking about how, like, there was stuff that we were like, okay, we didn't see in there, but I mean, essentially he was like, this was in there, that was in there. He spoiled the movie, but it was still not spoiled enough where you watch it and go, oh my God, this was super enjoyable, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember watching, I think Kevin Smith, he was talking about, you know, Justice League, and he had like a lady in the crowd who saw an original test rating or something like that. And she was like, Darkseid was in a movie. And I heard that, I'm like, there's no way possible. Like, okay, hold up. There's no way possible. Yeah. Darkseid was originally in here and they cut it out. I just don't believe it. I just can't. And then when he dropped that picture on Father's Day, I believe, in 2018, that's when it was kind of like, oh, okay, this is something completely different. This is actually a thing. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, well, one of the first things was like, you know, because, you know, I got sent a storyboard that had Darkseid in it, and from that person, and then he was just like, hey, can you get this? Can you leak this? And I went, oh shit. I couldn't believe it. Like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, I got sent a Zack Snyder storyboard drawn by him. You know, I mean, obviously it wasn't like the actual, it was a digital shot of it, but I just remember getting that and going, oh my God. So it's true. Darkseid was fucking in this goddamn movie. And then it was just like, okay, how do I leak this kind of thing? And it was just kind of like, all right, let me coordinate. And it was probably like, you know, a few days of coordinating and not tracing it back. And we got it out there and it blew up, and everybody, I mean, I think that's where, I mean, there was already some steam, but I think that really like took it to a whole other level, because people are like, fucking Darkseid was in this movie. And then of course he ended up posting like an actual shot and everything, you know, of a VFX shot that wasn't fully finished, but it was just like, holy shit. And I think that's where it really just the fact that people were like, what, Darkseid was in this, and they removed it. Who does that? Who does that? It's fucking Darkseid. It's the ultimate baddie that the Justice League faces. Hello.
Yeah. Because that was already on board seeing a lot of this stuff. Like, you know, Zack even posted, you know, that template of, you know, Flash, you know, when the blast was coming at him and he had his hand up, he posted it. It's kind of like, whoa, wait, what is this? But like that Darkseid image just kind of like, I mean, snowball effect times 20. I mean, totally. You know, having an actual version of it, to see it was crazy. So
man, it was just a crazy couple of years when it came to that. So so you started your YouTube channel, what you said, I forgot exactly what year did you, like a couple of years ago?
Started it in, actually, like I said, after I got inspiration from you guys, I was like plotting out like how to do it, and then I just sprung it 2019, like, okay, I'll just start it here. And and it sucks because when I first started it, I put more attention on Facebook because I have a Facebook page, and I was putting a lot of attention to that opposed to YouTube. So I really started cranking up my my engagement with YouTube in 2020 of October, as a matter of fact. So that's when I really cranked it up.
And don't you do like a live stream with somebody else too every now and again?
Yeah, good friend of mine, Kevin, aka Film Fiends, we do a podcast called the Film Wrap Up. We have a YouTube channel up, and we kind of do the same thing that a lot of people do, just go over movies, review movies, talk about them, and have discussions. So that's definitely something I added to what I'm doing as well.
Okay. And then, of course, you got the short film, which I wanted to talk to you about because, anytime that somebody, I mean, I've made some stuff in the past, I've always wanted to like do that again, but man, your short film, and it's under 6 minutes. And I remember when it came across the timeline, and I watched it, and then of course in this week I rewatched it again, and first off, good job on it. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean it's it's a nice little unique short film. It's called For Your Own Safety. Let me bring this up right here. Let me know like what was the backstory of this idea and everything, like when it came to this.
I kind of wanted to make something just original, because I did a short film in 2020. It was just kind of like a parody version of Michael Myers and Halloween.
Yeah.
And I was like, the next short I want to do something that's completely like a new idea, something that I wrote, something that could be easy to shoot as well, because I'm working with no money. So I had this idea of this is actually like an excerpt from like a whole movie that I had like kind of brainstormed about some years ago. Mm-hmm. And I was like, it'd be cool to show this just in case somebody sees it and they want to ask me like, hey, is there a full idea about it? And I just wanted to do some type of demonic, and I really wanted to make something that was atmospheric and like scary to some people, so that's where this kind of came from.
You definitely nailed it when it came to that. I mean, it definitely has that what you were talking about, the atmosphere of it and everything. And I mean, it's short, simple. I mean, and then of course, when you see what happens in the, first off, good job on the makeup and the, the bloody stuff. There's a shot in here too. I think it's when you, I can't play it like that. There's a shot right here. This shot right here, when she walks away, and then you see like that. It's a good shot. First off, good frame right there. And then that. I really dig that shot. And then the blood dripping down. Yes. Yeah. That is sweet.
Yeah, that was actually me right there.
That's actually you. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I know you show up at the end a little bit too, right?
Yeah, because I had to make do, because that was supposed to be somebody else who kind of flaked on me.
That happens.
Because what it was supposed to be was, you see that shot, and then it cuts to seeing the actual person, and then recognizing that person is the same person at the end. But I had to just kind of make do. So I literally was like, you know what? I'll just put the camera down on the ground, put my foot in the frame, and just squeeze some blood to go down my leg. Because like I said, I shot it myself. I was my own DP, if you will, on it. So it was literally just three of us out there. It was just three of us out of there. It was me and both the actresses in it. So I had to just make do. And came out pretty cool though. I like
No, it really did. It turned out really, I mean, sometimes, especially when you're trying to make something like that for nothing, you can't, you're just, hey, you want to be in my movie? You want to do this? You want to do that? I mean, when it comes to the main girl, I mean, is that just like a friend of yours, or
is it just a coworker? Yeah. Honestly.
Oh, okay.
I just told her, she watches a lot of horror movies. So I'm like, okay, she's never acted, but I kind of can tell her what to do and kind of how to look to get the point across. The same with the other girl who was the demon. She's a coworker too. And
okay.
She wanted to be, she does like TikTok and makeup stuff. So she did her own makeup. So that was like a plus for me. And
that works.
So I was like, all right, let me get these, these two together, and we just shot it in one night, really. Took about 5 hours to do, but we shot it.
Yeah, I remember there. I actually there was it's probably about maybe a decade ago. I don't know how long. I shot like a short film that was about poker, around poker, and like this whole thing about poker, and that was very difficult to do because I needed at least like 5 or 6 people or whatever.
Yeah.
and talk about just like being like, hey, you want to be in this movie? And then it was funny too, because one of my friend's girlfriend's friend was an aspiring actress. So she was like, asked her, and she was like totally down for it. And then she showed up the first night, and she was great. It was all great. But I was like hoping to get her back, and she totally flaked. And I guess she didn't like the experience. I don't know. It was like, yeah, this is just nothing. This is not an actual, thing. I mean, talk about just flake. Calling, texting, nothing, no response after that first night. So I had to like work around it. It was one of those things where it's like, oh, wow, your character was supposed to be in it a little longer. Now I got to edit it where it's now she's going to not be in it as much. It was like, but it ended up working out. It's weird how sometimes these little things, when you're trying to edit around or trying to work around something that happens where, you can't get the shot or you can't get something, it ends up kind of just going, oh, well, you know what? That actually worked a lot better than probably I imagined it. So yeah. So I can see like, I mean, specifically that shot. I was like, when I rewatched it again, I was like, damn, that is a really good shot, especially with just the leg just being just barely in there. And then the blood started going down. What kind of, did you just buy the blood, or was that something you mixed together?
Yeah, I just bought some fake blood from like Walmart, because the great thing is I shot this in October. So, I mean, the resources to get fake blood were like everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And, I just literally put the camera down and just recorded it a few times to see where my leg was at, because I didn't want my whole leg to be in there. I just wanted the side of it. And it just made it work. And filmmaking, I love that aspect of puzzle piece, putting the pieces together. Like, okay, does this work? Does this work? And I'm like, if I can get it good on like a blank tape when I edit it, I'll make it even better. So yeah. That was my approach to everything.
And then just like shooting it at night, I mean, obviously you got to figure out like that kind of like the tone and like the way that, I mean, obviously shooting at night, you got to worry about the certain lighting. I mean, there's one thing I noticed too, like right at the beginning when the car is like pulling in, I see like a light flicker. Was that on purpose, or was that just
that was coincidence?
Okay.
That was 100% coincidence.
That's one of the things I was like, I know, because I know when I watch shit, I'll just notice random shit. And right as the car's pulling in, I saw one of the lights up here, because you shot it in a hotel parking lot in a hotel, and it flickers. And I was like, that's kind of cool. Was there somebody actually up there doing something, or was that just, I bet you that was a coincidence. And it was kind of, it just kind of added to the shot, to be honest, because, of what ends up happening within the story. But I was like, oh, that's cool. I love like when something like that happens. I'm sure when you were editing, you're like, oh, sweet. I actually like the fact that flickered.
Because we actually shot her pulling up like maybe 6 times. I was like, the first time I was like a little bit out of frame. I'm like, all right, just keep going. Let's do it again. And then when she did it that time, I was like, okay, perfect. I just wasn't even paying attention to the light, just her pulling up and being directly in front. And then when she got it, because personally, what I do is I like to go back and look at my stuff after I shoot it. I'm like, you just don't know. And I saw the light flickering, and I was like, holy shit! Like, that's like perfect. Like, even at the very end, if you notice, not to cut you off, but at the very end, if you see me running across the street, the light flickers out again. It cuts out, and that was coincidence as well. Just
holy shit. Dude, the movie gods were on your side that night. They're like, oh, we're gonna add a little bit more here, or something. Some kind of presence was there as you were filming. But that and then I saw that Chris Dawson helped you out with that.
Yeah, he did.
Oh man, that's awesome. I love that guy.
I reached out to him. I didn't know if he was gonna do it, because it's just funny when you like, you like I told you earlier, like I see you on here and follow certain people, and I just see them do their thing. And when you reach out to them, I'm kind of like, I don't know if they're gonna like, in my head, you guys are like famous or something. I'm like, these guys have, inspire me. And so I just reached out to him like, hey man, do you think you could, help me, do this thing? And he was like, yeah, sure. Just tell me what you need. And I was like, okay. So he blacked her eyes out. Like if you look in like Demon, she actually had contacts that night, but she couldn't see out of them. So I was like, oh shit. And I was like, I hope Chris can do this for me. So he blacked the eyes out. And one particular moment in the short film when like the demon chases her and she gets into the car. Yeah. And the camera kind of goes down and pops back up. The actress who was the demon, her hair was kind of in the frame, but Chris was able to remove it completely, so you don't even see it. and it's like
That guy.
flawless. It's
Yeah,
flawless.
that guy is really good. I mean, people, when he was doing that Black Suit Edition,
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was talking to him a lot, and when I was doing before I did started the Vodka stream, I was doing like a podcast where I'd have, I was trying to get like, hey, let's talk to people, and he was. Can't remember if he was my first guest or Steven. I think he was. I don't know. I think I had Chris too. I can't remember. That was like, that was prior. That was pre-Vodka stream days. But I had Chris on, and and just talking to that guy and just talking to him like during the process, and he would show me shit before he'd even post it. There's even shit that he never posted online that he showed me, and I was like, wow. There's a lot of things that guy did, and he was like basically just working off a laptop. And I was like, how the fuck are you doing this off a laptop? I would go crazy because I've tried to do, some stuff like that. And you need as much RAM as possible. You need something that's like heavy and it sucks too, because I know he was trying to like get it done and he wanted to get this Black Suit Edition out, but it didn't end up happening. And he was saying like certain, but I felt bad for him because he would say like, hey, it's going to happen this. And then people would be like, where is it? But I knew what he was struggling with when it came to that, because it's like, and I'm just going, guys, he's doing this off a laptop. He's doing this for free. It does. I mean, special effects like this. I mean, even like at these special effects, these VFX houses, if they're going to have like a sequence, it's got to render and it's got to do its thing and it's got to process and do all the thing. And even with like the top-notch computers, it takes a while. Imagine just trying to do this with like the best laptop that you have. Not easy. And I know he went through struggles, but some of the shots that he posted, holy shit, I couldn't believe like some of the stuff he put in that thing.
Yeah, that was keeping my hope up for the Snyder Cut. I was like, man, posting these clips. I'm like, oh man, if we never get the Snyder Cut, at least I can burn this on a Blu-ray and just watch
it. It was like it was gonna fill in that gap until we got it. And I still, I don't know if he ever plans on doing. I don't know if like his computer just like literally exploded and he can't do anything now, which I think it probably did. Because I can only imagine, because I've used After Effects and everything, and I mean that thing can just, there's a lot of memory that you need, a lot of RAM that you need. You need some, you need some heavy duty stuff just to process all that stuff. So I mean, kudos to him for trying at least, But I know he's not very active much anymore. I think what sucks is like talking to him, and I actually talked to him recently. He hit me up. And he even said that he was taking he took like a nice little long break from social media. I think he just got tired of the BS, and the infighting and all that stuff,
and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a lot, It's a whole lot.
I know. I see like, I see you commenting on some of this stuff too, on some of the people that make like, it's like really, especially when it comes to this movie and people shitting on this movie. And I love the fact that you're always backing it up because, I mean, let's face it, it's another Batman movie. It's a unique Batman movie. And I know you're like, recently you tweeted out about him taking on all the Riddler dudes and how it's like, he got his ass kicked. No, he didn't. I mean, he kicked a lot of ass first, but he still
my thing about like my thing about it is it's just like, because it's more so not, because I always want to extend perspective to, some of the people who don't, aren't with it. Because I'm like, I'm not saying whatever you think I'm saying being negative. I'm just want you to like be realistic, man. Like use context. Like, because I feel like a lot of it's kind of just out of spite opposed to being like really, real criticism. I think you're just being spiteful because of the recent things with Warner Brothers and how they treated Zack. And it's like I get it, man, but like at the same time, Matt Reeves and them have nothing to do with the way Zack was treated. So I don't feel like that's fair. So I just want to offer you guys perspective to be like, you can say 4chan all you want to, but I mean, use context. These are 10 to 20 guys, all armed with automatic rifles and shotguns in the rafters to where one step you're going to fall. And he's taking on all of them. I think that is a very impressive fight when it comes to Batman. And I'm a Batman stan. So to me, I was just, as a kid, just watching it like, oh my God, this is awesome,
Dude. Oh, I saw it three. I saw it 3 times in the movie theaters, and the first time seeing that, with a goo 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 goo, and then he just drops down, and the music hits, and he just starts. I mean, he does like a little roll and just starts fucking fighting them all. I was like, oh my god! And then every time, the 2 other times that I watched it with 2 different other people, and I was just going, oh, it's coming, oh, it's coming. I mean, like, I'm even talking about it right now. I'm getting fucking goosebumps. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just, I mean, Matt Reeves definitely crafted something unique and special. And, when people say, oh, it didn't make $1 billion, it's like, shut up, please shut up. I hate that whole argument because, well, first off, the budget wasn't nearly as extensive as some other movies. So, let's relax on that. And they're still moving forward. They're expanding the universe. I mean, oh yeah, thank you, Jason. I was wondering what the score was, but thank you, sir. It's 5-2 Giants. Are you a baseball fan by any chance?
No,
Yeah. Okay.
Once my high school sports dreams left me, I just kind of left sports.
Oh, okay. Okay. I always wonder because, a couple people that come up on the panel, they'll be baseball fans. And of course, the Giants are playing the Dodgers. It's a rivalry. And, I have a lot of Dodger fans that give me shit. So, yeah.
Oh, I can imagine.
Just saying, Giants are winning 5-2. So that's good. Anyways, back to what we were talking, back to Batman.
Yes.
No, but yeah, I mean, it's a crazy, I mean, and then, obviously, being a Batman stan that you are, which of course I could see the stuff in the background and everything. I mean, obviously,
oh yeah,
we're anything Batman. I'm like, come on, please give it to me. Whatever the hell it is. I don't care what it is. And, as much as I wanted to see, Ben Affleck's Batman, and I still do, but if he doesn't want to make it, then if it's not going to happen, if it happens in like an animated form or they convert the story into a graphic novel, fine. But I definitely wanted to see it. But hey, Matt Reeves, what he crafted, and I loved what Kevin, and I've said it before, and I love what Kevin Smith when he said he read the tweet. And it totally was like, oh yeah, that's totally perfect. I mean, he said that Christopher Nolan brought Batman into reality. Matt Reeves is trying to bring reality into Batman's universe, essentially.
Yeah.
And I thought that was like, that's a perfect way to explain what Matt Reeves was trying to do, because he wasn't trying to make everything like super realistic. There's some, it's this world. It's like, man, is there any city that's like this? No, but it's very Batman-esque, but there's real elements to it. So he's like, I'm going to have Batman's world and I'm going to inject some realism into it, as opposed to what Nolan did was, yeah, you can kind of be like, yeah, because it looks like Chicago, but Matt Reeves' Gotham City, there's no place that looks like that. He did a very good job. So good.
And I love it because of that. It's like, yes. Gotham should be somewhat recognizable, but also like I've never seen a city that's like this at all. And Gotham is just a character on its own in the movie, and I just love it, man. Like it feels like you're reading a graphic novel, literally page for page. Just the way it's colored, the many panels to screen, like the emphasis on like shoes walking, like it's just a bunch of stuff that you literally see in a graphic novel, and I think he knocked it out the park, man. Honestly.
Yeah. No, some people like, and I even made a joke about it too. It's like, like why is he just like making it be known that he's like walking and it's like, I thought he was supposed to be stealthy. I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, I was like, yeah, I understand that, but at the same time, I'm like, that's really cool because there's a build up there, especially that first time you see him, and you like, all the guys are in there and they're about to mug that one dude, and then you just hear. I mean, it's just, there's just something about that. And I was like, at first I went, wait, he's supposed to be stealthy. Then I went, yeah, but there's something really kind of like fucking old westerny gunslinger about that, where it's just like when he needs to be stealthy, he can be. And maybe his boots are, it's like when he's on the balls of his feet on his, like, on his boots, no sound. But when he wants to make it be known, he hits the heel. And that's what's doing is the heel is making it. It's almost like he has whatchamacallit on there. That's like making the ching, ching. I mean, it's just that's what's so cool about it, especially when he's walking up to the penguin after his car flipped out. And it's just like, yeah, he's just like, fuck, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
So, you know.
That's how I look at it too. It's kind of like when he wants to be heard, it's for a purpose. Like he wants you
Oh,
to
yeah.
hear him and know he's coming. Like business is doing any time, because if you notice, he snuck up on people a lot in the movie as well.
Yeah.
So it's
Exactly.
it's a choice. That's what I look at him. This is Batman we're talking about. You know? His whole thing is still in fear. What better fear to put in the criminal than you hear them steps coming at first. You see the light shine, and then doom, doom. It's like, oh shit, okay.
See, and that's what I loved about the beginning of that, you know. And I really, I hope that there's a little bit more narration in the second one, because I really like that aspect of it. I mean, it was only in the beginning and the end, but I mean, that opening was just so. I mean, just hear, you know, Pattinson's voice and just talking about that, talking about what's going on, and talking about the city and just everything, and then just explain and showing like the criminals are like, you know, like that one dude like drops his spray can and it goes into like a dark little, you know, alley or whatever, and he's like, fuck this, I'm not going to go retrieve that, Batman might be there. I mean, the fact that it's just like they emphasize the fact that he uses the shadows so much, and I'm like, all right, that is just right out of something that we just have not really seen. I mean, you know, it's been brushed about, but it's just the fact that, you know, he's utilizing the shadows so much, and he's been in the shadows 2 years doing this. He's just like, you know, everybody's just like going, nope, I'm not going to go down that way, because something, the bat signal's up. Holy shit. I mean, and then in the narration, just explaining that that's how he's like, I am the shadows. You know, they think I'm like pretty much everywhere. And it's just, God, it's just
so good.
It's just so good. It's just no other way to say it. It's so good.
Like I literally watched the intro just multiple times, just like, this is how you build an atmosphere in under 5 minutes. Like it's all you got to do. You know, it's like he's saying, we have a signal now. It's a big city. I can't be everywhere, but this is how people know that I could possibly be around. Shadows, light is up. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm getting out of here. It's like, it's like perfect.
And then the fact that it's just raining so much too. It's like, it just helps it too. It just adds to that dark noir-y kind of stuff. And then Matt Reeves is just like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna put like the main rogues gallery in this first fucking movie. I don't care. We're gonna have Penguin. We're gonna have Catwoman. We're gonna have. I mean, we're gonna have the Joker too. Like he's gonna be in it as a, you know, obviously the Riddler's the main baddie, but we're also gonna have a little bit. And you know, when it comes to the fact that it's like, all right, that tease at the end, some people might, you know, some people were kind of thrown off by it, and I get that. Where it's like, okay, yeah, but I thought it was pretty awesome the fact that he, you know, when it came to that full-on Joker scene that we got, I'm actually glad because that he released it like he did, and I think that's pretty smart, because instead of doing like the fucking MCU thing where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a post-credit or mid-credit, it's like, no, we're gonna, and even I think he took a page out of Zack Snyder, because you know, look at BVS, like when the SWAT team swarms Lex and he's talking to Steppenwolf. That was cut out, and then they released it later, and it's almost like a mid or post-credit scene, but it's within the movie. So I actually like that approach because it's different. It's not like you're waiting for the credits and then you get a scene. This was something that was actually in the movie, and I'm really hoping I want to cut that has that Joker scene.
I do too.
Within the movie. Now that we know that it's there and it fits like in the second act, you know, when he's trying to figure shit out, I want that scene like within the movie now to see. I want to watch the entire movie with that scene put in there, and I hope they release a cut that has that in there. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I was hoping they were going to do that for the Blu-ray, but I don't think it's a version with that in the actual movie. I haven't opened it yet, but I really want that.
Yeah, we got Darren right here. What's going on, Darren? How's it going, buddy? Mr. Darren. But yeah, I know. And then of course some people are like, fucking, you know, the way that he looks, I don't know. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He looks goddamn creepy as all shit. Like the design. I mean, we could thank Aaron Bailey a little bit. Where we talked about that a little bit when he was on a couple weeks ago. It was like, man, when you did that whole like edit, and he did not think that it was going to blow up like it did, and it was like one of those things where I was like, oh man, I love you, Aaron, but man, did that thing blow up? I mean, he did a good job of like trying to do like a complete face, but of course the perspectives were off. So then all this was like bigger than this up here. But it's just crazy how the internet just ran with that. Do you remember all that?
Yeah, I saw it everywhere for like a whole week. I'm like, this isn't how he looks though. So like, what are we going off of? This is somebody who just put him together. It's not really the real look.
Dude, it was on websites. It was all everywhere. And people are like, what the fuck is this? And I'm going, that's not what he's going to look like. It's not going to look that.
On top of that, I think just like, we've seen Batman a million times. Like Batman is not, him and his world are pretty old. So I'm like, just it's a different take. That's all it is. Like it's a different take.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious
what it is.
And I really hope that in the second movie that it's like, I don't want Joker to be the main villain. I want somebody else to be the main villain, but I want Joker's presence still in Arkham. And then, of course, when we get to the third one, that's where it's like, all right, that's where we're going to get the Joker, Batman standoff. I think that's the right approach because, first off, people will make the, people are like, oh, it's just like the fucking Dark Knight trilogy, Joker being the villain in the second movie. And I think that's what Matt Reeves is going to do. I think he's like, he's all about having like a different villain.
Yeah.
For the second one, he's talked about Mr. Freeze, which if he does Mr. Freeze in his world, holy shit. How are you going to pull that? Dude.
I hope he does it. Oh my God.
Oh my God. I mean, we've seen Mr. Freeze before, sure, but I mean, that's cool party. Everybody chill. We've seen that campy fucking version. And now if we could see like a down to, a grounded down, but yet not so grounded because, everybody's still a little bit, even with the Penguin, it's like, yeah, it's the mob boss Penguin and he's weird and everything like that, but it's not, it's still, Colin Farrell's Penguin. They could have had more of a Penguin that was even just less than what was there. But, Matt Reeves wanted to add a little bit of flavor to these villains. And even with Riddler, I mean, it's like he wanted to have like an updated version who has a live stream and posts on fucking Reddit or whatever the fuck, it's just like, I'm really liking how Matt Reeves is approaching this because he's modernizing this world as well as keeping it like, hey, this is like this is a fucking graphic novel. It really is.
Yeah.
So,
and I like that. There's still some fantastical stuff in there too. It's not like it's 100% grounded. Because I mean, like you said, the third act to me just speaks to the fantastical nature of what's in the movie. I mean, like he drops down, shoots his grapple guns at two guys and backflips around it. Like that's not something you would see in like a grounded movie. And so Mr. Freeze would be like, man, I think about that a lot.
Dude, I know. Fuck. If that gets announced, I mean, that's gonna, and I even would like to see him take on like a very a crazy villain, be like Clayface. Some people are like, can you imagine Clayface? And I'm like, well, if Matt Reeves can do it, he's done some good mocap stuff, obviously with the Apes movies. Man, I could see him doing something. It would be insane. I mean, like, what's great about it is like you could tell that he, and I mean that's with anybody who's made a Batman movie. If we're looking at the three modern directors that have done it, which is Nolan, Snyder, and Reeves. I mean, obviously, me and Scott do a fucking live stream every week breaking down an episode of Batman the Animated Series. So there's no, if you're going to do a Batman movie, you're going to have Batman in your movie. Guess what? You're going to fucking you're going to look back to that series because everybody looks at that series as like, that's fucking Batman. That's noir. That's it right there. And you could see references when you rewatch some of that shit. You go, oh my God, Nolan used that. Snyder used that. Oh, and Reeves used that. I mean, it's just like, and they did such a good job when it came to the villains your Clayface, your Two-Face, when it came to these villains, they did such a great job when it came to like their backstory and like you realizing, oh yeah, you could see why. Oh yeah, they did a really good job with the villain origin stories.
Yeah, because to me, Reeves' movie felt like, a few episodes of the animated series just like brought into reality. It operated the same way, and that's what I appreciate it so much. I'm like, this is, no knock to what Nolan did, but this is the Batman movie that I personally was always looking for. Honestly, like
how dare you, sir? You can't say that. You can't say that.
I know I'm gonna get shot.
I know everybody. It gets pretty crazy when it comes to all this stuff. Like when it's like, the whole "not my Batman, not my Superman" shit like that. It's like I get so tired of that because, and everybody goes like, "Oh yeah, this version will never be touched. It'll always be the best." I'm like, yeah, but can we have people that try?
Yeah. That's what it's all about. I don't want to just be stuck with one version. I think
exactly. I mean, yeah, Batfleck's still my favorite Batman. That's still my favorite cinematic Batman. But Pattinson, that's not far behind. Like I mean, I've seen the movie like 6 times now, and I just really enjoy his version. I mean, I'm surprised because, if you. If I can go back like 10 years ago when I was making fun of the whole Twilight series and be like, hey, guess what? Hey, guess what, buddy? This motherfucker, that sparkly guy, he's going to be Batman. You're going to fucking love it. Guess what? And I'd be like, what?
I'll do you one better. I had a tweet when they were first talking about Robert Pattinson, and I was like, come on, Robert Pattinson is Batman, really?
Yes.
And now I'm like, kind of got to bite, gotta bite myself for saying that tweet because I think he's fantastic in the role, honestly.
Dude, I even was hesitant about Ben Affleck when he got announced. I remember before when BVS was announced and we were wondering who's gonna play Batman. I remember doing like my top 5 picks. My number 1 pick was Joe Manganiello.
Oh.
That was my number 1 pick, and it just so happened that he got he ended up being Deathstroke, of course. But yeah, I didn't have Ben Affleck in my brain at all. I can't remember who I had as the other ones, but I just remember Joe Manganiello was like, oh yeah, I think he would be a fucking, look at that guy. Look at, he's big, he's huge and everything like that. And so when Ben Affleck got cast, I remember when I was at my mom's house and I remember looking at my phone and I saw that and I went, what? And my mom was like, what? And I'm like, and I just kept looking at my phone like, what? Really? Huh? And I was going, really? And then I looked at it, I was like, oh, Ben Affleck is going to be Batman in Batman vs. Superman. And I remember I went home and I shot a video, and you can actually go back and watch that back in 2014. And I was like, I was kind of not all about it at first. I just wasn't. I just thought Ben Affleck. I'm like, man, he's made some. I mean, I like Ben Affleck, and I can maybe see it, but I was like, I don't know. I just don't know how I feel about this. But then, of course, as it kept going on, I went, oh my God, wait, this guy's pretty perfect. If they're going for the Dark Knight Return, okay. I started really realizing, okay. And now it's like, he's still my favorite cinematic Batman. So it's just, you just never know. You just never know.
Because he was a guy that I kind of was like, Ben Affleck?
Yeah.
I don't hate it, but I'm just, that's out of left field. I'm like, I didn't see that pick as being Batman. But
yeah, I think a lot of people thought that too. And, I remember just seeing like the reaction to it. And a lot of people were not really about it. I mean, just like I wasn't. But then all of a sudden now people are like, hey, can we get Ben Affleck back? I mean, please. Now, I mean, the same thing happened though with even Henry Cavill. I mean, a lot of things is the fact that it's like people have now just like come around and it's like, yeah, this is what we've been trying to tell you guys for like the past few years. Is like, yeah, these people are pretty damn good at Zack pretty much had an eye for casting right there. So
that's the only annoying part about now. People seeing, Zack Snyder's Justice League, now they kind of like, get it. It's like, oh, okay, I see where you're going. Okay, it's like you just could have just waited, just
Patience. It's all about patience.
Yeah, because I mean, to this day, I still don't think. I think the hate BVS cult was just extremely unjust. Still, even the theatrical version. I remember leaving the theatrical version just like I had to go like just go sit and think about it for a while. I was like, holy shit. He did he really just do this? Like
Right?
like when the nightmare scene hit in theaters, I was literally so sunk in my seat at what I was seeing I couldn't move. I'm just like, this is an apocalypse sign, burned into the earth. Superman is evil. Flash is telling Bruce from the future,
dude.
to
When that scene happened with the with Flash showing up, oh man, I remember just like with my buddy was next to me. I was like, dude. And he was like, what? It was like, that's Flash. That's a Flash. It's a Flash. You know, it was like one of those things where it was just so I got so excited because, you know, I was obviously hearing things. And when that finally happened, I was like, oh my God, they're introducing the Flash and he's time traveling. What? You know, I mean, it's just like, it blew my mind. It really just like, yeah. It was just like one of those things where I was like, oh my God, I can't believe like they're doing it like, oh, they're doing it like that. They're doing, oh my God, you know, kind of thing. Like, cause you know, Flash is one of my, you know, when it comes to Batman, I mean, Flash is like some, you know, probably maybe like my second, I don't know, maybe third, I don't know. He's in top 3. And the fact that, you know, I didn't know how they were going to introduce him into the movie. And the fact that he was introduced in the fact of the fact that it was like, wait, he's time traveling. Like, what is happening here? Like, you know, and just being like thrown. I mean, I remember when that was on YouTube after, you know, the movie's been out for a while, and I would just watch that scene because I was just so like, so it was just so crazy to think like, wow, they introduced the Flash like that, you know. Yeah. And man, I mean, I tell you what, it's just crazy. Zack Snyder's a crazy person, and I love it.
Yeah, I do too. Like, thank you. Like, it's insane.
But yeah, it's just like, well, we got somebody that's going to be joining, you know, Mr. Scott McClellan. What is up, sir?
Scott!
Yeah.
I will now answer to Sir Scott. That will be the only way you may accurately address me at this point.
I see you're holding a sword there, sir.
I am holding a sword.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful thing right there.
So
that's a long ass sword.
That's what she said.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Sharp and pointy.
Sharp and pointy. Pulling out his sword right when he joins the Vodka stream. That's your Green Knight sword?
It's my Green Knight sword, yes.
Okay.
Watch yourselves. Just saying, behave.
Oh yeah. So if anybody, you know, we won't fuck with you tonight. We say
no, don't fuck with me tonight.
Yeah.
No.
Somehow that's gonna come through.
It looks rather sharp too.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the fun part. Is actually it isn't sharp. It is stainless. It's not sharp at all. But it is stainless steel, so it's heavy as all get out. I'll tell you that. Try holding this sucker with one hand, especially like extended. It's like, yeah, you need some.
That's a workout.
This is arm day.
I may need to. Where'd you get that from?
At the A24 shop. They sold it directly. It was only like $400, and
okay.
Dave knows this because it was delayed forever.
Yeah, Scott ordered that. I mean, that was like pretty shortly after the movie came out, right?
Yeah, we're talking like I was expecting this in December, and I got it 2 weeks ago. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, COVID and supply chain issues.
I had a good little sword though. I'm working on another short film now that involves swords, and I'm trying to find something that looks like really, really realistic in that light.
Ooh, there you go. You might have to get that prop.
Yeah, that's nice.
Just get it. You know, Scott will rent it to you. You know, for
I charge by the hour. It's okay.
Yeah,
that includes the 2 hours and 45-minute drive to Atlanta. Just saying.
That's true. I mean, you're not too far off. So
yeah, it's I-20. Seriously.
Oh, I know, dude. Dude, like it was funny because when I was younger, and when my dad got stationed back to Alabama. That's where Scott lives, is Alabama.
Okay.
I would always, like, during my summers to go visit him, I'd fly into Atlanta.
Oh, you mean hell? Because you know, on your way to hell, you have to have a layover in Atlanta. I'm just
right.
3 hours.
No, but like, because it was cheaper just to do that. Because if I were to take a flight, like a small flight to like Montgomery or Dothan or whatever the hell, it was just like, it was a ridiculous more of a cost. So my dad was like, "No, I'm just gonna drive, pick you up, and we'll drive right back." And it was like a 3-hour drive. I mean, it was something,
especially in downtown Atlanta. That is just
don't even talk. You're giving me nightmares right now. Don't even
I have PTSD of just going through downtown. I mean, I'm not talking about going into Atlanta. I just mean going through it, like getting around 75 and all of that. It's like, oh dear God, no.
Yeah, don't even talk about that. I avoid going that direction if I can, because it is just so terrible. It is awful.
Oof. But anyways, how's it going, Scott? People were wondering, like, people were asking for you, like, is Scott gonna be on tonight?
Oh yeah, well, I can't. You know, I had to come back from reality, spending 5 glorious days in the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina.
Oh, I just came back from Smoky Mountains too in Tennessee.
Okay. Oh yeah, because I drove. Yeah, there's the other fun part of driving through Chattanooga. So, but no, right outside of Bryson City. Oh, it was glorious. I posted some pictures of just like the view off the deck.
Yeah. Looked nice.
It was very nice. So this week has been oh wait a minute, I have my kids back. Oh wait a minute, it's humid as hell down here.
Oh. Dude, I know we got we have some of that humidity over here in California. We're not used to that. It sucks. Like, dude, it was like this whole week. Like I remember I didn't on Monday I always go to the grocery store. So during my lunch break, I was like, it's only 81 degrees outside, and I walk out. I'm like, oh fuck, no.
Welcome to the South.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah. Like I said, my dad, I'm an Army brat, so I lived in Alabama also. Okay. And I know very much.
He knows what it's like to wear your shirt. I mean, seriously.
Pretty much.
Oh, my God.
Where it doesn't matter if, you could shower and you could stand out in the shade, you're still going to, like, sweat your balls off. Yeah.
Yes.
At 12 at night, it's still going to be 75. Humidity that feels like it's 90.
Oh no, trust me. It's what time is it? It's like after 11. I literally have the AC running down in my basement because it's that bad.
Dude, it's
and the dehumidifier is running at the same time.
I have a fan on right now, just blowing because it's just so hot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. But getting back, it was fun. This has been. I haven't been able to catch up since I got back, but it was nice being up, in the mountains and having a TV and being able to just like binge stuff. Like it was so nice that like when the first 3 episodes of Boys season 3 dropped, it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna watch this. And yes, episode 1, I had to stop and pick it back up the next one. I'm sitting here going, oh my God, for me, they finally crossed the line. Like I just went no.
Did you watch the Boys? Did you watch the Boys, Jason?
Not yet.
Okay. You're in for yeah.
You're in for I don't think a treat is really the word.
No, not a treat.
No.
Okay, all I could say is don't do what I did, because what I did last Thursday, I was like, oh, sweet. Okay, I'm not going to the movies tonight, so I'm going to make my dinner, and I'm going to put on the Boys. As I'm eating my dinner, I go,
I know.
Yeah.
That's a no.
Don't eat anything. don't watch it while you're eating anything, because it got, the opening, you just go, I remember putting my knife and fork down going, why the fuck? I was like, why the shit? I'm like, I didn't think about this. I'm like, this is the Boys. Of course they're gonna push it. And here we are. Here we are. Here we are. That just this is happening right now. And I was just kind of going, Oh my god, yeah. It was like it's one of those that
But it's
That's a
what
no
we
eat
get.
show for me. That's a no
Yeah.
eat show.
No, that's
Yeah,
a definitely
no
no
eat
eat
show.
show. But you know what? It's been amazing for the past 2 seasons. It's like, but I've handled it. But
Yeah.
no, this one was like, no, you got me. You finally got me. And you know what? Even with that, I still love this show so much.
Oh yeah, it's still great,
Yeah,
but it's just
great.
like, yeah, you just didn't. You just don't expect it to go that direction. I was like, okay, and I saw people like reacted to it on Twitter, like saying, "Oh my god," and then they were like out of context, blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh boy.
I
Oh
did
boy.
one of those. I did one of those
Yeah.
spoilers without
You
context.
did,
Yes.
and I was like out of context. I'm like, huh. But then I still fucking decided to cook my dinner and put it on. Like, why? So yeah. So just to warn you, man, don't.
No.
Just have a beverage, if you want,
I would recommend you've already consumed the beverage before
Yes.
you start.
Yeah, all the seasons, I've watched them all pretty buzzed or tipsy because I just know the shit
Yes.
that's going to be seen is going to be like.
Do that. Have a couple of shots maybe, or a couple of sips, and then have a drink on hand. And basically just, and then put it on, because the opening is, if you haven't been spoiled by it yet, it's a doozy. It's quite a doozy.
It's a doozy.
And,
but we got I love it. They already announced season 4 today, and I was just like, this is what I love about when a particular studio or streamer is just like so confident in their product. It's like, we just aired the first 3 episodes. It was like, I think like even before season 2 aired, they'd already gotten the pickup for season 3. And so I love this, that like after the first 3 episodes of season 3 airs, they're like, what?
By
the way, here's season 4. And you can listen to the Deep's audiobook on Audible, which I have downloaded. I haven't listened to it yet. But
dude, I saw that and I'm like, God damn it. I love how this gets so meta. Like you can literally listen to that. And I love like he's got the glasses on and he's like, posing in front of it, and it's like he's got his costume on, but he's got like these glasses on, and it's just like, man, they really lean into the marketing, and the whole VOT like Twitter handle and the Bork cut and everything.
Oh, release the Bork cut. Oh, that was great. And I love seeing a video. There was a video, I think it was Entertainment Weekly, even brought up, and it was with Eric Kripke and Anthony Starr and Karen Fukuhara and Chase Crawford, who plays the Deep. And they were all like, no, it wasn't Karen Fukuhara. It was the actress who plays the Congresswoman. And I can't remember her name, but I love how they even asked them about like the whole like Zack tweeting out, and playing along with the whole like Dawn of the Seven release.
And they absolutely loved it. They loved it that he's like playing along and he likes the show and everything.
Well, apparently there's somebody who works on the show who's friends with Zack. Yep. And so it was like he let him in on what was happening, and Zack was like, oh cool, I want to play along.
Exactly. Dude, that's what's so great about Zack. It's like, he has that sense of humor. And I remember I was going to that was when I was heading to Arizona when all that was happening. And I remember we stopped at a Popeyes, just on the way out there, which was funny. Talk about, we're talking about the weather. California, like when I went to Arizona, this was like 3 weekends ago. We left I woke up that Friday morning. It was cloudy. It was cold. It was kind of like drizzly, and literally like we were driving out towards Arizona, and it was almost like California was consumed by a fucking devil cloud. Dude, I swear to God, because we're on the freeway. And then all of a sudden we get to sunlight finally, and you look behind you, and it's like this big, huge cloud. It's just like over this right as we're about to hit the border, like getting close to the border of Arizona. And when we stopped at, we all stopped and got lunch at a Popeyes, it was 92 degrees. When we left California, it was like 66. It was crazy weather.
But a dry heat, because I've been in Vegas and going, How can it be this hot? Because I don't feel it. I don't understand.
That's what's so great about it. It's a dry heat. But we got Mr. John Knight.
Oh, hey.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh, man. Nothing much. Yeah, it's been a little bit since you showed up on the back stream. What's going on? Who won the game? The Warriors.
Warriors did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Very happily.
Okay.
It was tough.
There you go.
Very strenuous. My blood pressure's at an all-time high. But
I've watched those games. I understand.
Yes, we've come out of it pretty great. So Curry carried us, so I'm happy.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that guy's a madman.
No,
I remember I was hitting you up. You're like, I could try to do it after the game. I'm like, don't worry, you'll have some time. And but I saw somebody in the chat go like, go Warriors. So I was like, all right, cool. Well, it sounds like the Warriors pulled it off. What's the series at right now?
Tied right now, 2-2.
It's tied 2-2. Ooh, I like that. I like it when it's not a blowout. You know, when it comes to playoffs, any sport, I'm like, let's not have a fucking blowout. Let's have a fucking. I want it to go to game 7 all the time. I'm like,
it was scary, bro. It didn't look like it was going that way, like at all. I was like, oh my God, like I don't recognize the Warriors I'm seeing right now, which is kind of very painful and concerning. But Curry literally carried everybody on his back tonight and was like, yeah, no way. It just went off. But they're looking scary right now, the Warriors. It's concerning.
Nice.
We'll see.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. Let's just hope my fucking Giants beat the Dodgers. God damn it. Let's hopefully that good juju from Golden State. I mean, obviously I think they played in Boston tonight. They weren't playing but hopefully that good juju, since they're right across like a couple of blocks or whatever. I hope that good juju causes the Giants to beat the Dodgers. Right now they're still winning, so that's good. Anyway, so thank you for joining Mr. Knight.
Sorry it's been a while, man.
I know it's been a while, and we're just kind of catching up. And of course, get Jason over here talking about stuff. We're talking about Batman. We're talking about everything. One thing we haven't really we're talking about The Boys right now. Have you watched the new season of The Boys?
Not a single second yet.
Okay.
Just like me, I haven't seen it yet either.
Yeah.
Have you?
Okay. So
though.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing.
Okay.
I was doing the back and forth of, okay, I'm going to do these all on my channel, yada, yada, yada. I'm someone who does not have an editor, let alone I'm not necessarily balling, as the kids call it these days. So I'm like, listen, I'm just going to do these on the channel, yada, yada, yada. But then Obi-Wan, and then there's Boys, and then there's something else. What is there? Miss Marvel. I'm like, I don't know how
I haven't even started Miss Marvel yet. No.
Yeah, I'm like, how am I going to do all of this right now? So I'm just in limbo. So that's why I really haven't jumped on. I know. I'm sure it's amazing. I really want to.
But I will say, like, when it comes to Miss Marvel, have you watched Miss Marvel yet, Jason?
No.
Okay. So nobody's like, okay. I will say this, because when I saw the trailer, I was like, not sure about this. Feels a little,
Same.
But I will say, wow. Like, I was actually very impressed by this opening episode because it's got a style of its own, more of a style than most MCU movies. Yeah. Like, I was like, okay, first off, Iman Vellani, I think her name is, very likable.
Did you see the video that just got posted today about her trying to name all the MCU movies?
Oh, I didn't see that. I saw
it was hilarious because she forgot four of. I think she forgot 4 of them. 4. Guess which was one of the 4 she forgot?
Who?
Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel.
That's not good. That's not good.
She let one go at the end, and when they told her, she was like, "Oh dear God, really?"
Yeah. I was like, really? How do you get Marvels? Come on now.
I know. That's like, I mean, you're supposed to be in the sequel, aren't you? It's like,
no, but I missed though. I was trying to think too.
They showed 4. They showed 4 blacked out logos.
Yeah.
So I wasn't paying attention to what were the 4 that she did miss. I just but Captain Marvel was one, because I think she got all the Avengers movies. She got like all the big heroes. She got like all their movies and their sequels. So
she got the main, and then I think she might have left out Eternals too. I think.
No, I think she said Eternals.
Yeah.
I can't remember if she said Black Widow or not.
Oh yeah, I have to watch it again. I know,
but it was a fun video to watch.
I should watch it. I saw it
actually.
I saw it on my timeline, but I just was like, oh yeah, I'll have to watch that later. I just didn't have time to click on it, and then I forgot about it. But yeah, she's very, very likable, first off. And the style, I mean, there's a style that's very unique, and I was like very impressed by it. I even said in my review, I'm like, of how they are handling certain things, especially, you know, her being like a teenager and whatever the hell. There's just certain things that they handle, and she very much is like, you know, she likes to draw things, and they handle that very well. And even just texting with her friend, they handle that very well too. And it was like,
that was
wow,
amazing. That was really cool.
The way that they stylized it, I was like, oh, I was actually pretty impressed. I was not really about it, and I'm still kind of wondering, like, where is this going to go? But I was very impressed by that first episode. Very impressed.
Cool. Well, I'll have to make sure it gets into the
You
rotation.
just
I
bring
got,
in.
yeah.
Sold it to you guys.
I mean, honestly,
Obi-Wan's last episode.
I haven't watched Obi-Wan's last episode yet. I got
we won't talk.
Yeah, because that's one that Heather and I haven't had a chance to sit down. Like, I got Heather in on watching Obi-Wan with me. So of course, when you do that, it's like, yay, something to watch together. Shit, now I have to wait on you to watch it.
Definitely been there.
The downsides, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think. What did we just finish? Oh, because we finished watching Bosch Legacy on Amazon. We burned through that.
I gotta watch that.
I love that show.
I hear it's great.
Oh, I like the 6 seasons originally that were on Amazon Prime, and now this. It's a spin-off series, but it's really just season 7. I love it how it's like it's got a new title and it moved from Amazon to Freevee, but when you watch it, it's just like, no, I'm just watching season 7 of the same show.
It's good.
It's great because I love Titus Welliver.
Rebranded, that's all.
Rebranded. Because I love Titus Welliver. He's fantastic.
Yeah, he is.
So we watched that. I'm trying to remember what else was on Netflix that we just finally like.
Stranger Things.
Yes,
well, that
Stranger Things.
Haven't started that either. Haven't started that either.
Oh my god!
I'm going to tell you.
I did see that for sure.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, John. Season 4, in my opinion, is the best season yet.
It is.
I agree.
It is.
Hopefully, I spent the most money for it and the most.
It shows. No,
dude,
it
fucking shows.
It shows. You see it. It like you're. This isn't one of those things where you're like, where the hell did all that money go? No, the money is
there
on screen.
It's all
there.
It's all there.
And with thumbnails, and it's like, oh my god, I'm missing so much.
Yeah, you need to do yourself a favor. Every episode is just like its own little movie. It's like cinematic,
very complete story in every episode. It's so good,
dude. And then that the end of episode 4.
I actually there was a lot in that last episode that I felt very smart because I was like, okay, I called that. Okay, I called that. No, sometimes I'm saying I didn't. I'm not saying I called it like epic. Like I'm saying like within the episode, it was like, oh, I bet you this is where this is going. And then I'm like, yes.
I did the same thing too, and it's one of those things where it's like it's not that it ruins it. It's like, oh yeah, that was it. No, it was like, oh, I get what's gonna happen, but then going to that, episode 4, it was just like one of those. I was like going, oh shit. I know what's going to happen because I remember the trailer and I was going, oh, fuck. How's that going to? And it was just one of those things where I was like, oh, I was dreading it. Where, because, certain character, I'm like, I like this character. What's going to happen? And then it was just like, I mean, I thought I picked the perfect gif of like Kramer when he was at like when he bet on the horses and he was like disappointed at first. And then all of a sudden he was like, yes. Go, yes, and that's how I felt. I was standing like literally right here, just going, I
was stressed.
And I love when entertainment gets me that emotionally invested in it. Yeah. But of course, then I'm also looking at everything else. Like I'm behind the stuff. Like why in the world have I not caught up on Love, Death, and Robots yet? But I just haven't had the time.
Oh, dude,
I know. I've seen the first 2 episodes. So, which was really funny because there's a joke in my online book club. We read a book last year that involved a crab. And so there's been a lot of crab jokes in the book club. And then I just told them, hey guys, episode 2 of the latest season of Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah.
Giant crab. You're welcome.
Dude, I know. Have any of you guys watched Love, Death, Robots? The new season?
No, I haven't.
First season.
Do yourselves a favor. I mean, if you haven't watched any of it, oh my god.
Oh, it's so good.
they're not even long episodes. Some episodes are really fucking short too. By
Like
the way,
10
they're
minutes.
short. They're based on like a lot of them are based on short stories. And Scott, you haven't reached the last one. That throws you a curveball because it's not animation. It is live action. Whoa. Yes.
Okay.
And it's like you watch it, you go, "What the fuck is this?" And then but then just kind of like sitting on it and then seeing everybody's like interpretation, I'm like, "Oh, holy shit!" Yeah, the last episode of this season is live action. The way it's shot is very unique, and whoa, I'll just leave it at that.
What I love about the show is that because it is based on short stories, you get kind of that Outer Limits, Twilight Zone, anthology feel. And I love one smart science fiction because it's few and far between, and smart in different ways. Like not every episode is like smart as in like deep and thoughtful. Sometimes it's quirky and sarcastic as hell, and you're laughing your ass off.
Very self-aware.
Very self-aware. And it's a great show. So if you haven't watched, if you've been on the fence about it, if you haven't watched any of it, highly recommend. It's a fabulous series. I mean, Fincher and Tim Miller are producers on it, and it's just amazing.
I've been seeing the rat memes everywhere on TikTok.
Yeah. The rat.
Scene,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, but Fincher actually directs an episode in this movie or in this season.
Oh shit.
So yeah. So David Fincher actually directs an episode, and it's like and it's of course really, really good. So yeah, it's the one that Scott was talking about.
It was,
Yeah, and it's like, the big crab. Yeah, it's where the crab is and everything like that. It's like holy shit.
Where the crab is.
Definitely catch up on that.
I need to get out of this.
It's like when you get crabs, you got to take care of it. It's just the way it goes.
Apparently, it's the Crabs Guide 101. I love Death of Robots.
The whole episode is like just a guy that's itchy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I love there's a infographic that I saw on Twitter, because Twitter is good for a few things, but they actually had like a checkbox for every episode, and there were 3 columns. There was love, there was death, and there was robots. And it was basically what was in each episode. Was it love? Was it death? Was it robots? Was it a combination of the 3?
Very true. It's very true. And I love the fact that the opening episode brings it back to robots we've seen before, and I was like, really.
Because how many seasons are there? 2, right? Or is it
3? This is the 3rd season.
This is the 3rd season. Now, what we've come to surmise is that what has been released as Volume 2 and Volume 3 probably was originally produced as just Volume 2, and then Netflix decided to like split it and to split it in half, because it was noticeable that season 2 was about half as many episodes as season 1, and then so when you look at season 2, season 3, you do the math and you go, oh, I see.
Yeah, does make sense.
Right.
No, it does make sense. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up, of course, this week being entitling this Vodka stream as the hierarchy of the DC universe. How are we feeling about this Black Adam trailer? Jason, you go first. Well, I wanted to ask you first. How did you feel about that? I saw your review, and I know you very much enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did. Honestly, I did. Because I've been on the fence because let's be real. The Rock sometimes just is The Rock. He's not even trying to be.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I'm being generous. He is The Rock in everything.
You're being very generous, but I appreciate the optimism.
I'm trying to be very optimistic. But seeing the trailer, it kind of like I can see him trying to act like he's having the tears and holding his son. You can kind of see him like, oh, okay, he's just not phoning in as himself. So that really got me excited. And another thing, the action to me looks like Man of Steel scale. Like I know that was rumored, people were talking about it, but just to see, Black Adam in his full glory, and the way he just slapped that plane down.
So awesome.
I like that. That was probably my favorite part of the movie, or the shit.
That part, and then I'm guessing Hawkman must have hit him through, or somebody hit him through a building, and it was just like, okay, this is definitely going to be on that scale. Because I mean, we've seen a whole bunch of team up movies, and team up movies always have a lot of action, but it's like Solo. I guess it's not really Solo because JSA is in it, but just the fact that I'm gonna be honest. I think DC does the action the best personally. That's just how I see it. With Man of Steel, Justice League, BVS. It's just it feels on the scale of that, and that's what really has me so excited. The only thing I didn't like was the yellow tint that they always seem to put on Middle Eastern.
A lot of people are, we've all been kind of like going, the color palette, they need to adjust that a little bit.
It's pretty thick. Like if it was kind of like a little bit less, I'm not going to hate on it, but it's just like you could tone it down a bit. But
it seems like there needs to be a little bit of a tweak when it comes to the color palette and doing. And I think, hopefully they kind of go, hey, we heard you and we're going to tweak that because, that could make or break your movie sometimes when you just can't get over the whole, unless it means something. When you watch like the Matrix movies and you see the green color palette, that just means they're in the Matrix. Okay. And then of course, when they're in the real world, it's a blue color palette. You really got to utilize as a director or whatever, you got to tell your story. You really utilize that color palette sometimes. And we've talked about how the MCU sometimes doesn't do the best when it comes to that. I think Sam Raimi did a great job with Doctor Strange and his. I was like, oh, wow, look at that. A lot of it really popped more so than I think Scott Derrickson did a good job too. I think, when it comes to directors of Doctor Strange, they've done a good job. But, then you can look at like Civil War and you're like, geez, this could have been a little bit. You could have adjusted something a little bit better. But yes, I think that's like the common complaint. So I'm hoping that they actually do something where it's like, let's adjust it a little bit, a little too yellow. And maybe that was like a decision at first from the director. And he was like, and maybe Dwayne Johnson is of course they're paying attention like a motherfucker. Dwayne Johnson, he's hyping the shit out of this movie. He's the ultimate hype man. Even today, he was like, I forgot. I don't even know his video where he was like saying 98%. I don't know what it was like. I was just going, hey, I like where your head's at because I know like a lot, some people have complaints. It's not the biggest, hugest trailer in the world, but you're making it seem like it is. I like that about you, Dwayne Johnson, and good for you. Good for you. You're the man for this. This is what you do. This is going back to your wrestling days and everything, which you still kind of do. It's like you're the ultimate hype man. And I like that. I like that his optimism. I think that's what's really going to sell this movie. And but Scott, what was your initial thoughts about the trailer?
Preview of tomorrow's episode of DC Squawkcast, where Tim and I do have our trailer reaction coming out tomorrow. Yes, have to preview. I would say this: my major pro and major con. Major pro is the visual aesthetic that I saw in the film. It looks like the buzzword I kept on using during our episode is it has texture.
Yes,
agree,
and I like that
100%.
I like that. I like that as texture. Then my major con is that as far as what they decide to string together in the trailer, left me just kind of meh.
Yeah,
like the visuals look cool, and I like that it doesn't look like it's glossed over or too plasticky. It's got some grit to it. But as far as what you showed me in the trailer, it just felt like an action movie trailer. So there was nothing in there that particularly gave me that whoa moment. Things that maybe would have given me a whoa moment. The problem is that so much of that trailer, as a person who does this, I'd seen it before because it was either in the fandom footage or it was in that back when all these movies were supposed to be coming out in 2022 and they did that little teaser back in January. Like there was so much that was there that ended up in this trailer that when it came to the newer stuff, it didn't do much to blow wind up my skirt, as I said. The direct quote from the podcast coming up tomorrow. I do use that phrase. I use the term.
He didn't get that Marilyn Monroe.
Right.
Thank you.
Very
I'm
hardy
so glad
skirt.
You get my 7-year itch reference?
Oh yeah,
appreciate
I
it.
got it. Yeah, when you said, yeah, I was like, okay, that's a Marilyn Monroe reference right there. Now I could see that. I could see that because I mean, yeah, you're absolutely correct. I'm like, more Dr. Fate, more Dr. Fate. I'm like,
That's
I'm
what
sitting there just, yes, and yeah.
And Dave, and I feel like because I watched your I watched your live reaction to the trailer, and you and I had very copacetic feelings watching it.
Yeah, I was kind of like, all right, I mean, I just kind of had the feelings of like, okay, that was something. There's things I enjoyed, but then I'm like, but and I think a lot of people, and it's sad too, that the fact that it's like it's titled Black Adam, but a lot of people are like, we want to see more of the JSA. I'm like, oof, I don't know. I mean, but even The Rock was hyping up Pierce Brosnan, and it's like, yeah, that's smart, dude. Hype up that guy. I mean, you have you have somebody who played James Bond. It's Pierce fucking Brosnan who's playing Dr. Fate, which a lot of people are like, oh my God, it's Dr. Fate. We're going to go live action Dr. Fate. So I think he's realizing like, yeah, I should probably start hyping that up as well. So, but John, what'd you think of about the trailer?
So I really liked it. It hit quite a few points for me that I liked. One, like you mentioned, like you guys mentioned before, The Rock actually acting in this. Like he's not like he never does, but you can tell he's putting his all into this. Like just little snippets with like him and his son and all that stuff. I'm like, okay, I'm getting emotion. Here we go. He's going for this. I'm like, cool, got that. The next, I'm a badass motherfucker and nobody can touch me attitude throughout this whole trailer. Like I'm killing and messing up whoever I need to and want to, and I dare y'all to try to stop me. Like the plane, like, yeah, get out of my face. The dude on the speeder, yeah, you're in my way. Please die. Like I loved all of that. You hit me in the face, you're gone now. Good day. Like I love that. I don't want them, and from what this trailer shows, I don't want them to shy away from that aspect of Black Adam. And it's like Dr. Fate was like, hey, you either can fucking destroy the world or you can help save it. I was like, I'll do what I want. There's no choice. Like, just let it go. That's what I like, and that's what I want to see. Obviously, The Rock is built to play Black Adam. We all get that. And I think that's why everybody is like, hey, we want to see the JSA. Because we kind of already expect The Rock to kill it as this. Because like you said, you've been hyping this for mad long. So like, okay, you are Black Adam. We get it. We need to see everybody else because you're getting all these unknowns and then one heartthrob off of Netflix. That doesn't really count. And yeah, Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, I like those movies.
Yeah,
watch
right. So I'm like, you have him. That's not like a whole thing. So it's just like you have to sell these. And yes, I wanted more Dr. Fate because just Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate is just sexy. I want all of it. That's the best thing ever in life. Give it to me. Give me more. And we only got a snippet. I was like, oh, that hurts. But I really like the trailer. Got the job done for me. I didn't want anything too much yet. So I'm happy with what we got.
No, Hawkman's great too.
Yeah, Hawkman, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Now, I have a question about that. You brought up Hawkman. Why do you feel like they went with the tech aspect and not like homegrown Hawkman? Because different iterations, but why do you think they went with that one versus like, nope, this is my breed. I got wings. These are my people.
I feel like that might have been them trying to make it more digestible. Armor is I guess is probably more digestible than somebody just having like bird feathers. I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of why they would go that route. Honestly.
It's true. It's always a weird thing because even like with Miss Marvel, they changed her powers to like, oh, she doesn't actually stretch and do that. It's all cosmic crystal thing, and yeah. But
see, that one was changed for narrative. At least with Hawkman, like that iteration doesn't.
We don't know yet.
Like there's two different versions of them. So I'm like, I don't know. I just wonder why they chose that one instead. I don't know.
Well, and my question still is, well, are they choosing one origin over another, or are they going to find some way to blend the origins? Like, because I've seen those versions of Hawkman where they find some way to do the whole like ancient Egypt reincarnation deal, but then also tied in with the Thanagarians. So for me, when it comes to Hawkman, I understand your question, but that also leads me going to the movie going, well, which flavor of Carter Hall are you giving me? Am I getting Carter Hall, or am I getting Qatar Hall, or am I getting some weird DCEU blending of the two, which might explain the wings? Is he a human with Thanagarian technology? Or because, you know, if he's Thanagarian, those wings would be like part of him. So I don't know.
That's like, I'm so confused on which, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But I thought it was just odd. But who knows? Who knows?
Yeah,
it's the movies.
It's the movies. I mean, that's the thing when it comes to this. It's like, all right, which path do we take, and what's, like you said, what's going to be digestible to the general audience, I guess you could say, while not like going, hey, you know, you people who know like the whole story behind, you know, everything, you know, we could still kind of work with you as well too. So yeah, I didn't really give thought about that, but yeah, that's true. It's like a more like a technological approach to it as opposed to that. But yeah, I guess it's just, I mean, I'm wondering, I'm after watching this and just kind of seeing the reactions from people, and even like I said, Dwayne Johnson just totally going, hey, Pierce Brosnan, fucking A, man, you know, this guy, it's Pierce goddamn Brosnan, you know, so of course, you know, he's gonna hype that up, and you just kind of go like, all right, so is the next trailer, how heavy is it gonna be JSA? You know, I almost kind of wonder, like, because with the teases that we got just teases of the JSA, you know, you got Adam Smash who like runs through and we see him, you know, costume looks great. I thought the costume looks great, you know, I mean, there's, you know, you got Cyclone that's in there, you got, you know, it's just
the human fart cloud that was
yeah,
Cyclone, just
pretty much. It wasn't much. Yeah, it was just a streak of just like, you know?
Exactly.
That's what it was. Yeah, you perfectly explained. Yeah, so you just kind of like wonder, like, okay, we got the wings, and then of course there was like a, you know, a face to face between Hawkman and Black Adam, which I thought was kind of cool. It was like, you know, like, you know, heroes don't kill, but he was like, well, I do, and I was like, okay, you know. But, you know, I think the worry, too, is like, are we going to get too anti-hero? And then we're just going to be like, you know, all of a sudden The Rock's going to be just the, hey, I'm going to save the day and blah, blah, blah. Or is it going to be like, yeah, I could save the day, but I'm also going to do it in a very shitty way or something like that. I mean, I think like a lot of people are kind of worried about like, this is Black Adam. This is supposed to be Shazam's arch nemesis, and we're hoping that we're actually going to see that showdown, and then we're even hoping, you know, even further along, maybe we'll get a Superman showdown when it comes to this too. So that's where I think a lot of people are kind of going, all right, what are we doing here? Is this going to be too much where we think that Black Adam is like a hero, you know, too much, and not as much of a villain as we kind of would hope that he is? I don't know. Scott,
I would say that we could at least hope for the fact that, like a lot of iterations of Black Adam, he'll do the right thing if it's for his reasons.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, we share common interests, but I'd let you know I'm going to do things my way, and if you get in my way, we're going to have a problem. So it's like, I think that's the route that they're going with. I think at the end of the day, cool, crisis averted, we saved the day. All right, now get out. Like, I'm going to do my own thing. Right. Yeah.
Kandak,
good, but I'm out.
Kandak is mine. Just so we're clear.
Yeah. Like, I've been.
I agree.
Absolutely. I've been under the, you know, the thumbnail of people with power. So I'm like, now I do what I want. Like, no, thanks, but bye. And like, I love that little stare down between him and Hawkman. I'm like, oh, they're totally gonna be Dylan and Dutch in like a few movies. Like, oh, you son of a bitch. And just fucking everything. Remember that time of Conduct? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that's why they're pushing the JSA so much, because they want to say, like, okay, the heroic side is going to come from them. Black Adam is going to do his own thing. He doesn't care about anybody. Right. I think that's the balance that they're trying to create by making them just the same forefront as Black Adam, give him that leadway to still have his, you know, anti-hero tendencies of just fucking stuff up. And they're here to like kind of clean up whatever he does in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of wondered too, is like, all right, so we got Shazam 2 that's going to be coming out earlier than, you know, it's going to be coming out right after Black Adam. So I'm kind of wondering, like, are we going to have some mid-credit, post-credit scenes that's going to freaking like go, all right, here we go. We're going to finally have this, because I mean, obviously when it came to this, Dwayne Johnson was like, I want to do the origin story of Black Adam to be its own thing. Let's not fit it into a Shazam movie. And it's like, all right, cool. It's fine. You know, you do your thing. You're Dwayne Johnson, for God's sakes. So do that. But then I'm like kind of wondering, I'm like, all right, so how much of connective tissue are we going to get between these two movies that are going to be released literally 2 months from each other? So that's what I'm kind of curious about too. And I'm looking forward to Shazam 2. I like the first one a lot. I like David F. Sandberg. That guy's a fucking treasure. And just when he posts shit, I'm just like, oh my God, this guy.
His
you know?
Twitter feed is all the entertainment I need.
God damn it. You know, I mean, you know, you have your directors, you know, like, you know, your James Gunn who like, well, fight with people and shit like that. It's like, all right, James, do your thing. But David F. Sandberg just posts, even on his Instagram, and when he posts some videos and he just does shit, I mean, he like takes his time to like really go, all right, I'm going to answer this, or I'm going to post about this, and I'm going to make it fucking funny. And it always is. And I'm just like, dude, yeah, exactly. He's a class act. And
he'll do a YouTube video clapback. That's the thing. He'll produce a short.
Yes.
I will not get over that video about how test screenings work.
Yeah.
That thing.
Yes. That was so great.
I mean, brilliant.
Yeah, it really is. You know,
he makes insightful videos, like about filmmaking in general, because he's the one that inspired me to make my first short. Because I was like just watching his videos, and he was just talking about like, you know, he broke it down like, hey, you don't need a top of the line camera or any of that stuff. I kind of just did all this stuff with the camera I had at the time. I don't have the best equipment, and just get out there and do it. And I appreciate it from him. So.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, that's what's so great about when these filmmakers can be engaging like that. It's like, hey, you know, I mean, even like when it comes to Zack, I mean, when we saw the Rebel Moon like test makeup of a character, and I'm like, and he goes, it's from my iPhone. And I'm on, it's from your fucking iPhone again? Like, how did you do that? Yeah. That looks like it was shot by almost like a red camera. What the fuck, man? That's how did you do that?
I was like,
like Steve Iron Snow, like he did it on an iPhone. That shit is insane to me.
Well, he shot an entire short film on an iPhone.
Too.
I know,
yeah,
right?
It's the Steam Iron Snow. I think that's the name of it. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like, you did this on a phone? Like,
Steam Snow Iron.
Yeah. Like, and you watch that, you kind of go like, you're like, wait a minute, what? You shot that with your phone? That doesn't. And you know, and the man is a genius about lighting. First off, I mean, that's one of the things. Like when you watch his movies and you kind of, when you see the visual effects blended in with live action, you kind of go, oh, okay, I see what he's doing, because it's like, you know, he's actually like, he tries to incorporate as much of the lighting in these, you know, green screen shots where it's like, all right, it's not just like, oh yeah, we'll just do that in post. Do that in post. VFX artist is going to put an explosion right here and light up. He goes, no. We're going to have lights that are all the explosions, and all the lighting is going to be here filmed. Mm-hmm. That's why when you see his, you know, shots that have VFX in the distance and VFX going on, it's crisp and it's different from what some certain filmmakers will do and just be like, we'll just do it in post, just get in front of the green screen, no lighting and stuff like that. You watch some of the behind the scenes of helmet stuff, you see there's lights that are flickering because you're like, oh, that's gunfire. Oh, that's explosion. Oh, that's that, because he wants to do that. He wants to do as much physically as possible. So then when it comes to the VFX, they don't have to like do that whole job of, and not to mention it adds to the performance of the whoever's on the screen too. And it's like, and like I said, when he posted that fucking shot of that, we don't even know which character that is from Rebel Moon, but it was like, oh well, shit, look at that.
She looked great.
She looked great.
The smoke coming down. It's just like, holy shit.
Yeah,
And it's really funny though, is that like a lot of people freaked out about that. A lot of people freaked out about that, and then all I'm sitting here going is, "You mean I'm getting freaking Anthony Hopkins in this movie?" I don't know what to say about this right now. I'm like, Anthony Hopkins for me is just one of those actors that like that's literally going back to 1991 for me.
Yeah,
like I have admired that man since freaking Silence of the Lambs, and it's just like I just looked at my phone for a second, going, "What the."
And he's playing he's
that's
playing the
surprising.
voice of a robot.
Right. That's
Voice of a
Serve the
robot.
King or something like that too.
Yeah, and it's not any normal robot.
I was like,
Okay.
what?
I mean, when you look at that shot that he posted, that's him, and I'm like, all right, Zack could have just went with a normal little robot that you see in Star Wars. No, this is a robot that's seen some shit. Okay, and he's literally got a headpiece. He's got something draped over him. It's like he's earned his whatever the fuck. He's got the Holy Grail too. Did you notice that the Holy Grail is like on his chest?
Yes.
So obviously that's going back to obviously we know that Zack in the Excalibur stuff, he's got the Holy Grail like on him. So it's like this is not just a normal robot. It's not some fucking C-3PO thing or something like that. He's like, no.
Got a staff in his hand. It's just like, what?
Yeah.
Right.
This
It
is
looks
a
like a
robot
withered ass robot.
Yeah, this is a robot that's earned some kind of fucking title or something like that. It's just not your normal, robot that's just like gonna say some shit and calculate some stuff. No, it's a robot that's seen some shit. It's tribal.
And also when you think about how much Zack loves the whole Joseph Campbell, hero's journey thing. When I read that description, that so sounds like the mentor character.
Yes.
Yeah. Your Obi-Wan Kenobi, your Merlin. This is the wise one that's going to give your hero the knowledge that they need to start off on their journey. It's just, I don't know anything about this movie except for bits and pieces, but if you just follow the amount how he just loves the monomyth, it's like I'm doing the thing my brain does where I'm already putting pieces together going, oh, you're gonna be you're gonna be that archetype, aren't you? And you're freaking Anthony Hopkins to boot. Okay, thank you.
Was he announced before that drop? Because when I saw that, I was like, what the fuck? He's in this movie? Like, was he announced before, or did they just drop that?
No, that was the announcement.
Okay.
That drop. That was the before Zack posted the picture. Deadline released it. It was all part of Geeked Week this week.
Yeah, Geeked Week. They announced it, and then Zack quote tweeted it, and then it was like he's all hell yeah or some shit, and then he posted like the image of what that looks like, and I'm just kind of going like, oh my god, like that's. You just kind of go like, holy shit. I mean, there you go. You got Sir Anthony Hopkins, and it's like, all right, that's going to be voicing that right there.
Yeah, because that's the voice thing at first had me dying. Because when I saw the picture, everything I saw was like, hey, it's Anthony Hopkins as yada, yada, yada. I was like, I know good and goddamn well he's not in no damn suit. I was like, okay, so he's voicing.
No, that's not him.
Right. So they should put voicing. I mean, unless he did, I was like, listen, bravo. Go through it, trooper.
That'd be pretty sweet if he did, but it's like,
that would be sweet.
Yeah, but he's up there in age, and we love that. I mean, I follow him on Twitter, and Anthony Hopkins, when he posts a video,
so is James Hong. He's out there doing crazy shit. So why not?
Oh yeah,
I know, but that's what I love about Anthony Hopkins is that the man's been working for decades. He has 2 Academy Awards. One he just won 2 years ago for The Father. Which was a fabulous movie, by the way, if you haven't seen it. That was an amazing performance. And I just love the fact that he's like, I'll just do whatever the hell I want. Especially, yes. You got to love actors that get to that point where people are like, why would they do that? And I'm like, why not?
Yeah, you've done everything under the sun.
They want.
Dude, I love the fact that he shows up in the second Mission Impossible just randomly. I know people don't.
He was in that.
Yeah, he's the IMF director.
Yes, people look at the Mission Impossible 2 as the worst one of the bunch. Which I get it, but I have a special place in my heart for that movie. It's John Woo. It was completely different, and I get why people are like, "What the fuck?" But I'm
Was
like,
Dove
I always
Fly,
tell
man?
people, yeah. But I'm like, hey, rewatch it, man. Just enjoy what the fuck they were trying to do.
I
But
did
then Anthony
rewatch it.
Hopkins,
Dave, it didn't change my opinion of it.
come on, man. You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it in the lens of like, it's like this is a John Woo.
With my woo goggles.
Yeah, your woo goggles. You gotta watch it with the woo goggles, man. That's the thing. Oh
It's
man,
so different from any other industry,
here,
dude.
yeah. If Steven were here, he'd be totally fucking, defending it just like I am right now. But the fact that Anthony Hopkins just showed up in there, it was like, I remember just even back in like what it came out in like 2000, 2001. I remember I was in high school when that fucking shit came out. And I remember watching, I'm like, the fuck, Anthony Hopkins is in this movie? Like, why? Like, this doesn't make sense. Why would Anthony, and he's just playing the role of, I'm giving you this mission to Ethan Hunt, and then Ethan Hunt goes off on the mission, and then at the end, he completed the mission, and then they have another scene, and then that's it. And it's just like, wow, Anthony Hopkins said, yeah, I'll do it. What? How much for just 2 days of shooting? Sure. Fuck it. I'm Anthony Hopkins
and a lot of doves.
Fucking A.
Yeah.
A lot of doves.
Pretty sure that payday was nice.
A lot of doves.
Dude, you gotta love the doves, man.
And
I'm
bike food.
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking forward to John Woo's new movie with Joel McKinnon that's supposed to be like no dialogue, just all action. I'm like, did you guys hear about that? Right?
I didn't hear about it.
I have not at all.
Oh, yes. Look it up. I don't know what it's called. I think maybe it's called, I don't think it's called Silent Night, but John Woo is coming back. Joel McKinnon is starring in his latest movie, and there's no dialogue, apparently. No dialogue.
Yeah.
What's it called?
You're right. It's called Silent Night. Yep.
Silent Night. Yes. And there's no dialogue.
Silent Night. Yes.
It's strictly just what is happening. So I'm like, okay. Yeah. John Woo hasn't made a movie since what? Wind Talkers or Paycheck? I don't know. I can't remember the last John Woo movie that came out. I think it might have been Paycheck with Ben Affleck and Uma.
Jeez, that was like,
was that his last one?
I think it might have been, or yeah.
Yeah,
look at the IMDb. What was his last movie? Was it Paycheck?
It was. He did a movie called Manhunt in 2017.
Okay. So maybe,
it looks like a lot of stuff is overseas, like The Crossing 2015.
Yeah. Paycheck was his last big American because he did like Manhunt, The Crossing 2. But yeah, if you're thinking about like major American stuff, it was Paycheck.
Okay, and then sorry, I don't take a little break because the Giants won 7-2 against the Dodgers. So Dodger fans. All right, just had to do that because I have a lot of Dodger fans in my my live chat. So sorry, Jose, and yes, my mom too. I'm a film junkie. I know you're out there. I'm just saying. That's good. All right. So
we'll do another underappreciated Woo film is The Big Hit. I fucking love that movie.
Oh, dude, Mark Wahlberg. Yeah. A lot of people don't that movie. Yeah. Dude, I forgot about that movie. Yeah, dude, I tell you what.
Lou Diamond Phillips was
in that shit too. That's right. They were a hitman. And of course, he was like, who was the girl? Was
Applegate?
Applegate. Yes. That's right. Because Mark Wahlberg was like trying to live in the normal life. And then she finds out that he was a hitman and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Oh, goddamn. I forgot about that movie. Goddamn.
Bulletproof Monk. That's another one. I like that.
Bulletproof Monk was great with Chow Yun Fat. Yeah. With and also Sean William Scott. Yeah. Sean William Scott was like, remember after American Pie, he was like the dude. He was like the dude for a little bit there. He was in what was it? Wayne Johnson. The Rundown. There you go. Yeah.
Great movie.
He was in The Rundown, which I really enjoyed, which was from what's his name? I forgot. Yeah, Pete Berg. Thank you. Yes. That was actually a good movie. I really enjoyed that
movie. Fucking
Christopher Walken was in that. That's right. Rosario Dawson. Dude, man.
I didn't realize he was in that good shape until that movie. I was like, oh shit, okay. This guy's like
that's when he started to get like
This guy's kind of shredded. Like, what the hell?
Right.
He got shredded for that. And then in the later years, he got kind of husky from like when he was like playing that hockey movie, the 2 hockey movies he was in.
Oh yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then he got
But,
husky. And
yeah,
like,
he
kinda
got pretty
lost
husky.
control a bit.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a drinking problem. I think that's what happened or something like that too. But it happens, sadly.
All right.
But
That's when he started popping up in like side stuff like Cop Out and all that stuff. It's like, wait, where the hell did he come from? Like,
I know. I haven't seen him in ages, and you just pop up in a random room.
all right,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, he's going to that.
But
period.
yeah,
Okay.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I mean, like John Woo. I mean, when you look at, you got your hard boils, you have your. Even hard target. I enjoy me some hard target. Come on, you got Jean-Claude Van Damme with a
Amazing.
fucking mullet. Come
my
on,
God.
and he grabs that snake.
Fucking punches it. Oh god.
He didn't kick it because that's what Jean-Claude Van Damme does. He kicks things.
Yeah.
Remember?
No,
The
he
high
punched
kick.
the
He decided
shit
to-
out of that snake
Ah, God damn it! I
just
love
to get
that
it to
movie.
sleep. I'm like, what?
He just grabs it and just does that.
No, but remember he grabbed it. Then he tapped it because it didn't work. He was like, "What the bam?" He just punched the shit out of it. I was like, "Okay," and the snake just.
Yeah.
I was like, "This is fucking
I'm
great."
like, man, come on.
That has some of the best Van Damme kicks though. That movie,
dude,
for sure. For
I'm
sure.
telling
And
you.
a
I
badass
mean,
Lance
yeah.
Henriksen.
If you're talking about some good Van Damme kicks, yeah. I mean, I still even have. Okay, when it comes to Jean-Claude Van Damme, and when it comes to, he just always did good with the split kicks. That's always his signature. You got to have a Van Damme split kick. But I will give that man props for pulling off, or I don't know exactly how they pulled it off, but when it came to Street Fighter, he pulled off Guile's little fucking flip kick
Flip kick, yeah.
Twice.
and it was like, as awful as that movie is, even though it's like, hey, rest in peace, Raul Julia. You still fucking you did your best as Bison.
He tried.
When he
definitely tried.
Yeah. Yeah. But when like I remember freaking out because Guile was my favorite character in Street Fighter 2. And I loved doing the fucking, the Guile like flip kick and everything. And I was like, when he actually did it, I mean, I'm sure there was probably something involved with wires, maybe, of course. But I was like, wow.
Trust me, there are wires in that. There are wires.
Yeah.
It
in
was
that
smooth as hell though.
It was smooth. It was.
Like, as fuck. I was like,
It was. And it was like the fact that he was like, and he just does it. And like you said, John, he does it twice.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit.
Back to back.
Dude, I couldn't believe it. Like me and my brother were like, he did the fucking Guile flip kick. I was like, we were freaking out about that because it was like, you had to incorporate it in, you're playing Guile, which
No Sonic Boom, though.
No Sonic Boom, sadly, because I don't know how even though like that movie was so ridiculous, it's like, how could you not just try to do, I mean, they pulled off the Ryu like fireball at one point.
Oh, well, they just put a flash on the screen. I was like, oh, okay. Was that it?
He just straight up goes, "Ha!" like that and just does it. And it was
And the
like,
screen
all
flashes.
right.
Nothing comes out of his hand, just flash. I was like,
And the
all
guy
right.
was flying.
Right.
Yeah,
Who he
and then he
doesn't-
flew back, and then we're just kind of going like, all right, where'd that come from? Is he going to do it again? No, that was it. We just had a, and there was no Hadouken or like,
I think
nothing like
Ken
that.
did one.
I think he did the Shoryuken. I think he did it.
He did the uppercut, but he didn't
Yeah.
like launch up, but he did do an
no.
uppercut. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they
We had
never
Chun-Li
said the
spin kick,
yeah.
we got that.
Ryu did the spin kick too a little bit. Yeah, I think he like did like a thing where he kind of jumped up and did kind of like the hurricane kick. I think that's what it's called.
Like one spin. That's about it.
Yeah, but it wasn't like it wasn't like, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, no. That's like Chun-Li
Yeah.
did the thing where she like stands on her hands and she fucking just starts kicking. She did that to Bison in the room.
Yeah, that's what's her name too. Who
Ming-Na.
yeah. Oh man,
Yeah, who
has
does
she-
not age. She
Ming-Na
looks the
win,
exact
yeah.
same.
dude, she has not
No,
aged
she
at
doesn't.
all. If anything, she's gotten hotter.
Yeah.
My God. Yeah,
She's
jeez.
gonna. But if you want to talk about, and I have to throw this in, we'll talk about Van Damme kicks. The other one that is like just fucking glorious, and another back to back, and it sucks because this role, yet in the movie as a whole, because it's so damn fun, it's so underappreciated, is Expendables 2.
Ooh.
Him when he's fighting Stallone, and he does that back to back fucking
Yes.
split kick. Oh my god! Like, because fucking Rambo, he's just Ramboing him. Literally just giving bodies. He's a headbutt, spin kick. He's like, over so soon, what's up? He gets up, boom, back down. I was like, oh, this is beautiful. Like,
that's what's so great about those movies. It's like, you know, I mean, we could make fun of them, but at the same time, it's like Stallone was like, he goes, I know what people want. They want to see us old geezers still kicking ass. And that's exactly what he's delivering when it comes to the movies. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The only person that's missing is a Jackie Chan. I'm like, you better have Jackie Chan in the next movie, please. Please.
He's not. At least he's a surprise. Because they did, they got 50 Cent, though. I'm like,
what?
I'm like, what? Yeah.
50 Cent was in the
Expendables.
Third one, right?
No, he's in the new one, the fourth one coming out.
Oh, he's in the fourth one. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they need
Tony
to get
Jaa,
Jackie Chan in there. Chuck Norris was
Iko
showed up.
Uwais,
Yeah.
whatever his name is. Yeah, Iko Uwais. Yeah. So
And then even in Chuck Norris, they even like talk. They make the Chuck Norris joke in there. It's like, yeah, what you do. I mean, Chuck Norris shows up. He's like 70 years old. His beard is totally fucking, you know, totally colored. Everything's, you know, he's like, there's no gray in his beard or anything like that. But at the same time, it's like, who cares? It's fucking Chuck Norris. And then he makes a Chuck Norris joke. He literally does. I'm like, perfect.
I mean, you have Arnold and Bruce trading like one-liners at the end of the movie. It's great.
Yep.
Like taking each other's one-liners. I'm like, please give me more.
Yeah.
I could have used more Charisma Carpenter. I'll be honest about that.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Charisma Carpenter. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she was beeline to just the girl. The lady in the back.
I know.
I was like, but the third one's good too. It's solid. I don't know. Have you guys seen all the Expendables movies?
Oh, yeah.
I've seen all of them. Yeah.
I got a collection downstairs.
Oh, yeah. Wesley Snipes was great. I was mad he didn't take off after that. I'm like, come on, man.
Tax evasion.
Right. Which we in for? Tax evasion. I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Everything was so self-aware. And it's like, you have Wesley Snipes, you're going to make a tax evasion joke. You have to. You know,
random ass Harrison Ford, Kelsey Grammer.
Oh yeah, yes, that's right. Harrison Ford showed up too. I'm telling you, the only thing that's missing is a Jackie Chan.
Got her in the house.
Yeah,
and he still got it from what I saw in The Foreigner.
Fucking A, dude.
Oh yeah,
great movie.
Yes.
Yeah, he still can move around. Like, I love that.
That movie,
Pierce Brosnan movie.
Yep.
Yes, Pierce Brosnan was also in that. And like, you know what? When I watched The Foreigner, I remember going to the theater and watching it, and I'm like, all right, because you know, I've watched when Jackie Chan hit the scene, like the American scene with Rumble in the Bronx. I was an ultimate fan. I was like, you know, Rumble in the Bronx, Super Cop, Operation Condor,
Mr. Nice Guy,
First Strike, guy, Drunken Warrior. I mean, I was like, just anything Jackie Chan. And then I went back and I watched the Police Story movies and shit like that. I was just a diehard fan of this man.
Michelle Yeoh.
And then, of course, Michelle Yeoh too. Oh, man. God damn it. And then when it came to, you know, obviously the Rush Hour movies, which, by the way, if you watch those Rush Hour movies now, holy shit.
Could not get away with any of the shit.
Exactly. I
watched all three last month.
Dude, when I was in Arizona, it was like when I was in my hotel, put it on, and I was like, "Yeah, I mean, you literally have a joke. I mean, you literally have, like."
They tread on a lot.
Were they like, you know, Chris Tucker and they both have like had their fight, but then they're like missing each other. So you have Chris Tucker Carter. You have him at a Chinese restaurant watching Indiana Jones Temple of Doom. So you see short. What's his name? Short
round.
Little short
round. Yeah. So he's like looking at him going, oh, and he's looking at like an Asian kid and ordering Chinese food. And then you have Lee in his hotel room going, can I get some fried chicken? It's like
sweet potato pie.
Sweet potato pie. Yeah. That was Rush Hour 3. Yeah.
It was Rush Hour. Yeah. Dude, it was like, you could not do that nowadays because people would be like, oh my God, how dare you? But it's like, what the fuck? It's relax a little bit. I mean, you literally have a duo that it's like, you know, it's like you got a black man, you got a Chinese man. Just let it be.
Jackie Chan is dropping N-bombs in the beginning of the movie immediately.
Yes.
In the first movie.
He does. He drops it.
I was like, oh, he does say this, doesn't he?
What did you say?
What's up? But I was like, oh, like Jackie.
So the bitch smack him up the Chinese wall. I was like,
right.
They would not be able to get away with this. Like,
I
at
I
all.
mean,
bitch
yeah.
slap you
Do you
back to Africa.
understand the words that
Oh,
are
shit.
coming? I mean, it's like, come on. You could not. I mean, it's just like those movies
No.
just really were like, fuck it. We're just gonna fucking make fun of stereotypes and just have fun.
Man, a
And
lot
when
of
you
those
watch
movies,
it now, you just kind of go, Jesus Christ, this is the way it was. And it wasn't that long ago either.
like
That's
if you
what-
watch like Dodgeball, Road
Oh.
Trip,
oh,
Oh yeah.
all those
Wow,
movies back
Road
then,
Trip.
there is
Oh,
shit that
dude,
could-
you watch,
God.
you even watch Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. You have Bruce Willis and Sam Jackson. They go back and forth with all. I mean, we've talked about it on the Vodka stream before. I mean, obviously when John McClane has to do a certain thing in Harlem and he has to wear a sign, that is a scene that you go, holy shit. They were like, I mean, that obviously that was in the 90s still, but at the same time, you go, holy crap. Like, but at the same time, you're watching that going, oh, you're going, what the fuck? I mean, you're on the edge of your seat because he's wearing a sign that says that. And then I just love him, like, you know, when Zeus like walks up to him and he's like, hey man, like, what's going on? Like, you have about 12 seconds before those guys see you. And, you know, I'm just trying to make sure there's not going to be a murder. Like what the fuck, you know? I mean, and when it happens, I mean, and then of course, when they go back and forth, I mean, there's some shit in there too, where it's just like, they're going, but that's why, like, I mean, Die Hard with a Vengeance, I get why people say that's the best one in the franchise. I still think the first one is still very iconic and just, that's still my favorite, but man, Die Hard with a Vengeance, close second.
Listen, I love Live Free.
Yeah.
I am unapologetic about Live Free, Die Hard.
We
Like,
talked about that.
unapologetic about that movie. The fifth one we just don't talk about.
Yeah,
But
we don't talk about that one.
Live Free, Die Hard, especially the R-rated
I thought we
version.
didn't talk
is
about
great.
Bruno.
Huh?
Oh well, that too. That too. That too. What was? Oh damn! What was the show that just said that? Somebody screamed Bruno. I forgot what it was. Damn. I blacked out. But yeah, no, great movies.
No. When it comes to when it comes to Live Free and Die Hard, I like it. I just don't like it as a Die Hard movie. I'm one of those where I'm like, I like the movie as a movie if it wasn't a Die Hard movie, if that makes sense. Because
I
I
love
still need
it.
to see the R-rated cut.
The R-rated cut is
R-rated
great.
cut, it's better, and I'll accept it a little bit more. But even just watching the initial PG-13 cut, I'm like, this is I really enjoy this movie, but I look at it as it's just another Bruce Willis like action movie. I can't accept it as a Die Hard movie.
Oh.
But yeah, the R-rated version helps it more, but then when it gets to Die Hard 5 and I'm like, Jai Courtney's your kid, no, fuck that shit. No, I'm sorry.
No, bro. You want to talk about insensitive, like toting some like racial shit? Live Free, Die Hard. He goes on for like 10 minutes about Maggie Q and about Asians. I'm like, wow, this is really going ham right now.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, I watched it once and I was like, what the fuck? They are like, I mean, Die Hard, Live Free and Die Hard got pretty crazy when it came to like visual effects and action.
Yeah,
this is just taking it like to a whole other level. I mean, they're like falling through floors and just like doing crazy shit. And I'm like, all right, this franchise took a wicked left turn. Like, and I'm like,
Good Day to Die Hard.
Oh, Good Day. Yeah. Good Day to Die. Yeah.
They were
yeah.
superheroes in that one. Yes,
They were flat out.
Yeah.
It got to where Fast and Furious is now.
Just not as good. Just not as good.
Yeah. At least the Fast and Furious franchise, they can make it work.
Right.
That movie, it was just ridiculous where they were literally just like, wow, what is happening here? Like, you just don't even know.
I think the difference with the Fast and Furious movies is that because remember, I watched them for the first time last year.
Yeah.
Getting ready for Fast 9. So when you watch all of them like back to back to back to back in the course of a week, it was what you realize is that it was like boiling a frog. They just turned you're in the water, and then every movie they just cranked up the temperature a little bit to the point that you get to Fast 9, you're just like, Of course, they're flying a fucking Pinto in space. What else would they be doing right now?
Yeah, it's a natural
That's what I gotta
progression
say.
of-
Right. They
of just-
gradually get to like that place of just like absurdity where Die Hard was just like, boom, we're here. It's like, what? Fucking Bruce Willis is dangling from a truck that's dangling from a helicopter that's spinning out of control and gets launched into a building by himself from the momentum of a helicopter flinging him. I'm like, you're alive, my friend. Got it.
Which one was it in Fast and Furious when Dom lifted the Lamborghini? I mean, when I saw that, I was like, okay.
Furious 7.
Yeah, I was like, okay,
7?
This
Oh,
is the
man.
ridiculously. Like, and then he stomped the ground and it like.
He's like, we gotta get it.
Like,
I was like, whoa. All right. Like, I mean, you saw it coming when he held up an engine with like one hand and 4. He was like, yep, fuck that. I was like, whoa. I really was like, this is bullshit when he beat The Rock in a fight.
Yeah,
I was like,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's when you're like, all right, are you kidding
Superman.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we always make fun of the fact that like when he like that shot of like Dwayne Johnson and
the
Vin
apple
Diesel like
box shot,
eye to
yeah.
eye to eye, and it's like, dude, you're like 5'9",
Yeah.
and Dwayne Johnson's like 6 foot fucking 13.
He's on 5 boxes. Has to be like, what's up?
Yeah, he's like
Brazil.
He's literally like balancing himself,
Right,
like,
he's get the shot. Hurry up.
hurry up. It's like, come on, man, come on.
Jesus.
Oh man, I
Like,
mean,
we have to expect him to beat him up and then John Cena, and now we have to expect you're gonna beat the shit out of Jason Momoa. Like, come on, dude.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
give me something here.
Dude, I know, and I like it. You know what? It's funny too because with his awkward like behind the scenes videos that he's done lately,
His
the
hostage
best
situation.
one has been Jason Momoa because Jason Momoa is just he's so goddamn likable. Every other video has been like, dude, what is happening on this set?
Well,
Like
Momoa's
especially the one with
hold captive. He's
yeah,
like,
they all look like they're fucking being held hostage.
Oh, yeah.
But Jason Momoa is like literally just like in board shorts and flip flops, chilling on a fucking car, and he's just like, "Yeah, man, let's do this." You know,
this is my car.
And
Matches my nails. Ugh. I
Yes.
was like, oh my god.
yeah, exactly. And Vin Diesel almost looks uncomfortable. Like, dude, you're not supposed to be like this.
Right.
Don't stand next to me. I'm gonna look short. I'm gonna look
Right.
short if you stand next to me. Don't do that. You know,
My
it's like,
video. I take charge. Stop moving. It's like Jesus.
Jason's like
Dude.
a behemoth of a dude.
yeah, exactly. It's like
6'4",
oh my
6'5".
He just happened
Oh,
to
I
be
know.
there, dude. He's jumping all over the place. And Vinny's just like, oh, okay. Yeah.
like relax, dude, relax. It's not
Right.
supposed to be that exciting.
the big
Yeah,
ass kid.
I know. You know, and it's funny too because you know they even talked about there was like articles that came out. They were saying like, oh yeah, you know, the producers want to get back to the basics of the franchise. It's like,
Yeah.
It's impossible.
yeah, please get to that. You mean you went to space, okay?
I wonder how they're gonna do it.
I thought Fate of the Furious when they were getting chased by a submarine was far fetched. Okay, so now we're going to space, and you just got to accept it because the dudes from Tokyo Drift said, "Hey, we can send you to space." Okay, we figured it out how to, you know, and it's like, all right, now let's get back. And I remember I probably made a video like a while ago too. I was like, yeah, have a small story about Dom and Letty trying to just like get away from it all, but they're like going back to the street racing, you know, underground street racing. Go back to that. You know, they need to really do that.
You can't go back, dude.
That ship has
You
sailed.
can't go back, dude.
Yeah.
You
It's
can't.
impossible.
Sailed.
You cannot turn
can't.
back. through
Like
time
you
on
can
that.
have some kind of
It's called
essence.
Pandora's box.
Right.
The box open, everything flew
No,
out
that
of
shit
it.
blew up. It didn't open
You
at
cannot-
all.
Like, where did they go? Where
Get
did they
that
go?
back in the box.
Like you can get an essence, but you can't go back to
That's
stealing
the problem with
DVDs, bro. You
escalation.
can't-
Yeah.
DVD players. You can't do that. Like we're way past that. And then Tyrese's annoying ass got on the camera. Yeah,
Oh,
so the
God.
fans. I was like, oh my god, mute X back. I don't want
Dude.
to see this.
Okay, so in Too Fast, Too Furious, he was essentially, I mean, obviously when they wrote that movie, that was supposed to be Dom. So then they're like, but Vin Diesel was like, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to move on and do Triple X or the fuck, you know? And it's like, so then they were like, all right, let's rewrite it. We'll get a new character. They got Tyrese. And Tyrese was fine in that movie. But then all of a sudden, it's like when they bring him back, it's like, hey, guess what? You're going to yell a lot. Okay, you're just gonna yell and point out things that the audience is gonna point out, and that's it. And you're gonna be totally not in the know of what's happening, and you're just gonna point out everything that's happening
And
and
then
yell.
beyond
And I'm like,
behind the scenes, we need you to act like you're everyone's favorite character, and the series just revolves around you. That's
Yeah.
what we need you to do, Tyrese, and then you'll get your paycheck. Every situation that comes up, I need you to talk about it. You're the ambassador for everything. No, shut your annoying ass up. Go somewhere. Like, no, like, why are you talking about this? We don't care about you. Stop talking about The Rock. You're irrelevant. Sit down. I'm like, I cannot with
Oh, man.
Tyrese.
I know.
But
I know. I remember he was like, when
Warriors.
he was campaigning for John Stewart Green Lantern,
oh
I'm
my
like,
god.
nope, 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 no, no, no.
I was
Sorry,
like,
no.
I will personally take a flight to Warner Brothers. With this is on live internet, with any arsenal I can find. They'll be like, yo, you
no.
approve this? This was you? Just everything.
Oh man, a lot of people got worried. They're like, no, 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 you're not. No,
Yes,
no,
because there's way too many fan
No.
edits popping up. I was like, wait, people
Oh,
want this?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're like, no, 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 we're not. We don't want that. We don't want that.
And then
Please.
he posted one himself. I was like, okay, come on.
Oh,
No.
Yeah.
We're not speaking this into existence.
The
We're
main
not.
one that looked the best out of all of them was just like, yeah, John Stewart. I'm working on behind the scenes because I'm Tyrese. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Good day, sir.
oh, yeah. That was
Good
a
day.
bullet.
Day. I said good day.
Right.
No,
Absolutely.
that was a bullet dodge when that whole campaign happened. I remember even talking about it, and I was like, no, no, no. There's plenty of others that are better. I mean, I remember I was totally campaigning for Javante Rhodes to be Monster. I thought, and he's playing Tyson. Where the fuck did that come from? Do you guys see that shit?
No idea.
Dude.
That shit surprised the hell out of me.
And it's funny, Jimmy Fox has been talking about doing a Tyson movie.
Yeah.
So
For like 50 years. I'm like, when is it happening?
And he got
now?
all fucking huge. He got all huge. And I'm like, is that still happening? Or what's going
That
on?
He even
is
talked
Spawn.
about the intro of the movie. Like he was talking about like the intro and how the camera
Yeah.
pans in, and so I'm like,
Yeah.
well, what happened? How is Shavante Rhodes now?
It's gonna come out in 10 years. They'll have it, I'm sure.
Well,
He'll be
apparently
there.
that's supposed to be like a movie version, but then it's like, all right, but we got a Hulu series that's probably going to be way long. It's going to be longer, and it's probably going to be in the vein like what they did the whole Pam and Tommy thing. But I was like, when I saw that, I was like, well, shit. I'm looking forward to this because I like Javante Rhodes. I've always anything that he's in, I'm like, this motherfucker. I'm like, yeah.
Except for
And then when I
Predators.
saw him, and you see him, and he does the voice and everything, and just when he's like standing out there in his like undies and shit, holding the fucking tiger, I'm like, holy crap.
That's great.
All right,
He sounds
in.
great.
Oh, it totally does. I mean, I think like one of the, and I even said this when it came to Jamie Foxx. I mean, obviously Jamie Foxx is one of the most talented people out there. I mean, he could do an impression of anybody.
Makes no sense.
I remember when his Dave Chappelle video was like going around. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this guy. After the whole attack, I was like, Jesus. When he was just like in the studio and he's just like just flat out just busts out an impression of Dave Chappelle, and it's spot on. I'm like, yeah, this guy is just way too talented. But I'm like, all right. So when it comes to doing a Mike Tyson. It's not, you can't, obviously when you do a biopic, I mean, like, just look at him doing Ray, for God's sakes. You can't just do like an impression.
Ray.
You can't just do an impression like you do on like, on a, in Living Color, like he did many impressions, or like when you're on Saturday Night Live. You have to literally embody the character. You can't just do like, I'm just going to do an impression for fucking 2 hours or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
You literally got to like find that happy medium where it's like, and Mike Tyson's got to be hard because obviously it's Mike Tyson. You got to do the list and stuff like that. It's like you got to find that balance where it's not comical all the time. You have to like
it's
a caricature.
Right.
Yes, exactly, Scott. So finding that balance, but then watching that trailer with Javante Rhodes, I'm like, okay. I'm like, I didn't know this was a thing. I'm in. Yeah, totally in.
I love how the poster's a boxing glove and a pigeon.
Yes.
I was like, not the pigeon. Like, come on, bro. It was like, really?
Dude.
But that's Tyson.
That's Tyson, man.
Who also known for being famous overseas in China for making as many, foreign films where he's an action star and fighting
That's
Donnie
true.
Yen and Steven Seagal and
Donnie Yen, that's right.
Jean-Claude Van Damme. Everybody, I'm like, Jesus.
I wonder they better incorporate that in that series. That's for damn sure. But...
Oh,
They
absolutely.
should, though. They should.
And I want you to get Steven Seagal himself to play Steven Seagal.
Oh my god.
It's a break.
He would so do that.
To do that fight scene, you're like, well, you know what? I'd love to come in and do whatever you need me to, but I can't lose. Nobody can hit me. Okay. I have to get permission from Putin to leave. Okay. I'm like, Jesus, I can't.
That guy.
Ponytail and all.
Oh,
Ponytail.
everything.
Oh, he doesn't have it anymore. He's just black toupee with like a cutoff.
Jet
There's
black,
no ponytail
jet
anymore.
black, slick back, everything.
Dude,
Jeez.
jet black.
Jet black.
Like
I mean,
fucking
that guy
Maverick black. Like,
Oh,
for
man.
straight dark.
My God.
His goatee
Oh,
now too.
man. Of course.
Yeah.
But okay, so who here? I mean, I know Jason, you've seen Jurassic Park or Jurassic World Dominion. Anybody
Yeah,
else?
wow.
Tomorrow.
I went last
Well,
night. I
today,
got to do a double feature with Jurassic Park and Jurassic
Oh,
World Dominion
wow.
back to back.
But
wow.
John, you didn't see it yet.
No, I go
Okay.
tonight.
Okay, we're not gonna like I even said we're not gonna do spoilers. We're not gonna do spoilers, but
I see us getting ate up.
Yeah, I saw your review, Jason. And I know you you enjoyed it mainly, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Scott,
My basic thing boils down to I enjoyed it. It was better than Fallen Kingdom. It's a bit clunky in a lot of spots, but there is something about bringing the band back together that just warmed my little
Okay.
heart.
I
That's
agree.
what I'm
right
most
there.
excited
I
about.
was gonna say that. I agree. It's got flaws and all, but it's just like seeing the original Trinity, just kind of like it's like, oh,
Yeah.
and,
Right.
and
No.
it's like you're picking up right back, where it started from. So
that's definitely where it shined. I think you know what it's weird because I did a complete almost rewatch except for Jurassic Park 3, which I was like, no, we could skip that one, and I watched it with somebody who hadn't seen any of them. I'll tell you, it's something.
You didn't love the
there's something-
Alan part? It's the best part of the whole
Alan.
franchise, man. Alan.
Yeah, that's yeah. When he has the yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it's terrible. Jurassic Park 3 is not terrible. There's some. I love the part where Alan goes, "Oh my God, this is a bird cage," and it's like, "Oh shit, pterodactyls, fuck yeah," and they start coming. There's some good moments. Good, and of course with the whatever Saurus that swallowed the phone, and it's
Spinosaurus.
yeah. So I like that whole thing. It's like they have to get the fucking satellite phone, and it's within the dinosaur you don't want it to be in, of course. So
I'm still mad you killed the T-Rex. Still mad.
Yeah. There's moments in there that I can enjoy, but to me, it's the weakest one out of the bunch. So when I was rewatching it and I was watching with somebody who had not really seen any of the movies, it was kind of cool because it was like, all right, because we watched Jurassic World at first, and then we went back, watched Jurassic Park, then Lost World, and then Fallen Kingdom. And it was kind of interesting to watch it in that order because it was like, all right, Jurassic World, I thought Jurassic World did a great job of like, all right, it's 2015. Let's reintroduce the franchise into a modern day. And now we're going to have not Jurassic Park, it's Jurassic World. It's a bigger park and everything's a lot, modern technology. It's all good. And I thought Colin Trevorrow and they did a great job, I thought, with it. Yeah. And then, of course, the raptor thing has always been like a thing since the very beginning. Raptors, how smart they are, how they pack hunt, and everything like that. I've always loved the fact of the raptor,
Clever girl.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always liked that. And then the fact that they had like this dude, Chris Pratt, Owen Grady, who's like trained them since the beginning and can actually, do his hand thing and blah, blah, blah.
Right,
cool.
The hand.
I always liked that aspect. I always thought that's the heart of the Jurassic World story is Blue and Owen. I always liked that, and so I thought they did a great job. I was not a fan of Fallen Kingdom at first, but rewatching it and then seeing Dominion and how I'm like, all right, so Dominion to me was like, yeah, I like seeing the band back together, but there was a lot of things where I'm like, that frustrated me. And I thought, man, you could have that could have been better. I mean, I think with Fallen Kingdom, one of the best scene, obviously the best scene in that movie was the fact that the island is done. The island got destroyed. When they're pulling away from the island and you see the Brontosaurus, yeah, that was beautiful. And it was like, that's closing a chapter. But how much more of an impact would that have been if the Legacy the 3 were on that boat watching that? Especially Dr. Grant and, Sadler, when they, because obviously that was an homage to what was the first dinosaur we saw in Jurassic Park? The Brontosaurus. Yeah. And got on his hind legs and everything like that. Imagine if they were there too. So I'm like, oh, a little bit of a missed opportunity of them seeing the island being destroyed, since they had really bad experiences on that island twice. For Grant and Malcolm, they went back to the island twice. That's where I was like, fuck, I wish that maybe they got brought back, and maybe they didn't. I don't know. It's just such a weird thing. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay. Sorry, I have to. My picky brain has to catch it. Just remember that in the second movie and the third movie, that's the other island.
True. You do make a good point.
Which one is it?
Nublar. Do you know why?
Sonar.
Nublar is the original. Is Jurassic Park. Nublar's original. Right, because you know why there's a second island technically in the second movie.
Yeah, because that's where they were engineering the dinosaurs. Kind of.
Okay. Well, that's the reason given in the movie. There's another real reason. Because if you've read the book.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, because you read the book.
Yeah. Nublar gets fucking nuked at the end of the book. They bring in tactical nuclear warheads and they nuke the island at the end of the first book.
Yeah.
So the reason there has to be another island in Lost World is because Nublar ain't there anymore.
Oh, okay. See, that's the thing. I was like, yeah. And I knew, I was like, oh, because I read the original Jurassic Park book. That's where, does it say that in the original?
Yeah,
book?
it's at the end. It's how the book ends.
Fuck.
Yeah.
There's so much. I mean, when you read the book, I just remember the book being a lot more scarier than actually just the movie. Because
book. Okay.
Yeah.
The thing about the book is it is such a darker,
totally darker. I remember
tale.
that. Yeah.
Oh, well, everyone's an asshole.
Yeah.
Everyone's an asshole in the book.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because that was the point of the book, was just to be like, look at all these greedy, power hungry assholes and what they do, for problem. Because that's what Michael Crichton did. He wrote these books about, almost all of his books are a cautionary tale of whatever the subject matter is.
Yeah.
And he also did that creepy thing where he wrote science fiction where you were like, where does the science end and the fiction start? Yeah. Because I don't
exactly
know.
You know what, you'll actually be proud of me about this one, Scott. You know what book I read from Michael Crichton that before I saw the movie?
Which one?
Sphere.
Yes,
I read the book Sphere before I watched the movie. And and I remember I obviously the book's better. Yes, obviously, but but I enjoyed the movie still. It did. But I remember because I read Jurassic Park. I remember reading Jurassic Park after it came out, and then I was like, all right, I gotta what else is Michael Crichton? And then all of a sudden in the library, I see this book called Sphere, and I remember the cover, and it's just like a silhouette of somebody looking at a illuminated sphere, and I went, wow, this sounds awesome. So I read that, and then the movie came out, and the movie had a star-studded fucking cast, by the way. You had
Sharon Stone and
Dustin Hoffman and fucking Sam Jackson, Jesus, and Queen Latifah. Come on,
yeah.
And the movie did a good job. I thought the movie was well done. I mean, but obviously there's a lot more that happens in the book. But yeah, I read Sphere before I saw the movie, and I was like, wow, yeah. So there you go. There's my little.
Yeah, I remember the one that I laughed. The one that I laughed at reading before I saw the movie was Disclosure.
Oh God.
I was in seventh grade
shit.
when I read that book.
Wow, you read a book about
yes,
about a woman
Sexually
assaulting a
harassed.
man.
Sexually assaulting a man.
Sexually
Yes.
assaulting a man.
And I'm going to tell you this. The movie doesn't go nearly as hard as the book does.
Never
I'm
does.
sure. Yeah, never does.
That's
Never does.
very true.
Wow.
There was a 4-page sex scene in that
4-page
book that
Damn.
3/4 of it I didn't even 4-page sex scene. When the incident happens,
Yes.
when she assaults him, it goes on for 4 pages in the book, and 3/4 of the stuff I had no context to understand what the hell it was talking about.
Yeah. It was just like Dear Penthouse. Jeez. You'll never, yeah. Cheers. Hey, Ryan says cheers to Sphere. There you go.
Oh,
If you haven't read the book, the movie is not that. I forgot who directed that movie, but man.
That's a good question, because I remember also the thing about the movie is that if you haven't read the book, you almost feel like it's a little bit of a knockoff of The Abyss.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see
Barry
that.
Livingston.
Barry Livingston, that's who did.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yes.
okay, yeah.
But I mean, it's obviously when you read the book, obviously the book's always like more in depth, more in everything like that.
Liev Schreiber as well.
Oh yeah, Liev Schreiber is in there too. There's like a funny scene where like when they're like, I remember like the funny scene that I always liked in that movie was like when they're like going down in like the helium, they're like breathing in helium, and so they're all talking with like high voices. Remember that in the little chamber?
Yes.
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious. Yeah. But yeah, I know. It's just like one of those, they got to the point. Like I actually can, after even reading the book and then watching the movie, I was like, you know what? I can enjoy this movie because there's something pretty freaky about it. The fact that it's like, is it alien or is it time travel? Like what is happening? And then of course the sphere like knows like what are your fears, and and it starts manifesting those fears, like Sam Jackson's character, like the way that happens with like the squid and all this stuff and the jellyfish and everything. I mean, it's really not a bad movie. It really isn't, the way that they did it,
Listen, no sphere, no sphere. Rhymes. Better than Event Horizon. Okay, that's the only sphere that knows sphere.
Event Horizon. Ooh, now you're talking.
That's the evilest sphere ever known to life.
Dude, that movie. And you know what?
Classic.
I'm not a super fan of the director. He's made like 2 movies. That Mortal Kombat. Paul W.S. Anderson.
AVP.
Yeah.
All that.
Other than that,
I remember it was him. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. After those 2 movies, he has not made a movie that I've enjoyed.
Yeah, no, it's
so, but those 2 movies though, and Event Horizon, Jesus Christ, and man, that movie
is amazing.
Pretty damn amazing. I mean, talk about just hell in space.
Yeah.
Mama Bear, open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
And bring it back to our previous discussion because Sam Neill.
Yeah.
Right?
Sam Neill being an evil son of a bitch, going back to his Omen days.
She won't let you leave. I was like, oh shit. It was amazing.
Oh, we got an added person showing up right here. Val Kilmer and Pete Holmes
kid
Ed
now?
Right here.
Pete Holmes kid. Wow, that's horrible. I immediately saw that when you said it.
Yeah, I'll take the Val Kilmer. I don't know if I want the Pete Holmes, but you know what? It's fine.
Give me a little Pete Holmes vibe.
Yeah, I had to take the green off because everyone just called me fucking Lex Luthor all the time.
Luthor last week.
So,
you got a little green still going on though.
Yeah, it's like a light green because we just did our Dominion review, so I was trying to get like their bluish logo and stuff like that. So, yeah.
What's your overall? Okay, so we're not doing spoilers, Travis. And not everybody has seen it here. I don't think John hasn't seen it yet. So what's your overall review on Dominion?
It's not great, Bob. It's not great.
Okay.
No, yeah, I liked some moments. I think the best way I've said it is I like almost when you look of a YouTube best of, like the best scenes of Dominion. That's how I look. There's moments. There's a few lines. I think Goldblum actually kills it. I think he came to play because I think sometimes Goldblum gets made to be too weird all the time. And
Yes,
and I think he actually had a good balance here of trying to be like Ian Malcolm, where he's actually just sometimes a normal individual, but he still has his Goldmisms. But yeah, I liked Jurassic World quite a bit when I saw that, and then Fallen Kingdom I did not like at all, and I still don't like. I watched it again last week, and I think that's the last time I'm ever gonna watch it. And then this time this didn't do much for me. Like I had a fun time with the lady. We had a good time. There's some like kind of so bad it's good moments, so it was a fun time at the movies. But I'll watch this again, but I feel like I'll be on my phone lots or like cooking dinner. Like it's not one where I'll watch for the OG characters and that's about it, you know.
That's kind of what I was going into this with. Like, listen, entertain me, and I'm mostly here for the legacy characters. Like, I'm mostly here. So your rules is entertain me with them and don't kill Jeff Goldblum. That's my only rules.
You'll get a lot. I mean, it's not just cameos. It's they're very much part of the story. Right. You know, it's not just like short things. It's very much like, hey, you know, within like the opening, you're gonna, hey, there they are, and then they're very much part of the. You know, I think it was just, man. I mean, there's what's funny is, and I won't say, there's another character that shows up, where I was like, oh, sweet. They're bringing it back to and I went, this could be interesting, but then it kind of went very cliche to me of how he turned out, and I went, God damn it, you had something here, and it just, to me, I mean, you watch. I also recorded my spoiler discussion for it tomorrow. That I'll post tomorrow, and I'm like, man, this character, they really could have did something cool with it, but then they were just like, oh yeah, but you remember this, you know, and it's just kind of went, oh man, but you made him like this cliche, you know. So that's all I'm gonna say about it. I think people who saw it know how I'm talking about.
It can't be worse than Fallen Kingdom. That was my thing. I was like, it can't be worse than that.
See, I found more respect for Fallen Kingdom after watching this.
There's something about Fallen Kingdom I just could not grasp, and then that damn clone at the end was like, bitch, this is all your fault. And I was just like,
yeah, but I kind of like that aspect of it. I was like, oh wait, so you have genetic stuff like this, then you got, but then like you have this dude who was like, oh yeah, me and Hammond were like part of something, and then we broke apart because I wanted to do this, I wanted to do that. But see, the thing is though, is like when I'm doing a rewatch, and I'm like, you know what, I do actually like that story aspect, but the way that they like continue it in Dominion, I went, oh man, I was like, I don't know if I like how you went with that whole clone thing. I'm like,
yeah, I agree.
Shit.
That was really weird.
I was like, I was really looking forward to seeing like what was going to be further with Maisie.
Well, we were talking about the review because someone in our chat brought up like they, of course, asked the inevitable question, like, do you like this better or Rise of Skywalker better? Because like the Colin Trevorrow jump and everything. And unfortunately, I have to say Rise of Skywalker. I'm not even a big fan of that movie. But what's interesting is with that
seen this movie, and I know that hurts.
With that is like it's changing writers, right? Where Trevorrow still wrote Fallen Kingdom, so it feels like he's kind of going back on some things that he did. It's not like, oh, he's taking it back. I know that J.A. directed it, but he still wrote Fallen Kingdom, but it feels sometimes like he didn't write it. And he feels like, oh, I'm getting it back. But yeah, it's weird. There's a lot of questions that they set up in Fallen Kingdom that they don't really answer. One of the other things I say about this movie, it feels like we're missing a movie in between Fallen Kingdom and this. Like much has changed, and they don't really care to talk about that. But I think if you didn't like Fallen Kingdom, but you're there for the original characters, you'll get some enjoyment out of it because they all act well. They're all there to play. It doesn't feel like anyone's phoning it in. They have some good one-liners, so they all deliver. So if that's your price of admission, then you'll have a good time with it at the base point. So
yeah, but I mean, just like when it comes, I mean, there's something when it comes to these types of movies when you have legacy characters and new characters. I mean, that's a difficult job. And, you know, when it came to Force Awakens, I thought was handled pretty well. And then, of course, when it further went, even though I do like what Rian Johnson did with Last Jedi,
the masterpiece that's Last Jedi. Yes.
I don't like maybe everything, but I thought like, man, you did some shit that I actually like. But I think that's what's always, but at the same time, it's like, look what just happened 2 weeks ago with
Mhm.
Top Gun
That's
Maverick.
tough
You know what I
then,
mean,
yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
thing. It's like they
Oh,
that talk about
goodness.
just nailing it. Krasinski and Cruz and everybody just kind of going.
Fucking
Well, I mean,
perfect.
but then again, that's easier because they only had one movie to really like work off. You know, when it comes to Jurassic, World, it's like, oh, we have 5 movies. You know, we have all this whole thing that we have to do, and literally the first movie changed cinema. And it's directed by one of the most fucking prestigious directors ever, and even the second one is the same director. Even though, I guess it was reported that even Steven Spielberg was like, yeah, that wasn't my best work. But then it's like you watch it and you go, yeah, but it's still fucking pretty top notch
Oh,
there.
yeah,
Bud.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even though that you consider that not your best work, there's directors that would kill for a fucking piece like that. I mean, you did a good job. You did a fucking good job. Yeah, exactly.
Damn good job.
Yeah. I mean, but I could totally see it's like, yeah. I mean, when I even when I rewatched it, I went, yeah, Lost World it does lose a little bit of something. And I think one of the things that people had a problem with was the fact that when they get off the island and everything that happened, it's like, oh, we're not done yet. Now there's a whole change of like, we're on the main island now, or on the mainland, and now we're going to have a T-Rex roaming through goddamn San Diego. So I think it was like, oh, people were
I
kind of
love
like,
that part.
wait a
I
minute.
love that.
Yeah, I like
I
it
love
too.
that.
Yeah,
It's
it works
not,
for me,
yeah. It's actually, it's good, but
Different.
I think that's where a lot of people were like, wow, there's like a narrative kind of thing where it's like, oh, well, we're not on the island anymore. And I think that might be where Dominion kind of suffers too. It's like, there's no more island. Now we're going to have to do this all on the real, in the real world, no island. So how do we do this? And I think they had some things right and things that went like, maybe not so much. But before we continue on, Scott, you're going to take off.
I got to take off. Got the
That's
kids
fine.
and everything.
Of course, man.
But of course, I want to remind everyone you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcast can be found. Like I said, we are dropping our trailer reaction to Black Adam tomorrow, so be sure to check that out. Also, planning on Sunday at patreon.com/squadcastmedia, we are finally dropping our review of the 2007 Nick Cage classic Ghost Rider.
Oh, boy.
God.
Sign up on Patreon if you
One
want
of the
to hear
best things
that
about that is
one.
Eva Mendes. Eva Mendes.
God.
Who- He was glowing. She was literally glowing in that movie.
Oh God. That's all I can say about that is oh God.
It is a very interesting review because we are very conflicted about what we're like. Man, there's stuff that we like and there's stuff.
Oh, the Sam Elliott or the
really
Sam
don't.
Elliott stuff, man. Talk about Ghost Rider.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Of course, we're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And don't forget Sunday night here on Film Junkee, where we'll be talking about the man who killed Batman.
Yes, that's right. We're back for taking another weekend off. All right. Thank you, Scott. We'll talk to you
See you,
later,
Scott.
man.
Peace, homie.
Peace.
All right. Oh, man. That Ghost Rider movie. That's a whole discussion right there.
Pretty shit.
No, but yeah. Dude, I like the second one better. I'm just saying.
I mean,
I like the
second-
visuals. I like the
Second one.
visuals of the second
Yeah,
one.
the
Very
visual
Neville
style
Dean.
is dope. Yeah, I really like
The
that.
second one was from the guys who did the Crank movie.
Yeah.
Neville Dean and
The
Taylor.
Crank
Yeah.
movies. Yeah, and then they were like, "Hey, Idris Elba," and it's like, "Oh man, Idris Elba's in this." I mean, come on,
I
it's
forgot
Idris
he was
Elba.
in that
Ciaran
movie.
Hines is in it too. He's the
Yes.
devil. Yeah.
And they were just like, you know what? What I always find funny about about the second movie, they were like, all right, fuck whatever you tried to do with the first one. We're doing R-rated. And hey, Nick Cage, we're gonna use your actual hairline this time.
Mhm.
You're not gonna be wearing a toupee because let's face it, the first movie that was not Nick Cage's.
Oh,
real
not at all.
hair. Yeah,
Not
but the
at all.
second one, that was his real hair.
It's okay. We're gonna let you be full Nick Cage in this too. Just go crazy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, just
knocking at the door. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, that scene alone
Yes.
is like that's something. But then you look at it, you're like, man,
Oh,
this guy's
eat your
won an
stinking
Academy Award.
soul.
You know,
Ah.
like,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm telling you.
That was a lot.
No,
of
but
time. Yes, it
back
did.
to back to Jurassic World. I mean, yeah, it's just one of those where it's just like, Jason, you enjoyed it more than me and Travis, which is totally fine. And I always say, watch it for yourself. I think like yeah, I think it just kind of suffered from like, all right, we got to put a lot into this. It's supposed to be the final chapter. And as much as the original cast coming together, they worked off great. They off each other great. There's some good callbacks, but at the same time, I'm like, man, but remember, there's like, there's mention of this. Why isn't this character talking about this certain thing? Because he talked about it in the first movie, and there's like, there's certain things where you just kind of go, man, I just wish that this was more talked about. And then they kind of went in this direction of like, oh yeah, well, we have this that's happening over here, and you kind of go, oh, okay, that's interesting, but I'm getting kind of squirmy because that's freaking me out a little bit, and then when it came to the whole like wrapping up the Maisie story too, and we're just kind of going, I was like, oh, so that's what they went. Oh, okay, I'm like, all right,
yeah. Because I will preface this by saying, like, I think even in my review, I said I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little bit biased because I enjoyed all the movies, but if somebody were to come with gripes, it's totally understandable. I'm not one of those people who are like, I love it and it's a masterpiece, because obviously now, like I said, like the whole clone thing to me just fell apart, and the idea, what I was about to say, spoilers. I'm not gonna say it, but certain aspects just don't work out. But I was this close to saying it too, but I didn't be quiet. But yeah, certain things definitely don't work out. So if people were coming to me, and like you said, y'all gripes are definitely valid. There's like some valid opinions, but seeing the Trinity back is just nostalgia just kind of kicked in. Just like, oh man, I'm feeling really, really heartwarmed by seeing them not throwing it in, as Travis said. Like they actually tried. They wouldn't just a paycheck. It didn't seem like it is. So
no, they definitely didn't phone it in. But what I was disappointed was like, if you're gonna do this, have some good like introductions. It felt like there wasn't like, and I even said this in my review tonight. I'm like, I'm not expecting Andrew Garfield coming through a fucking Doctor Strange portal, okay? And that whole thing where like, but add a little. It just felt like, hey, there's Dr. Grant. Hey, there's Dr. Seth. Hey, there's Ian Malcolm. It wasn't like a good like, hey, let's have like this grand reveal of each of these characters. Where, my movie theater was packed. This movie's going to do gangbusters no matter what anybody's saying. This movie's going to do fucking money because what was funny too is like theater I went to, apparently the previous screening, because I saw the 7 o'clock, there was like a 5 o'clock or whatever. Apparently something happened where it ran late, where like we showed up and there were still people like coming out, and we're like, wait a minute, what the fuck's happening? And they were like handing them cards. Sorry for like, whatever. And we literally had to wait in line. We had to like wait in line to get in, even though we had assigned seating. And I was like, that was a new I haven't had that experience for a while. But at the same time, but at the same time, I'm going, look at this fucking, like, it is packed in here. It is fucking packed. So no matter what, this movie's going to do gangbusters. I mean, I don't think it's going to have.
It's projected to make like 125, I think.
Yeah. It's supposed to be in the top 5 pandemic.
And I think worldwide it's going to do 325.
Yeah. Plus. That's why it ain't no final chapter. There'll be final chapter part 2. It's not gonna stop it, because they've said that before, like this closed out the series, but even Frank Marshall's been like, well, we plan on making more. So I don't know about the OG characters and everybody else and what they also could do, but I think you'll have Pratt and Bryce back again. I think it's a good running check for them. If they don't got to do much, it's easy. Like they're
the OG characters.
Yeah, now there's somebody who's OG's characters, right? Though their first movie was Jurassic World, probably, right? And they're like, I gotta watch these other ones, And
another thing that like the heart, like I said before, was like the heart of the Jurassic World, movies was Owen and Blue, and I always thought that was like the strong side, and that, of course the whole, and I thought it's not even spoiler. There's like a shot of Maisie and Dr. Grant doing that thing too. And I'm like, all right, you guys are overdoing the fucking hand thing. It's not the Force. Okay.
It's iconic though,
in the trailer, he does it to the 2 like fucking big ass dinosaur things.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're doing it to them too? Like, I don't think that.
I think that was a little overdone. It was like, that was a whole thing for the Raptors, and that was cool. And I just felt like, I always thought like the Blue and Owen relationship was the heart of this new trilogy. And I thought with this one, there wasn't enough, even though there is a pretty significant thing that happens. Again, no spoilers, that happens where, you know, when it comes to it. But at the same time, I'm like, but there's just certain things I felt like wasn't enough. Like it didn't satisfy a conclusion, if that's what they were going for, between Blue and Owen. I was like, oh, that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's why I said I don't think they got a conclusion. They're gonna make more.
True. There could be
6 years.
Dude, just give me a movie where Owen and fucking Blue are just going around fucking people up. I'll be okay with it.
John Wick
Directed by
style.
John Woo. Directed by John Woo. I want to see Dubs and Blue
a lot of dubs.
dodging bullets in slow motion.
Well, she already dodged a fucking explosion.
True.
In Fallen Kingdom. She had a running explosion scene. I was like, wow, we're here now.
Fuck yeah, man. Just lean into it. Lean into it. I don't care.
I'm excited to see it. I'm curious to see it. I know this theory is not good, but there's just something in me that wants this theory to be true. That's gonna happen in the movie. I know it's not, but it'd be cool if it did, and a character to bring back. But we'll see when the movie comes out. I don't want any confirmation.
There is a character that gets brought back where I was like, oh shit, and then I went, but that's not the way you should have done that.
No, I'm excited for the memes with that guy. I think he had a lot of, there's a lot of scenes with stuff. And
John, try to see it as soon as possible, because soon enough, like, people are gonna start going like, all right, they brought back this guy, and you know, it's like,
well, you're not talking about BD, are you?
No. He's something in himself, though. What the World Series has done to him, it's strange that he went from just being this nice, like, we make dinosaurs, to like he's a Bond villain nowadays. You know, like he's like,
that's what he gave me very Bond in Fallen Kingdom. Even so, I was like, wow, we made a jump.
But apparently, if you like, I'm not into this, but like if you follow like Camp Cretaceous and all these other like canon things, they like explain a lot of his motives more and all these things. But it's that Netflix kids show, like the character Henry Wu is like actually in the show, and they explain like why he's doing this stuff. But in the movies, you just get BD Wong just being, you know, like I like being a scientist and I like doing all this stuff, and you know, that's all you get with him. So
yeah. I mean,
but I'm curious to see who shows up now. Then, okay, cool.
Oh yeah,
I know my theory is fucked up,
dude. I like it was kind of funny too, because I didn't realize that there were people actually, you know, talking about that, you know, YouTube videos and whatnot. And I was like, oh shit. And I remember like I like scrolled through something and I was like, oh, people were doing YouTube videos about. Oh, okay, interesting.
Well,
but it was
I'll tell you what my theory was, just based off trailers. I'm like, oh, that'd be cool if this person was, if DeWanda Rice, whatever her name is, was Ian Malcolm's daughter. That's what I thought it was. And the trailer's like, oh, is that her? That'd be dope if they make that like kind of turnaround. That's the only theory I'm like thinking of. But it's whatever. You have to.
Hey, we won't say anything. But, just to keep it fresh for you.
Right,
you know,
of course. So I'm like, that's what I'm. It's not a main thing, but like, oh, it'd be cool if they tied that down. But
it's funny because like I looked at IMDb and that character referring to, they're in the credits and everything like that, and it just shows when you're not super following some sort of movie or franchise, like every second of it, how you don't even know, and that just shows like what the GA must be like every time they go see these superhero films or Star Wars, where they have literally like almost no idea. They see a preview, like, oh, I'm gonna see that when it comes out. They see it and then they move on. You know, like they must have the best experience. Like they like some of those shots, like those people that saw No Way Home and legitimately maybe had no idea that Toby and Andrew were in it. Man, that must have been the greatest thing ever. Like, oh my god, like I can't believe this is actually happening. Where, you know, like same thing. I had no idea. That's been public knowledge that characters in this movie, but I had no idea. And same thing when I saw it.
Did I. It was actually really nice.
Yeah, that was fun. So that's it's like, but I'm not also every day checking. My timeline's not filled with Jurassic World, this and this. Like, it's just on the people I follow. So I'm not seeing the theories. I'm not seeing like you're talking about those YouTube things. So it's kind of gave a perspective like, okay, I guess this is what it would be like if I didn't do a podcast and was on Twitter and just watch movies for regular, you know. So
no, I mean that's what would have been nice. I mean, obviously when it came to No Way Home, and now we got the, you know, the announcement that there's going to be
the more money edition,
the more money funner edition,
more fun stuff,
you know. Yeah, which I'm like, all right, cool. I mean, if there's more Toby, Andrew, and, you know, and Tom together, fine. I'm all about it. That's perfectly fine by me. But I mean that thing, oh god damn. I mean, I still remember, like, I literally was doing a Film Junkie live, and somebody was like, "Dude, you should check your Twitter." And I went, "What?" And then I saw that. I'm like, and I didn't show it. I didn't show it because I was like, I'm not going to screen share that shit. But I'm like, oh God, yeah. Mr. Campia just kind of fucking ruined some shit.
That's fucking stupid.
And it was just kind of like, but we all knew that it was going to be there. You know, I think what I enjoyed about the whole thing was the fact that we were, What the thing that I was okay about when it came to Spider-Man No Way Home was the fact that they weren't just in there for the final act just to show up and like, hey, let's do some web slinging and that's it. No, they were in there for a good chunk. That's the thing. And
a lot of great scenes.
A lot of great scenes. And even like when they got introduced, it was fantastic. Like when Ned was like, oh, I can do that. And then all of a sudden you see that Spider-Man. And I just remember in that theater, people were like, oh, you know, and then it was just like, you know, and then he comes
monstrous.
Through. It comes through, and then all of a sudden he just rips off his mask, and the fucking whole theater just went, ah, you know, it was just, it was insane. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, where's Toby? Where's Toby? And then all of a sudden it was like another portal showed up, and then all of a sudden you see him with his back turned, and then he's just, and I love the fact that he was wearing just like, hey, I'm just wearing my normal clothes, you know. It was a beautiful fucking moment. Being in the movie theater and stuff like, even though it's like, most of us knew that this was going to happen, but at the same time, we didn't know how it was going to happen.
And,
you know,
and you know it's going to happen, but you don't know that you're going to get like the great scene that follows with Andrew Garfield talking about like what happened after Gwen, where he's like, I didn't pull my punches. It's like
beautiful scene.
So that's where it's like you can know that stuff, but then once you get to see those actual scenes, that's where I am fine if I hear about an appearance or something. I just don't want the specific plot details because that's more of that can ruin it for you, or you already know like, oh, this speech and stuff. And no, that was great. Like even the intro of Tom seeing them for the first time, where they're just on that building and they're like, just the moon silhouettes. It's so good. And that same thing is like it didn't take away from it. It's the same thing as like the Star Wars movies. Like you knew they showed Harrison Ford's first scene in those trailers, right? But that first night you saw him, it was like, oh my God, like Harrison Ford's back. You knew Luke was coming, you knew Leia. But if it's done right, like what you're talking about with intros and stuff, you can make that character moment, even if you've seen it in a trailer, still feel like something.
Oh, I wanted to speak on that. Really, I want to speak on it, but I just wanted to be clear that you brought up Star Wars. I wasn't playing when I said masterpiece. That wasn't like sarcasm. That was a sarcasm. What? Sarcasm? Sarcasm for The Last Jedi.
Hey, you just titled like a new like podcast right there. Sarcasm.
Sarcasm. Yeah, actually, right. Copyright. Absolutely.
Write it down. Right.
I'll give you guys royalties. You help with that idea. But no, I legitimately think that's a masterpiece. That wasn't sarcasm to make a knock on it. I just wanted that very clear. Fucking great.
Oh yeah, no. I like Last Jedi too. I'm somewhere where I'm so much in the mid. I feel like there's that, there's BVS, there's like for people that play video games like Last of Us Part 2, where there's so many people on one side where they absolutely love it or like absolutely hate it, where I'm like, I enjoy them fine. I have things I like about them and things I don't. And Last Jedi, there's same thing like. And I think the biggest thing for everyone in Last Jedi is like the Luke hang up. For me, I never had a problem with it because after all those years, it's like I'm kind of fine with almost any way they tackle him because you could go any route with Luke Skywalker. And we talked about this the last Vodka stream where George even was putting Luke on that island. So he had a plans for him to be a hermit. And the Luke, Kylo, and Rey stuff in that movie, I adore and love all that stuff. I love this
strongest part of it.
Oh yeah, I love this. I love this juxtaposition where Kylo thinks he's turning Rey and Rey thinks he's turning Kylo, and Luke is just like he's feeling all that stuff. And again, I feel like the most not talked about, not or too much, but I love when the first time Rey and Luke meet. And he realizes she has a Falcon, and he's like, "Where's Han?" And you just have that quick cut to Kylo Ren looking like super depressed. Like it's really good. Some of the other stuff is just fine. I don't think it's bad, but like the Canto Bite stuff, of course, like everyone brings up, like it doesn't work for me.
That's
the
the
most.
weakest thing.
It doesn't work for me the most. The Oscar and Laura Dern stuff, I think. There is value to it, but there is like she's teaching him a lesson, but there's just sometimes where it's like, I don't know if this is time to teach a lesson. People's lives are on the line, but
that scene where she like stays behind and then that is
beautiful,
beautiful fucking scene. Like I remember being in the theater and it's just like boom, and it's just like it's super quiet, just you just see it happen, and everybody was like, what the fuck just happened? And like everybody's just kind of going, whoa.
And you
What's
talk
that?
about
Right.
like No Way Home scenes. Like people
Yeah.
kind of forget about it now, in my opinion. But when they killed Snoke and you had the Kylo and Rey back to back, I had that in my theory where I was like, holy shit. Like you got this, like he's not a Sith, but to the general audience, like it's a Sith user with a Force user. They're teaming together. We've never seen this in a live action movie. It's like, what's going to happen here? And this, the cinematography is great. Yeah, sure. There's a sword, CGI sword that misses. But
Yeah,
it's like,
I know.
that
there's
happens
some
every
nitpicky
movie. People
shit,
make
yeah.
mistakes. It's like, it happens. He's like, and it's such a, like a minor thing. And, but
It
like,
really is.
even that scene when Snoke got killed, it was like, oh man, they just killed the big boss of the franchise already. Like, this is super unexpected. Like, what's going to happen? Like, that whole third act is constantly like, what's going to happen? It's unpredictable, you know? So,
What's
I
going to
like
happen
that
is they're
show.
going to retcon everything because Star Wars fans are fucking babies. You can't handle shit.
Because JJ's like, that's not how I wrote it. And he's like, well, then you shouldn't have went on vacation with your fucking family, like when they
Right.
asked you. You
You're
know?
not
Like,
supposed to tell different Star Wars stories. You're supposed to keep it the same thing over and over and over again. Don't you know?
Well, I think this is what Obi-Wan is suffering from a little bit. It's like, I've been talking with some people too about it.
Oh,
It's
you
like,
mean Luke fucking Kenobi? Because the same one that everybody loves Obi-Wan, though?
No, I'm just gonna say, like, I'm enjoying what's happening in Obi-Wan. I was like, oh, okay, cool. But this last episode, man, talk about being like the
Rough.
weakest of the bunch. It was rough. And even though there's some cool stuff that happens, and it's like he finally like does his lightsaber Jedi shit. But at the same time, it's like, fuck, man, like really, you're just gonna, hey, we're gonna get Leia out of here. Just hide under my coat. It's like it was
I'm
really,
like, really?
fucking weird. Yeah,
Dude,
that was really
horrible.
ridiculous.
And
That
can
was
we tell
really.
how
I was like,
anybody-
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, oh, what are you Are you sitting on her shoulders? I mean, what's going
Might
on
as
here?
well. Mind as well. And how anybody attempting to block a blaster looked like an idiot. Like this choreo, it looks so stupid. I'm like, what is happening?
But I think like what the Obi-Wan Kenobi series has a problem with is the fact that there's like this thin fucking line that it has to like try to like tightrope across. Is it has to keep canon as well as introduce new shit. So I think that's what's really, you got the gatekeepers that are like, not fucking canon. No, the New Hope. That was the only time that they fought each other.
Star Wars fans are horrible, dude.
Oh, I know. It can be really bad like that.
And they don't. And the ironic is they don't understand the fucking shit that like. I'm like, how are you a fan? You don't understand anything that's happening. Any of the characters you're talking about. You sound stupid. That's I'm like, I can't do it.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
So there's like like I said, there's a tightrope that they're fucking trying to walk. And, and that's the problem. That's the problem that this series is like suffering is like, oh, we can't veer too much. We got to introduce some new shit. But at the same time, we can't break that canon. Can't break that canon because people will just destroy us and we really can't. That's sacred. That's the Bible. That's the Star Wars Bible. We cannot break, there's certain things. So I think that's where it's kind of suffering a little bit,
Yeah. Because it can't grow.
No, and you that's the problem with them doing a lot of these prequels, that you're kind of stuck in this thing. But again, it's like the concept of the show is, George never meant them to fight, so already the concept in itself is a kind of like a canon breaking thing. But it doesn't bug me. I actually still liked episode 4. I have those problems like that. Definitely, like they get around that base way too easy. It's just very nonchalant of like the excuses. Like this lady's talking to radio right beside somebody, and they're not like, what's going on here?
I'm like, you don't hear this?
Yeah, but I actually like the episode. I think the only reason what they're trying to do with that episode is so far the show, they've had some action scenes, but it's not been too action oriented. And I think they just said, hey, we want an action episode of Obi-Wan kicking ass, doing cool stuff, which it is. That scene when it's all dark and you just got that blue lightsaber and he's coming in.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah,
that was the coolest part.
And I think this was just to scratch the itch of anybody. It's the same way every Marvel show has to end with a big fight, right? I feel like this was, okay, we've not seen enough lightsabers in the show. Can we get an episode where we get that? And that was this. And overall, I liked it. There's definitely it's not perfect, but overall, I still had a good time. The weakest one for me was 2, but I've liked all the episodes to varying degrees. 1's my favorite, but I'm curious to see what they do in the next 2. We know we're getting another big fight, but
right,
we'll see. But yeah, I'm still enjoying it. Also, it's just great to have Ewan back. He's just always so good.
Oh,
he sells it all. So
that's the thing that keeps it going. It's like Ewan McGregor just back as him is like that's
Oh yeah,
that's just gonna do it. But like you said in that scene where it's like it's all dark and like the stormtroopers are like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden you just see that wide shot, and then it's just like, and then I was like, oh, there you go. Now you're thinking. Yes, keep doing that. Keep doing stuff like that.
right.
know?
And then not. We're talking about how fucking Vader is spazzing out at the end with Reva. It's like, I told you if you fail. You mean right after you just fucking failed? Why are you snapping at me? Like, you did the same thing I just did. Like, you had him and gone. Sir, relax. So I'm just like,
yeah.
It's
and you know, I mean, there's like this whole thing too, like I seen online, and I even thought I'm actually surprised there has not been any flashback scenes of Anakin.
Everybody thought
and
this was gonna
Obi-Wan.
be it.
The closer we
Everyone
get to the finale,
we still have 2 episodes. We still have 2 episodes,
Yeah.
mind you. But at the same time, I mean, there's been a talking point of like, why hasn't? And I thought way before, when it was announced, I'm like, oh, there's no way that they don't have a flashback of Anakin and Obi-Wan. How do you not do that when you have both of them there? You have to have some kind of flashback dream sequence or something. I'm kind of wondering if these last 2 episodes, Lucasfilm's going to be like, hey, nerds, all the shit you wanted, here you fucking go. We got it. Here's your flashback. Here's your Qui-Gon Jinn fucking Force Ghost. We're good. You got
he's definitely
it.
popping up, yeah.
Oh yeah, he does.
Qui-Gon's for sure. The flashback would be really interesting if it didn't happen, because everyone just kind of pegged that. And I'm happy that Hayden's back, but if his only one face appearance is that hill and the makeup, you kind of go like, oh, why almost bother? At that point, like he's not bringing anything much to it. But we'll see.
Right.
Because this last episode was the shortest, but before then they were all kind of rocking the like 46, almost 50-minute runtime. So if the next 2 are that length, I could see it. But I could see a reality where we're not going to get that at all, or if it's something very quick, which is surprising. Plus, like they may be doing that with Hayden in the Ahsoka show, because it's, I think, rumored or confirmed that he's going to be in that.
He's going to be in it.
So they might save it for that, right? Where we're going to do the DH Hayden thing, but we'll save it for Ahsoka because they've never interacted live action before.
Just gonna bring that up.
Well, they got to de-age him, right? If he's gonna look like, if he's gonna look like Anakin 2005, or Hayden 2005, they got to do it like a little bit. He's still a young-looking guy, but they got to throw a wig on him.
You gotta,
That's what I'm saying. Why they're not
get rid
gonna
of
do
those
that,
bags,
dude?
those
Oh,
bags.
and the forehead, is getting wrinkled up there too. That's what I was gonna say. You hit the nail on the head. I was gonna bring that up. That's another reason why I don't think they are, because it's gonna cause another thing. Oh, that doesn't look like. They're gonna have to de-age him, and doing a whole episode with those 2 de-aged. People are gonna be like, "This not how." Oh my god, this looks weird. I'm like, oh my god. So I don't think they want to go or deal with that again after doing that with Luke and Boba Fett and all that. Even though it was a greatly fucking improved from Mandalorian, but yeah,
oh my
still
god,
like, oh my god,
you hit that.
So I'm just like, I don't think they want to deal with that just yet. They'll probably do that for Ahsoka, like you said. If he's in it, just deal with 1 bit of de-aging and take the blowback from that instead of 2. But
I think the Hayden blowback won't be as bad, because I think people look at it as like a redemption too for him, of like he got a bad rap for the prequels, and it's like, oh, he gets to play Anakin one more time and stuff like that.
Oh, so Star Wars fans get to be hypocritical again.
Well, yeah, it's a circle, But I think
Are
that
they really
will.
that bad? Jesus.
Yes, because I'm a fan, so I'm like, which one I can
I'm
tell.
quiet because I'm not like a huge Star Wars guy, so I'm just taking all this stuff in.
Oh, that's the thing. I am. That's why I'm like, I can.
I was gonna ask you,
calling
like, what are
people
your
out,
thoughts
hey.
about it?
Yeah. I'm not like really. I've seen them, the original ones, and I've dabbled in it, but I'm not like really into it. So just hearing all this and the way all they're talking about how fans react.
I mean, essentially, this could, the way. I think I even brought it up. I don't know if it was my spoiler review of Dominion or my review. It's like, this is the struggle that people, that these filmmakers or these creators have, is the fact that it's like, when you have legacy characters and you're like, how do you satisfy the old audience and the new audience? I mean, it's so difficult. I mean, like I said, when it came to Top Gun Maverick, 1 movie, very easy, and they fucking nailed it. So, but when you have so much, behind it, I mean, Star Wars has so much mythology. behind it, and movies and shows and cartoons, so many things that are behind it. So it's a lot more difficult. You know, Jurassic World had, like I said, 5 movies. So it was like, that's somewhat difficult, but not as. But when it comes to a lot of this stuff, it's like, how do you just go, hey, this is the way, let's I just Mandalorian in it. This is the way. But but it's like, how do you try to appease everybody? And you're not, it's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah,
it really
Jurassic
is.
World fans aren't bitching about a black woman being on a TV show.
No.
So
Dude, I mean, like, when it came to the black woman that's in this one, I'm like, you know what my thought was? I'm like, could you make her a little more rugged? She's fucking gorgeous. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I can't buy that she's like this, pilot, and she gets her hands dirty. I'm like, she's too fucking good looking. Like, rugged, like make her a little more rugged, please.
Throw some oil on her face.
Too goddamn gorgeous. That was my issue with her. I was like, make her a little bit more rugged. She's just like, look at her hair. Their hair is fucking perfect, flowing. I'm like, I'm falling in love here, guys. Stop it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. That was my issue with that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so like, I've been watching all the discourse on like Twitter and just stuff, and I'm just kind of like with my popcorn, like, okay, this is a lot. Okay, all right, I see it. Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot, man.
For once, I'm not in it like how DC and Marvel. I don't have a part in it, so I'm just going with what I'm hearing and seeing.
Star Wars and LeBron fans are the worst fan bases ever in life. LeBron fans. Worst fan bases ever in life.
Oh man. Oh, I know. I've seen the LeBron fans, and I'm like, holy shit.
It's a different state of just.
I've seen it.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is random, but it was something you said when you was talking about Jurassic World, right? When you had to wait online. I saw something randomly. Somebody posted like a picture of like newspapers. Do y'all remember when you had to open the newspaper to find movie times and you had to show up?
Me and my dad used to do that a lot.
At an applicable time, so your seats didn't get sold out. Like, that shit's crazy.
Dude, when I saw Phantom Menace, I was a fucking kid. And back in 99, there was no assigned seating. I waited 4 hours on opening fucking day to see Phantom Menace. We waited in line for about 4 hours just to go fucking see that movie.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
That is nuts that you had to show up around the time to hope you get tickets. Where now it's just kind of like, I picked the seat. You had to hope you can get a seat, especially if you brought somebody.
It's a lot. Like, I miss that, and I miss. And I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I miss when trailers were allowed to be trailers. Like, there was no like trailer announcement date. There was no dropping it online. Like, you saw it first in the fucking theater. It was like, whoa, what is this? Teasers were truly teasers. And speaking of Top Gun, one I admire because this has not been done in ages, has not been dropped anywhere. No internet, nothing. That little teaser for that movie Smile.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Like, I'm looking everywhere to find that, and it hasn't been. Yeah,
nothing.
It's super weird. Yeah,
dude, that gave me.
I thought it was like
a
credit card ad or something at first. I was like,
that gave me Cloverfield vibes.
Yes,
because I remember going to watch Transformers. Me and my friend, and when that Cloverfield trailer dropped, and everybody was like, and you saw that Statue of Liberty head, and oh my god, and then just and it just showed a date. And everybody in the movie theater went, what the fuck was? Me and my friend were like, what the fuck was that?
Yes.
What was that? Nobody knew about it. Nobody, nothing. But yes, that Smile trailer. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, what?
Us in the theater, all you heard was people talking like, oh my god, like what the?
Yes.
You can't find much about it on IMDb or stuff like that. It's just this like this small little probably indie horror movie that they're gonna try and do viral market, and I'm excited for. Dude. But it's just like it was an interesting take.
Oh no, I immediately want to see it just because of that. Like I want it. Like I want to know more about it, and I miss the times of trailers like that, dude. Like, just drop shit. Don't give me a date. Don't give me online.
See, now that got me excited being a horror guy. I didn't even know that even was a thing. So,
dude, and it's so creepy because so random. Dude, it's like, what the fuck is happening?
It's literally 15 seconds, a person smiling, and then another person starts to smile, like pretty much like they've been invested by like some talker or Joker toxin, and then it just cuts and says smile, and I think it's like September 30th.
Creepy music, just like
Well, I
big
mean,
ass
like,
smile
okay,
font.
and I know 3 of us have seen it. I don't know if John's seen it, but I mean, like, when it came to that when you watched the trailer for Men, did you know what the fuck
I
that
have
was about?
seen Men.
Oh, you have seen Men.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so all 4 of us can be like,
yes.
Men
I've
is
seen
fucking-
that fucking steaming pile of dog shit
Whoa.
of Men. Yes, I have seen it. Unfortunately, am I the only one that feels that way? Is it just
oh
me?
no, I think we're all stunned. Right? We're
I
all
think,
kinda stunned from
yeah,
it.
I'm in
not
the
as
middle.
harsh. Yeah, I'm in the middle. Yeah, I remember because I talked about it with Dave, and I was much more on not the negative side, but I was much more on the. I was liking where it was going up to, but the third act to me is I thought they focused
the
way
last
more on
20 minutes.
shock value. It's crazy stuff, but I thought the shock value took away from the points he was trying to make, and that was kind of
I agree.
unfortunate.
Please,
You
what's
know.
the fucking point? Tell me.
Okay, so
Men
okay,
are
I got a
bad.
End of
theory.
the goddamn movie.
I have a
He's
theory.
got-
I got a theory.
Please.
So what I think the whole movie is saying is spinning in the face of the Garden of Eden story. That's what I feel like it's doing. And I feel like it's saying the Garden of Eden story is the thing that started male toxicity. Because if you think about the Garden of Eden story, right? You know, God made, Adam and took a rib out of him and made a woman, right? Just the idea of like making women lesser is like they're spitting in the face of that idea. Because in the story of Garden of Eden, God made Adam and he put him somewhere like in the forest somewhere until he was able to complete the garden. So when she goes outside and leads Adam back, it's kind of like she's bringing him back to the garden. And of course, the metaphor is about the apple, he biting the apple. And when the landlord walks in there, he's like, forbidden fruit. Did you take a bite? It was just like, because in my head, when that part happened, I was kind of like, they're not going to go this route. They can't. This is like kind of obvious to me. They're not going to go this route. But then when at the very end, when the body walked up and he had the leaf on his face, it was like, okay, so y'all are spitting y'all are spitting on religion in general for the way that women are depicted. And I feel like in a roundabout way, Adam wanted the main lead to be the Eve, but I feel like she, for whatever reason, she couldn't get pregnant. And that's why the friend came and you saw they revealed that she's
She
pregnant.
was pregnant. Yeah.
And she kind of smirks like, okay, this is what he wanted this whole time. So that's what I feel like mainly about. But what I
That's actually
didn't like
good.
it,
That's good.
what I didn't like about it is, right, I understand the symbolism, but it doesn't give a direct correlation of anything. It just presents that idea without
I
anything
didn't
else
get
to
that
match.
shit at all. Like, I don't
It's
even know
just
how. Like, I commend you for. Listen, I can see that, but that
that's good.
execution, that end of it all, not a good goddamn thing. Did I get any of that from? I'm like, first of all, what is happening? Why does he have a leaf on his face now? Okay, I see what they're trying to do. Why is he shit birthing all these fucking versions of him? And at the end, it's just a fucking husband. And it's like, what did you want? Your love. Okay, cool. End credits.
You see,
I'm going to punch someone in the face.
I think the pregnancy part was the idea of like, men they can't be anything without a woman. That's why he just kept reproducing himself. Like, I need you to make something different than what we are. Because if it's just us, we're just gonna redo the same thing over and over. So we have women here.
Again, I just don't know how this movie did not get an NC-17. I'm like, they literally just was like, hey, here's a fucking gooch right here. But look what's gonna come out of it. Up.
And
I was like,
multiple times over
like,
and over.
dude, I was like, I kept just going like, again. I was like, again.
I'm just like, where did she go?
I mean, I appreciate the execution. I'm like, you pulled this off because I am so uncomfortable right now.
I was uncomfortable. I'm like, what is happening? Like, I'm like, why are you here? Why specifically just one little town? All this fucker. What? Where are you? What is happening? I need explanation. Like, there was no explanation. It just went. Like, it was just like, here we go.
It doesn't give a good job of linking anything. I just
it's all symbolic. It's all supposed to be just like symbolic. you know,
Mhm.
and it's supposed to be like
Multiple
figure it out for
meanings.
yourself, you know, and it's not going to be for everybody. And you know, I mean, I love Alex Garland as a director, and this was totally just he was like, all right, I've done a lot of shit when it comes to sci-fi stuff. I'm gonna go completely this direction now, and he did. And I respect him for it, but at the same time, I'm like, oh fuck,
What the
what
fuck?
the
Yeah.
fuck? I'm like,
That's how I feel
okay,
too.
I will watch Ex Machina, I will watch
Yes.
Annihilation many times, and
This one?
but not this one.
Nope.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I'm
I
not
don't
even
think I
watching
need to
this.
return to it. No,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
I
I'm
caught-
never gonna
don't.
watch this one.
Thank God for AMC fucking stubs or whatever the fuck that is. I'm glad I didn't pay for that shit. I would have been very upset. Like, bro, when I tell you, I was just mad. Like, I left that theater mad. Like, I'm like, what did I just watch? Like, I'm all for symbolism. I'm all for allegories. I'm all for everything. If it makes it and you piece it together, even if it still
Yeah.
confuses
No, I
me, I
agree.
know what the
I
fuck
agree.
is happening. Like, I'm like, okay, cool, I got that. That shit, I'm just like, most
Yeah.
of the movie is her sitting on a couch thinking about an argument with her husband, and then this fucking weird booty butt naked ass dude following her everywhere, and he burps up 5 verses of himself at the end.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do it
That was
doesn't do
it.
a good job of connecting the pieces at all.
At all.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Because I explained that same theory to a few people, and they were like, "Wow, how did you know? I didn't see that shit at all." But I think it's just because I know the story, and I was
Well,
like,
and then it's just difficult, like if you get a little squirmy when it comes to something, like when she like stabbed his hand through the
Oh.
fucking thing, and then he just like, and it was like,
So you notice-
but then,
No, that's kinda
but
weird.
at least,
Yeah, it's
but at
for her
least I got
husband.
that part. But I was like, oh wait, isn't that what her husband's
Yes.
hand looked like? And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I think I see what they're
That's
going
the thing.
for.
Why is
here.
it?
And
The, why is the
crucifixion.
husband?
You know, when Jesus got
Yeah.
crucified.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
But why
There
is
was
it
a
the husband
lot.
at the
There's
end?
just way too much going on
yeah,
here.
it is a lot. It's a lot of shit.
A lot of shit to take in. Yeah, I mean, it's just like I said, I associate it to Mother, Midsummer, Hereditary. There's a lot. There's like,
At
there's
least
like
Monty knows
this
what the hell is
genre.
going on. People are just mad about it.
Well, yeah. Well, I told every woman that I knew that was a mother, I was like, don't watch this movie. You're not going to watch this movie. Please do not watch this movie. You will be traumatized. Do not watch this movie.
Yeah, I think it was
Because,
that
you know, I
traumatizing.
mean, that's the thing. Like, there's a specific genre that only a few directors have tapped into, is like this really like symbolic shock, crazy, like you walk out just like, I'm changed
Mhm.
now, you know. That's, you know, and I, you know, Aronofsky, Astor, done it twice, and now we have Garland, who has tapped into this whole genre of like, this is totally symbolic, everything is allegory and everything like that, and you really got to figure out things for yourself, and it's graphic and it's disturbing, and I'm glad that it's there, but at the same time, I'm going, cool, I'm not going to watch that again. You know, but I get what you were trying to do, and I respect that. But fucking hell, like, and you almost want to like ask the actors, like especially with men, and like, you know, the dude who was playing all the dude, and you know, like, dude,
He was
like,
great. He
yeah,
was great.
he was great. I mean, like, you gotta you gotta respect an actor who's like, all right, I'm gonna play multiple different characters, and my dong's gonna be hanging out a lot in this
Right.
movie, you know. You know, it's like, you
Right.
really gotta, I mean, you went for it, and good for you, man. But
Mhm.
you almost want to ask, like, man, what made you go say, yes, I will do this? You know, it's like, man, I mean,
He doesn't get leading roles much.
yeah, I mean, I've seen him in various other movies, sure.
He's
but it's
Tanner
like,
in the Bond
Hey,
series.
right,
yeah,
Tanner and
yeah,
Bond.
Yeah.
yes,
He's phenomenal in Penny Dreadful. Like,
Yeah.
phenomenal.
Oh, is
in
he?
Penny Dreadful.
Okay, I haven't watched that series.
You haven't
yet.
watched Penny? Oh my
Oh,
god!
I need to. I know.
Please watch
I
That's on
should
my
just for
list.
Ava
Dreadful.
Green, but yeah.
Yeah, he plays Frankenstein's monster. He's so good. Oh,
Oh,
my god.
wow, I gotta watch. I know. That's on my list of series to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, but and that's A24, and that's so directly up their alley
Oh,
to make a
yeah.
movie like that.
Totally.
And here's what's pissed me off is because, listen, for me, A24 is one of 3 this year. Because I feel like they're one of those studios that's like, yeah, I'm throwing my dick on the table. Boom, we're A24. We're going to do whatever I want.
Mhm.
And you guys just going to take it in. Sometimes that really fucking works. Others, it's like, what are you doing? And like I said, thank God for Everything Everywhere, because
Oh,
that
man.
was your bread and butter this year.
Oh,
Totally
yeah.
was.
Them other two you made.
What was the other one?
X.
You didn't like
X.
X?
I
didn't
haven't
like
watched
it
it yet.
either.
I
I haven't
hated
watched it yet.
I guess I
loved it, man.
I guess I
I
shouldn't say
haven't
that.
watched it yet.
Yeah,
Shit.
I guess I shouldn't say that I didn't like it. It's just
I
that I was
didn't.
expecting more from it. I think
Same.
Okay.
you know,
makes sense.
I was a little disappointed in it. I thought there was a lot of good ideas. We're talking about with men where there's so many ideas. It felt like there were some ideas, and then we just stopped to kind of turn into slasher mode, which was fun to see in A24 because I wasn't expecting that. And there's a very fun twist with certain actors and stuff that I actually didn't know till the end of the movie. It's like, oh shit, you got me there. I did not even put two and two together there. So I just want a little bit more, but that has a couple also like gross out moments where you're like, you feel uncomfortable. You're like, oh my God.
yeah.
But yeah, I would agree where I put that in, not necessarily a miss, but I won't return to X. Where everything all at once. I've seen 3 times. I saw it again last week. It's
That's my favorite.
Dude,
like,
I can't
every
wait to
time I-
watch.
oh,
I can't
yeah,
wait to
every-
watch it again. Yeah.
every time I
Favorite
watch
movie
it,
of the
it's the
year.
most hyperbolic thing. But I'm like, man, this might be the greatest movie of all time. Like every time I watch it, I feel that way every time. I just like maybe it's
I
just
mean,
more for
I
me
won't
too.
argue.
That
Won't
hits all the
argue.
boxes, but
I don't
just,
think anybody
I
would.
love it. It's just so
I mean,
good.
it really is. I mean, like especially since like the comic book movies are just tapping into the fucking multiverse now.
Mhm.
That movie was like, oh, we'll show you some fucking multiverse. You want to see a fucking scene
Oh
where
yeah.
where
We'll
Jamie
do it
Lee
right.
Curtis and Michelle
Doctor
Yeoh
Strange.
have an intimate moment with hot dog fingers? Yes, we're gonna show you that shit.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just like, man, I mean, that movie, I can't wait to watch it again.
And what's
Whenever
super
we-
fun is
Beautiful.
because
Oh.
my lady hadn't seen it. So the fun thing is knowing what's coming in a movie, and then like, oh
Yeah.
man, like
Oh,
hot
I
dog,
love
like,
that.
when the
I
hot
love
dog
that.
fingers happen, and I got to see her face, she's like, oh my fucking,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what's happening?
That's so
It's
fun
so
about
good when
watching
you know
movies
what's
like that with
coming.
somebody,
Yeah. But
Yeah.
oh no,
When
it's
you watch
amazing.
when you watch a movie like that with somebody who hasn't seen it, you're
Mhm.
like you're doing that whole thing like, you know,
Look
you're
at the
like,
side like, hey,
Yeah, no.
yeah,
But
you can't help but like how they
the
react to this.
last 20 minutes of that movie is some of the most perfected shit on film. Just
Oh, yeah.
like it's so
Dude.
gorgeous.
I cried
I'm
multiple
like,
times in that
Oh
movie.
yeah, every
Oh, yeah.
time, every
man,
time.
I
'Cause it's
fucking
too
cried
real,
in my
man.
review talking about
Yeah.
that part. Just
Yeah.
like,
It's
I mean,
too
just-
real, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
just,
And
just the idea.
the fact that what's
If
his
you ain't
name?
seen it, shit.
Short
Data.
Round.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, the fact that dude like decided
yeah,
like,
shit.
hey, I'm gonna act again.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden he like has scenes where it's like, dude,
God.
what the? Oh wait, you've been doing stunt choreography this whole time? No
Yeah.
shit.
You
Look at
should have been here the whole time. You know?
Look at you
But-
go.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
at you go. Like, how are you and bringing it back to Jackie Chan, not doing movies together?
Right.
Like when during the 90s and fucking 2000s, you guys should have been doing movies together. Like, look at you. You look like you could keep right now. You're like, I mean, I was so impressed.
And it's
yeah.
just
By
actual
his
acting
performance.
quality too. You know, like just
Yes!
knowing this, like he's
Oh.
just so good. He's so
One of
likable.
the most heartfelt
Yeah.
characters. I was like, oh my, I feel
Dude, the whole
everything,
thing
bro.
about like when he's like, I just wanted to, do laundry with you and taxes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
There's
You
been
know?
that line is
Dude,
stuck
I
with
was
me
like-
for everything. Yeah.
I mean,
Another
when you think
Lifetime,
about that with
Universe.
a significant other, and it's like, yeah, maybe this is a mundane life, but it's like when he says that to her, like I would have been just happy just doing
Right.
running this business and doing it was like fucking hell. It kind of made
Oh,
you go,
yeah.
Jesus
It's how
Christ.
just being kind is like how I survive.
Yeah.
Like that's my
Oh my
strategy.
God,
That's
that
my
part right there.
superpower.
Oh,
Yeah.
like,
Oh my
part.
god.
Oh, that hit me in the heart so
Jesus
much.
Christ.
I'm learning to fight like you. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god. I was like,
It's a
movie-
It's a
And how
movie
about
you
the part
see.
when-
Oh, you
okay,
go
oh
ahead.
God,
So you go
I'm
ahead.
getting
No.
goosebumps.
Okay. There's so much to say about this movie, but like the part when, she fights her way with kindness up to the top of
Mhm.
the stairs, and she's standing at the black hole, and everybody that she fought is holding on to her to pull her daughter down,
Yes.
back from going into that black hole depression. Man, that is like, I'm getting chills
I
thinking
Oh,
am
about
your
Ah.
mother. I was like, oh shit.
No,
Oh,
it's like it's so funny. Like most of the
Oh,
stuff, like before
man.
superhero genre came up, like I love horror, I love the dark shit. All the comic book stuff, I usually lean towards like the dark things, but movies like this are my favorite when you watch them and the next day you just feel better about life. Like you're a little more chipper, you're happier because it is like that kind of take in these little moments and stuff like that. And even stuff like if I'm at work and something's stupid, having go, you know what? this is just one thing. It's going to be gone in an hour. Let's go. And then
Exactly.
it's one of those movies where it does make you appreciate little things and you always should, but sometimes you just need that reminder of like, man, especially there's so much shit in the world that's happening right now. I'm very lucky to be, like I have myself, my lady, my kids, and there's I just happy that I tweeted about last week that we had a s'mores day, and that was the best day of the week. We just watched Toy Story and ate s'mores, and that's was the best thing to do this whole month. It was just, and that's all I need. I don't need more money. And that's that was great about that, where they live in this universe where they're famous, they're rich, they have everything they want, but both of them are still kind of missing that one thing. And especially when you're growing up, when I was younger, it was always like, oh, you got to own this by this age. You got to have this money by this age. You got to own this much property by this age. And of course, all things I still want, but that movie is so good at showing you yeah, that's all the stuff that everyone tells you about, but this is what life's really about, and it gets down to that core. And take it in, because like I said, for me, my kid in a couple months starts kindergarten. It felt like I just had her, and it's like, man, you're already 5, and you're gonna be now going to see all these other kids, and they're gonna be shit kids that are gonna infest your mind, and but it's take the time while you got it. It's such
look at what we just saw recently with this fucking Johnny Depp and Amber Heard thing. It's like these people are on top. They have made millions of dollars. They're and they're fucking miserable.
Oh
yeah, they're miserable people. Okay, I like Johnny Depp. I like his movies, but at the same time, he is a miserable piece of shit. Okay, all right. And that's why when it comes to this whole thing, I'm like, I'm not defending him. I'm not defending Amber Heard, and I can't believe people who wholeheartedly defend either side.
Oh, I know. They're in the legal room or something.
Fucking miserable. They are miserable fucking people. They it's like, and they have money, they have fame, they have all good looks. They are literally they were crafted. Look at Johnny Depp in his prime, fucking one of the best looking dudes. Amber Heard, one of the best looking women in ever. And it's but they are fucking miserable and toxic goddamn people, and going to everything everywhere. You gotta, even if you own a fucking laundromat and you have to try to you're scrounging, sometimes you just gotta realize, hey, maybe this is not so bad, It's not so bad, because the glamorous life, which they show, not even so great either. It's
And speak about travel, you just talking about I have a daughter that's 5 too. She's going to be in kindergarten this year, so I 100% feel you on that.
Scary, it's scary, man.
It's super scary. Oh my god. But just to boil back to the very end, when Michelle Yeoh's character was talking to her daughter, the daughter was like, all you care about is this. Blah, 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 blah. She's like, look, all I care about is you right now. I don't give a shit about anything else. You are the only thing that matters to me right now. And I feel just a message like that, with all the shit that's happened, COVID, all these terrible things with school shootings and all that stuff. It's live now, be with the people you care about, who you love, because this moment it matters the most. And that
all the possibilities only right here in this moment with you. I was like, my eyeballs.
Dude, I don't know how many times I got choked up many times. Just
every time I watch it gets me every time. And I know it's coming. That's when every time
I had to lean back and do one of these, and it still didn't work.
And it's good, because everyone I've talked to, whether it's in the Twitter world, podcasting world, or personal life, they have that same experience. They have they just they come away with something from it, and that's where I love this genre, because you get action scenes, you get creepy horror scenes, you get comedy scenes, you get when my lady saw the trophy, you get a bagel when she saw the trophy, and she's like, that was in my mind, man, you don't even know, you don't even know what's about to come, and you get this fight where there's 2 guys with trophies and stuff shoved up their ass, and to beat them they gotta it has everything you would ever want in a movie, and it has a message in it too. It's how can you fight that? It's just one that I'm going to watch over and over.
I trust nobody who doesn't like this movie. I trust no one.
I don't know how this movie doesn't get nominated for all kinds of awards. The editing, I'm like, who's the editor? The editor, the editor, and I'm sure the directors were also in there. How the fuck did you edit this movie? And how did you shoot it? How did you shoot it? Because there's multiple different, and then Michelle Yeoh being in so many different things. How did you do that? I'm like, I want to
Aspect
see like how
ratios,
you
editing,
accomplish
just
Have you
that.
seen the script of Michelle Yeoh when she had it?
Yes. Oh,
No,
my, that would overwhelm
I
me.
didn't see
So it's like a book, and then like each page has like a bunch of sticky notes on it, like sticking out. So I imagine it's like
Oh,
linked to
shit.
their Yeah, you should look. It's on
No,
Twitter somewhere. They
it's-
post
Okay,
it
I'll find it.
because I
I'll
think
look
it's
for it.
gonna be on the
insane, dude.
Yeah, I think it's on the Blu-ray like behind the scenes, and that's coming out I think in a couple weeks or so.
Let me see.
But this
Yeah.
photo came up of her with the script, and it's a book, and yeah, it's fascinating. I can't wait to buy that because like I said, I don't buy much physical media, but there's a few movies I do, and that one I know because I watch so much. It's gonna be on my shelf.
It was made on a low budget.
Oh yeah, and
too.
it looks
That's the
great. It looks
thing.
fantastic.
And it's like it's going to be the most profitable A24 movie.
It is now officially
It
this
is now.
weekend.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and it was funny too because I saw somebody go like, "Wait a minute, that's how much it made." I'm like, how much do you think A24 movies make? I mean,
Yeah.
it's not. They're not
With the amount of
blockbusters.
marketing they get too.
I just
Yeah.
sent
They're
you
not
the
on every
picture,
billboard.
Dave,
They're not
on Twitter.
during.
But I mean,
Yeah.
but if you look at it, like if you look at it as an equivalent to a Marvel movie, it did gangbusters.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and that's what's so fantastic is the fact. And I'm like,
And it
the
did
Daniels-
multiverse a lot better than the multiverse movie
The
that fucking
Daniels
came out.
make whatever you're gonna make next. I'm gonna be there opening fucking
yeah.
night. You
Yeah.
know, Jesus Christ.
Between this and even Swiss Army Man, when I saw that, it was just a movie you
still
don't
need
think.
to see that.
Oh
I
yeah, they
still
did
need to
that.
see it.
You
I
should
haven't
watch
seen
it.
it
They,
either.
they directed
I
that.
forgot they made that movie too. Yeah.
It has a similar feel where you don't think like Paul Dano and a dead Daniel Radcliffe would hit you, but it does. It doesn't hit you as much as this movie, but it has messages. It has what the F moments like it, and it's so good. And I love Daniel Radcliffe's era of just like I'm gonna do weird shit and just have fun. But no, watch Swiss Army Man. It's really good. You'll have moments where how with men you're like you couldn't believe what you're seeing. This is like the happier version of that because there's just some moments where you can't believe like what am I watching? What are they doing with this corpse? But no, it's a fascinating movie.
I'll watch
It's really
anything.
good. Oh yeah.
Again, more
Oh
than
yeah, I'll
fucking
watch
men.
anything with
So
those.
it's
Yeah.
okay.
And I love Marvel, and I'm so happy they did not do Loki, you know, because they were talked about that. They turned that down. They talked to the
Yeah.
Daniels about doing that. And from their point of view, it makes sense because these guys are down to direct. So of course Marvel can be like, yeah, let's fucking talk to these guys even more so now. But
They'd be limited.
Oh, they'll be
they
back.
would have been limited. Yeah, because
Yeah,
you got to
they'll
stick
be
with the
back.
box. And they even said that where they said like it's not that we didn't want to do it, it's just that we knew what we'd be playing. Same thing Reeves has said too, where it's like he says he likes the MCU, but he doesn't know if he could function in that because he has like have to work in that.
No.
Snyder said the same thing. It's
No.
like it works for different people. Where it's like people that turn these things down, and they always do that, right? Where the Daniels turned down Marvel, they hate fight. It's like no, they even go on Rex like we like the shit they're doing. It's just we don't think we would work in that system. And it's great because Loki turned out for me great. And then you got this, which is like a phenomenal movie. So I can't wait to see, like you said, John, whatever they do next, I'll be there.
Oh, wow.
They're one of those directors where they went, yeah, you see the picture that she had?
Yeah,
there? The
yeah,
script that
yeah.
sent
John
you?
just sent me the picture. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
That is a lot of sticky.
That must have
little
been fun.
notes
That
right
must have been fun, the opening
Jesus
that up. And just like,
Christ. That is insane.
yeah.
The confidence in handing a script to somebody like that has to be like,
Oh,
look,
yeah.
I know-
All right.
the shit's crazy, but I'm telling you,
And
read
I'm
it.
so
But it all
happy.
makes,
Yeah.
but it's
Michelle
like,
Yeoh.
hey, but it's all gonna make sense. It's all gonna make
Yeah.
sense.
Right.
You're just hoping while they're filming, like, man, I hope this final cut's fucking good, you know, like with all the stuff
Right.
because it's just like, man, that's crazy.
I want to
So-
see what didn't make the cut. I want to see everything. Like what was
Seriously,
left on
right?
on
What's
the
the
fucking
what,
chopping
what,
floor?
what
Like,
got
let me
cut
know.
out of the movie?
Mhm.
You know, I mean, I even want to kind of know about that with men. I'm like, what was cut out of the movie? Jesus Christ! How did you pass off that R rating? What was cut out that maybe pushed it over?
I
to
want
a-
to know what's cut out of fucking X. Would it make it better? Would it make it more entertaining? What's
Yeah.
going on? Because
I still got to watch that, so I can't. Yeah, but then we got that. You know, even like
yeah, watch
Ana
X.
de Armas is going to be in that Marilyn Monroe movie, and that's supposed to be an NC-17.
Right. It ends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm like, what is causing it to be? I mean, I'm not going to complain if there's a lot
She
of
wasn't the
nudity
most
for Ana de
innocent
Armas, but you know,
person in the world.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
She doesn't have issues getting naked.
No,
So,
she
No,
doesn't. I
she
was
does
going to say
not.
the same
No,
thing.
she
which I'm
yeah.
okay with. I'm perfectly okay with her being naked as much as possible. It's fine. But I'm just going like, why is it NC-17? You know?
Well, it's interesting because that was the report that Netflix originally like pulled. It was supposed to be out last year, and they pulled it because they wanted R, and they came to some sort of agreement. And it does, especially with Netflix wanting to do more theatrical releases. That fucking kills that chance for that movie to have like any really successful. Because people look at that and go, oh, I don't know, but yeah, it is interesting. Like, what is in there? Even if it is a lot of sex, it's like, okay, what do you define as like a lot of sex? You know, like it's not. I don't think it's gonna be physical penetration like the what was that movie years ago with they had the oral sex on screen.
Brown Bunny.
Thank you. Yeah, and it was like a 10-minute cut, and then Roger Ebert just fucking destroyed that thing.
How quick you responded, Brown Bunny? You were like right there. You're like, yes. John was like,
it is.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that movie, but I saw that scene.
Chloe Severnine, whatever her name is.
It's one of those movies when you're first researching film, you hear, but like, oh yeah, Bad Bunny or Brown Bunny, they had this scene, and then like later on they took it out. But it was a bold thing to do at a festival. Like we're gonna do,
hot.
and she even said though that she regretted though. She was like, man, I wish we didn't do that. So I don't think we're getting that in this film. So it's just a question of what is in there, and it's gonna be interesting.
It's probably gonna have some rape scenes that
they've alluded to that. Yeah, that's
I wouldn't mind seeing a Brown Bunny scene with Anna Dear.
I mean,
Mr. President.
Yeah, some JFK. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens when it comes to that. I mean, I'm curious. I mean, we'll see what happens. But one of the last things that I wanted to talk about, you know, especially with Jason here, because obviously you're wearing the shirt. Like, what is your favorite horror movie?
Of all time?
Scary.
Yeah.
And now Ghostface is gonna come out and fucking kill him after you said
right.
Yeah. What's your favorite horror movie, eh?
Yeah.
He's waiting in the corner like, you better say it.
No, because I mean, obviously we went over his short film, and I mean, I I wanted to, like, you know, obviously the genre of horror. I was curious to see, like, to hear what your favorite horror movie actually is.
Well, without a doubt, my favorite is how does he reference it? The immortal classic Halloween '78. That's like
so you're definitely in the slashers. Okay, sure, you're a slasher.
I think like Halloween '78. Like, of course, you know, there are loose ends. You could say like, acting isn't subpar and strict.
Oh, who cares?
I just think from
no.
Yeah, no.
I don't care. I don't care about that.
Right.
Okay, I always gotta put that out because you'll have some snob being like, "Oh, the acting doesn't."
Nope.
Those are the people that are like, "Oh, we should nominate those for best film and stuff." Like those are those type of people, you know, that look down on horror.
The best horror movies are made on shoestring budgets, and Halloween. If you watch, you know, how movies were made on Netflix. I don't know if you've seen that series.
Oh yeah,
they have a Halloween episode, and I'm like, holy shit! How the fuck did they make that movie? My all-time favorite horror movie is The First Evil Dead with Sam Raimi, and he made that on a super shoestring budget, and the shit that he did and pulled off with that amazes me even to this day. You know, that was made in 1979, and I'm like, that's still my all-time favorite movie because there's something authentic about it and everything like that. But let's go around the horn. John, what's your favorite horror movie?
Oh, Halloween.
Okay, like, so same thing. Yeah.
It's for sure.
Filmmaking in that movie is just
incredible. Yeah. Oh no, it totally top notch.
John Carpenter's filmmaking. I meant to say that, add that on to why it is. But
John Carpenter knew what to do with the fucking score. I mean, my favorite.
Yes.
My favorite sci-fi horror movie, if that's like a different genre, is The Thing.
I was gonna say that's my very close second runner-up.
John Carpenter's The Thing is, when I watch that, no matter what, that fucking movie. Everything about that movie, the isolation, the acting, you know, you got Kurt Russell. I mean, that movie was just the isolation, first off, and the cold, and then the practical effects on that, the score, everything about that movie, and everybody not trusting everybody. Yeah. That movie is like damn near perfect. When it is perfect, to be honest. I mean, like that. I mean, when it comes to like an alien type movie that's horror, sci-fi horror, that movie,
Paranoia,
dude, the Paranoia. Oh my god! Man.
As a matter of fact,
why don't we just sit here and
that leg shot you was talking about in my short film? It was supposed to be homage to '78.
Oh yeah, I saw your fonts. You used the Halloween font, right, in your short film. Yeah,
a lot of it's homage to that.
Send me this short film. I'd like.
Oh yeah. I'll send you it right now, dude. It's a really good. Short film. I'll send it to you right now.
Your thoughts on that for real?
But Travis, what is yours?
Yeah, what's yours?
I always feel bad because I hate doing the I got to, but I always like the way I classify them when I tell people I have a favorite and the one I consider the best. My favorite's Nightmare on Elm Street. I love ever since I was a kid. I love the concept of when I heard this
the
guy
remake?
hunts you in his dream. No, yeah, not the remake, not the remake. Even though what sucks about that is I think Jackie was a perfect casting to be a new Freddy, and they kind of squandered that. But when I heard the concept, oh yeah, there's this guy, his knife fingers, but he's a monster that hunts you in your dreams. Like holy shit! And when you watch this, that same thing talk about shoestring budget, the one of the best documentaries I will recommend is Never Sleep Again. It is like a 6 to 7 hour documentary, and it covers every single Nightmare on Elm Street film, and they go deep into it, showing everything, how it was done, like how dangerous when they did that house flipping thing with Tina and she goes on the roof, like how nowadays you would they'd be in fucking trouble because even the actress was like, I was scared about doing that. And that's some bad shit too. And then for me, the other one, it's a classic, but well, and speaking of when you're talking about their good looks, that's how he got hired, because Wes had a bunch of people and he talked to his daughter, and his daughter said that one, and he goes, why? She's like, he's the cutest. And that's how he knew. He's like, oh, young girls are gonna love this guy because if my daughter thinks he's cute, that's how he got the role. And now the rest is history. And then the other one for me is The Shining. I fucking love The Shining so much. I love Jack Nicholson in that. Talk about a movie with men. That movie has a whole documentary where it's about all the 15 different theories this could be about, how Stanley Kubrick helped fake the moon landing and stuff. But even take all that stuff away, I'm always down.
Dude, I've gone down that rabbit hole of conspiracy theories when it comes to that fucking movie.
Oh yeah, it's
late night, just going, what is this? Oh,
and even if you take away the conspiracy theory stuff, it's just a good movie, great performances. It's sad what happened to Shelley Duvall now. That's kind of a thing that her career's gone and she's in a tough place. But there's
she was so
incredible
fantastic in that movie.
Oh yeah,
incredible.
But yeah, Dave, have you ever watched Room 237, the documentary?
No, I have not.
You should. It's a documentary about Shining, and it gets into every single theory that people have ever had about The Shining, and they dive deep into it. But yeah, those are the two. And Jack, if you talk about I know he's not classic in the black and white era, but that kind of 70 to 80s, Jack's my guy. That's my favorite actor, my go-to, because not even just because I saw him as a kid my first time as Joker, but then after that you looked at, I had two experiences with Jack Nicholson of, I saw him in that, and I saw him in Anger Management, and then once I got into film, you saw Chinatown and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and all this stuff. Man, he could really go before people.
Wolf.
Yeah, and Wolf, yeah. And then later on, people wanted him to do the Jack Nicholson thing, right? Of be Jack. We love when you're Jack, but
he said Wolf. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Wolf. Do you not like Wolf?
Oh no, Scott and I have talked about that.
It's an interesting
movie. We were there's some respect and some what the you're back.
You should ask him what his favorite movie is. The killer's coming after that.
Right, see?
Yeah, that's right there, yeah.
Ghostface is fucking with him. Oh,
yeah.
God.
But Jack is great. I love that performance in Shining. When he's doing that whole walking up the stairs, and he's like, darling, light of my life, you see what you're doing? It's so good. But again, that was a movie that was destroyed by critics. You look at it, they got Razzie noms because it was just what is this? Back then, that was something that was looked down upon. Almost Jack doing this was a black mark on his career for, he did this horror haunted house movie, and now it's one of, if not his iconic role. How many people parodied the Here's Johnny door scene? Yeah.
Which was improvised. Wasn't that improvised by him too?
Yeah. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's the most iconic line from that movie. He just improvised. He was like, "Here's Johnny," and it was that wasn't in the script.
And it's so funny because I learned about Johnny Carson later on through my dad, and once I got into talk shows and whatnot. But I went into that movie thinking, his name's Johnny, and that's the thing. That is so iconic though that a generation grew up thinking that's what it's from. They don't think about Johnny Carson. They think about The Shining and him doing that. And that's how that movie had such an impact. And as years go on,
I damn sure didn't know that till you said it now. So yeah.
Oh yeah, no, and I didn't know until you got into everything and you got into stand-up comedy and stuff like that. But it's just a iconic movie, and Kubrick's great as well. So
Kubrick, I know, man. That guy did
he made some great stuff.
I have a controversial take.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Here we go. I like it.
I know, and I'm not shitting on your choice by any means, but I've always found it hard to associate Evil Dead with horror. Like for me, Sam Raimi has never done like horror to me, like scary to me, like.
Yeah.
Not the first. See, the first Evil
no.
Dead, I think it is.
First-
'Cause I think it's so
Okay.
creepy and it's
Yes.
just so isolated. That's
But
what
see,
I.
I didn't even get that. Like I don't know.
Okay,
What
okay.
I
You
just
need to
can't
rewatch it.
connect.
Okay. So,
The
John,
first was pretty
you
fucking
need okay.
scary, dog.
You need to do a rewatch of all three because I get what you're saying because the first Evil Dead is very much in the vein of like, okay, we have 5 young people, which is the normal thing, go into this cabin and then they witness some evil shit, of course.
Right.
And the fact that, again, just respect the fact that there was like a very shoestring budget. It was very, But then when you watch the second Evil Dead, it gets retconned. And this is what Sam Raimi does through this whole trilogy. And some people are like, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't make sense because it gets retconned to the fact that it's like, oh, only Ash and his girlfriend went to the cabin.
Yeah.
And then it starts turning into that horror comedy level. Yeah. And then he gets sent into the past. And then you kind of go like, all right, whoa, okay, cool. And then it gets retconned kind of again with Army of Darkness. And it's full on just ridiculousness in Army of Darkness. Just watch it again. What was the last time you watched the first Evil Dead? It's been a long time.
It's been a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
Tell you that first
I'm
one.
telling you, the first one, he was going for straight up horror.
That's creepy shit.
I mean, yeah, there's some cringe. Yeah, there's gonna be some cringe and whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
That whole thing. You know, but yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, it is. I always did say, like, man, it's kind of weird that why did Sam Raimi always retcon each one? Because when Ash gets sent back in time, like, there's like a demon that's like flying and like all these like soldiers are right here, and he like blows it away, and all of them start worshiping him, which was actually mentioned in the Evil Dead 2, like, in the story, like, oh yeah, and there was like a savior that came and defeated the demons or the dead mites or whatever the fuck they call them. And then, but then when you fire up Army of Darkness, Ash is like a slave, and he's like, I'm captured, and blah, blah. I'm like, you retconned it again, Sam Raimi? So Sam Raimi's not consistent.
Right.
He's
no,
not,
I don't think he gives a shit. That's the thing.
No, I don't think he gives a shit.
Yeah.
And so he's not consistent, but I can still respect what he was trying to do.
Like for me, I absolutely 1,000, and this is one of my top 10 of all time fucking horrors. I'm gonna say right now, and I absolutely love it. I think the remake is 10 billion times more frightening. It's scary and creepy, and it's so amazingly just
Fede. He did a good job. He did a good job. Dude, when I was in the movie theater watching that, I was like going, oh
yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
It's a tough watch at times.
God.
The glass.
So
when she had to cut up the arm.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
Even that guy slits her tongue.
He
with
did a good job. Fede Alvarez did a fucking great job.
One of the best remakes ever.
Yeah.
Probably the best remake ever.
It's in my top 10. Dude. I'm obsessed with that movie.
Great.
I'm obsessed. I can't.
Yeah. I watched it recently.
I was like, right. That's what I'm like comparing the two. I'm just like, like
but I just hold that special place in my heart with the original.
Like I said, I'm not knocking like by any means.
No. I get that. But at the same time, the remake is very well made. Like when I went into it, I was one of those like, I'm like, I don't know about this. You're remaking one of my favorite movies. But when I walked out, I went, Jesus fucking Christ. I walked out stunned.
Well, that's what was
went home with me.
Oh yeah, 100%. And that's what was strange with Fetty, that like he did that and then Don't Breathe back to back, and it's like, man, this guy's having some bangers, and then I feel like he's kind of like lost it a little bit, and I'm hoping he kind of gets back, because I remember,
I don't know where he went.
But he did that Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, that new one, whatever it was called, with I can't remember. Yeah, I never saw it.
Web or
but everyone told me to skip it, and I did. And then he had a big hand in producing Don't Breathe 2, which was awful, just awful. I did not like that. So, and it's funny
that was a Spielberg Transformers move. I'm sure, like, just put my name on it. I want nothing to do with it. Like,
and it's funny because Fetty, like, after Don't Breathe and Evil Dead, when Affleck left Batman, there was that short list of names, and Reeves was on it, but Fetty was also on there. Like, he was in those lists of, hey, people we want to work with. So I hope the next thing he does is kind of back to those roots because I love that remake. I love the first Don't
Oh.
Breathe, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
really
Well,
talented.
There was also even a talk about them combining the remakes. Like, oh, hey, we were dealing with like, I mean, look what happened to Army of Dead. He went through a portal, so we had Ash versus the Evil Dead series, which I very much enjoyed because Bruce Campbell is goddamn enjoyable.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, so we're gonna have a crossover, and there was talks about possibly that happening, but
Well, Ash was at the fucking stinger of the Evil Dead remake, so I'm like, wait, what's
Yeah.
gonna happen? So I'm like, are they
Yeah.
gonna bring him in, or what's gonna happen?
But
exactly.
now we got that Evil Dead movie coming out this year, that Evil Dead Rise or whatever it is. I think it takes place in like an apartment or at a hotel or something like that. It's
Oh,
happening
it's a
this
new
year.
Evil Dead
Yeah,
movie?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Really?
happening this
I
year.
didn't hear about that.
Campbell's been
Oh,
talking
shit.
about it. Yeah, I think it's new cast, like just they have their names producing credits and stuff, but I can't remember what it is. But yeah, I think it might even been rumored to be like an HBO Max type of movie. I'll look it up
Oh.
right now, but
Ah, man, I just worry about that because one of the best things that Sam Raimi did was strap a camera to, like, he said he strapped the camera to a 2x4 to do that whole, and somebody was just holding it going through the forest, and that whole the evil presence that goes through it and it just goes, and I'm like, I mean, there's something about that, and then
Practical nature.
and even watching Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, that's why I walked out with a smile on my face. I was like, that was fucking Sam Raimi. Even, we've talked about this. I mean, obviously, he had to play to the rules of the MCU. So the mid-credit scene was like, fuck, all right, you just kind of ruined the ending because,
Yes, incredible.
when you see Stephen Strange, like, wow, hey, life's good, and then all of a sudden, and then the third eye shows up, and then it cuts to black. I'm like, watch the Evil Dead and everything. That's the way that he ends his movies. Yeah, but then sadly they're like, hey,
we immediately take it away.
Yeah, I know.
At the end, everything's fine now. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's scheduled for Max this year. It's a tale of two sisters trying to survive and save their family from demonic creatures known as the Deadites. So yeah, it's Max this year.
Somebody in the chat says Fede Alvarez is doing an alien film.
I think it is, but it's straight to streaming though. I'm pretty sure because you have Noah Hawley. He's doing an Alien series, and I love Noah Hawley. The movies that he did with last was not the greatest, but I love Legion, so he's doing that. But I had heard about Fede doing an Alien movie, but I think it's going straight to Hulu like Prey. I think that's what they're doing with them.
Dude,
that's been a thing for like years.
You guys saw the Prey fucking trailer, right?
Oh, I saw that
no, I
thing,
haven't yet, but I've heard good things.
Oh my god!
I'm avoiding it. I was like, I didn't have to review it on the cast that day, so I'm like, I'm just gonna not watch. I'm gonna watch the movie in August, but I can't wait.
It's not. It's supposed to be a series, right? Or is it a movie?
It's a movie.
It's a movie.
A movie. Okay. But dude,
they're releasing back to back, English version and then a Comanche, the native tongue, where the actors are literally coming in and refilming to film in there.
Awesome.
Which is great. I love.
That's absolutely fantastic. But I mean, Travis, you don't even know. Like when that trailer came out, it was like everybody who's a Predator fan and goes, "Oh, we're getting back to the basics."
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, we're getting back to where
the horror of it,
dude. The franchise is being invigorated after all the many attempts where it didn't work, and holy shit, yeah. It's like a holy shit.
Oh yeah, no, I'm excited. That's why because I had the other geeks on news, and they're talking. I'm like, you know what? I this is a time in my life where I don't have to watch the trailer. I'm just gonna be surprised. I'll be there day one, and I'm really excited because love 10 Cloverfield Lane, and I was so surprised at what we got with. Yeah, I'm so surprised with what we got with The Predator with Shane Black, and again, there was rumors there was like some studio problems there, but that was just such a. I remember when Shane Black got announced, it was kind of this like, oh, this is gonna save it. We're gonna get something really great, and it was like, oh, not so much there. So I'm really excited to see what they can do with this, and I like the lead because I was just talking about Legion. She's from there, so that's a day one watch for me. On Hulu.
like when it comes to the Predator series, it's like. I mean, the first one obviously is the fucking, it's iconic. It's great. It's such a classic. You can watch that. You get to the chopper. I mean, how many times can you quote that? And anybody who hates on Predator 2, go fuck yourself because I think that's great. The fact that they were like, hey, let's just go to LA and have Danny Glover be the fucking lead, and I'm like, fan-fucking-tastic, and you're gonna kill Bill Paxton again? Well, now he got the trifecta of getting killed by an alien, a Terminator, and a Predator. Fuck yeah. That's why Bill Paxton's the GOAT. May he rest in peace. Love that man.
Listen,
You know, I don't
2 is
care.
great.
When people shit on Predator 2, I'm like, you don't know cinema. Fuck
Danny
you.
Glover's still not a believable action hero by any move. He moves
No.
like a fucking tin man.
He moves
but
like an
he's
old
still-
man.
Yes,
all
he
the
does.
time.
And he was young. And he was younger. So I'm just like, oh my God. But the movie,
But
yeah,
he
it's a
fucking
special
rocked
place.
that shit. That's the
He
thing.
does.
Danny Glover, he's been old for 40 fucking years.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like Ric Flair. He was
But-
born old. Ric Flair was never young.
It's like anytime Danny Glover gets hurt or fighting in that movie, it's like a 20 minutes of him just like, I was like, Jesus, get it together, dude.
Yeah. I love that shit. But the thing is, though, he fucking pulls it off. And that's why I
does,
say
somehow.
Predator 2 was great. You had Gary Busey being the crazy, like, hey, we're going to try to capture this thing and blah, blah, blah.
I was like, Jesus.
Oh, dude, that Predator 2 is a great fucking,
I love that movie.
sequel.
It's I actually like it more than the first one, to be real.
Look at
I do.
that. Yeah,
I do.
nice.
God.
I just love the city
You know
setting,
what?
like having a monster in the city like that, like
Yes.
suburban area.
No,
like,
that's what was so brilliant about that during a gang war too. That's the thing. It's like there was like a gang war happening, and then you got a
Oh,
predator
gang
that's
war.
like wiping people out, and then it had that crazy fucking, like when Danny Glover like shows up, when he approaches he's inside the predator ship. And there's like a xenomorph like skull like on the fucking thing, and it's like, oh my god, crossover! Look at that. And then of course when we got the Alien versus Predator movies, those were
what they were.
dog shit.
I thought the Predator was gonna be happy being in New York because clearly he was around all these Jamaicans. I thought they would be like cousins, like these are families, like all
I'm
these
like, hey,
dreads like
you
me,
guys got similar
They got dreads
hairstyle.
like
What's
me,
going
bro,
on?
right? Like we shouldn't be fighting. Like what's up?
always
People,
thought
man.
that too.
Come on.
And the shells in the hair and
Right.
everything. I'm like,
This my
Yeah.
people, bro.
are they descendants? Like,
All right, even though
No,
I
but-
did not hate Predators.
Okay,
I didn't
thank
either.
you.
I like
was just about to
Predators.
say
Very
that.
no,
underrated.
Predators was
Because
great.
that brought it back. That brought it back
Predators
to the
was great.
basics.
Mhm.
And yeah, and I think that's why
2010.
Prey is going to work so well because, what's the best part about the original Predator movies? The fact that Schwarzenegger's character doesn't defeat the Predator using the technology; he uses primitive methods to defeat the Predator. So then when you see the trailer for Prey, you go, oh shit, this takes place back. An Indian tribe that's
Colonial,
going to take on this
man.
thing. It's going to be primitive. So it brings it back to those basics. And I think that's why this thing's going to work. So,
yeah,
Oh,
Joey,
it's gonna be great, dude. Like I cannot wait.
oh, yeah.
I
yeah.
hope
At
so.
all.
I hope so.
I have a feeling like
yeah.
we came so far. It cannot be shit. Like you have to be great. There's no other option right now. Predator has been taking some hits. This
I just love that we're still getting it because I remember when Disney bought them, I was like, okay, how does Alien and Predator fit into that mold? Because I know they still got 20th Century, but still they could let it shelf on for a bit. But they got a Predator movie, they got an Alien series, they got an Alien movie, and they're like, no, we're gonna use this, and they got some great like creators a part of it. So it's like, okay, I'm hoping to add another film to the list this year. Like, man, that was damn good, And it's only a couple months away, so
Yeah.
That's
Ooh,
August, right?
5th.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
August 22nd or something like that. Or
That was
somewhere
August
around
5th.
there. Oh,
I think
maybe it
it's
is,
August
or
5th.
even sooner.
Right.
the
And there we
fifth,
go.
even better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's 5th. I think it's August 5th, so we'll see what happens.
It's
with
coming
that.
around that
But,
corner quick. I can't wait.
definitely is. But anyways, so you know what? I think it's a good way to wrap up this vodka stream right here, which has been
Jesus,
tons of
4
fun.
hours. We've been on here for 4 hours.
I know it's only been 4 hours, 4 hours and 16 minutes. But yeah, this
Not
has
long.
been great, and Jason, thank you for being the guest in this. And like I said, subscribe to his channel, TheRapNerd JSO, and watch that short film. I sent it to you, John.
Yes,
so,
I will. Right when I
yeah,
come off
watch
this.
it. It's a 6-minute thing, and like I said, it's like very well done. And we talked about it in certain shot. I mean, like I said, that I really dug that shot with when you propped it down there, and the fact that yeah, well, we'll let John watch. I won't spoil
Right.
it.
Don't tell it all
But,
for me, man.
Yeah, I know, right? No, but yeah, watch it, John. It's very well done, and you know, it just inspires me to be like, you know, damn it, man, I want to, because I've made short films before. Now I'm like, God damn it, I want to do it again. But anyways, promote
I
yourself.
appreciate that too.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. I appreciate those words because I've worked hard. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, promote yourself, promote your channel, promote your Twitter, everything.
Oh, yeah. As you see down here, here,
Right
the
there.
RapNerd, JSO. You type that in, you can find me everywhere: Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. I have a blog where I just talk about cinematography and all kind of other stuff. So you just find me if you liked me tonight. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I say.
There it is. All right, John, promote yourself.
Well, you can find me here on YouTube at the Night Entertainment Network. I host a live show every Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, called The Film Cave. Me and my boy Logan Swish. So make sure you guys come and check that out. And you can find me on all social media platforms at John Knight _.
There it is. And Travis.
Yeah, it's lots of fun. It was good to meet you two gentlemen for the first time. So thanks for
Likewise.
that conversation and whatnot. It was good. And yeah, just find me at Travis B. Snail. I'm celebrating the release of Strikers because that is a childhood game of mine and it's out on Switch. I'm going to be playing at Gamers tomorrow. I think we got a whole tournament. I don't know. I agreed to it. I'll be there for like 3 or 4 hours. Just, okay, sure, sit me down. But yeah, just follow me there and you'll find everything I'm doing, talking movies, video games, stuff like that. And yeah, hope everyone in the chat has a good night as well.
There it is. All right. And thank you to Scott for joining as well. And make sure you guys smash that like, thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe to the channel. All the links are provided down below. Become a member. Hit that notification bell, all that stuff. And thank you to the panel. This has been fun as always. And thank you to everybody in the chat for the Vodka stream. Everything. All right, guys. We will talk to you later.